The Resolute, Star Legend Book 4, written and narrated by J.J. Green. Chapter 1. The boy toiled under the hot sun. Exposed skin on his neck, arms and calves had begun to burn, but the day's work was far from over. The pumpkin crop was ready. The ripe vegetables had to be brought in before the season turned, or mice and rats would gnaw and damage them and make them unfit for storage. The harvest had to last the group until next year. In a few weeks the wet weather would arrive and the pumpkins would rot. His scrawny arms wrapped around a large pumpkin, the boy walked to the cart, stepping through the rough remains of faded foliage. The vegetation crowded closely in the field, sprawling over and between the rows. Tiny hairs on the vines would scratch him and embed themselves in his skin, leaving sore, itchy welts, so he was careful to avoid brushing up against them, but sometimes he couldn't help it. 2 horses stood at the front of the cart, lazily flicking flies with their long tails, ears twitching and thick haunches moving as they shifted their weight from one foot to the other. The horses were the only thing the boy liked about working in the fields. He wanted to rub their soft noses and reach up to stroke behind their ears, but he didn't dare. The supervisor sitting on the cart's box seat seemed able to see everywhere all the time. The minute anyone slowed down or stopped doing what they were supposed to, he would notice. If he was feeling lazy, the perpetrator only received a harsh word of warning, but more often than not, the man would be out of his seat in a flash, racing over the field and laying his stick across his victim's back. The boy knew the feel of that stick too well. He was careful to never slacken his pace if he could help it, no matter how tired he got. Straining with effort, he lifted the pumpkin high for the supervisor's assistant to take and stack with the others in the back of the cart. Relieved of his burden, the boy took the long way around the vehicle to return to his row, briefly enjoying relief from the blazing sun as he dipped into the cart's shadow. The field stretched as far as he could see, and everywhere children were working in it. Carts and horses waited on the dusty red lines of tracks threading through a sea of grey-green dying plants. A faint odour of decay hung in the air, accompanied by the gentle rustle of quiet labour. When the pumpkins had been gathered, they would start on the soybeans. That's what Summoner Seba had said at dawn before they left the compound. Next would come the task of shelling the beans and putting them in the big pottery containers to protect them from weevils. Not that the containers worked. The boy had eaten plenty of beans dotted with tiny dead insects. At first he'd been disgusted. Now he didn't bother picking them out. A crescent of orange peeked out from among the dead leaves, his next pumpkin. He pulled his small knife from his shirt pocket and cut the sinewy vine that attached it to the plant. "That's a monster," said a voice. Narrowing his eyes against the sun's glare, the boy spotted a girl a little older than him in the next row over. He didn't know her name. She was from a different section of the compound. Children from different sections were not allowed to mix. Talking at work was forbidden too, but the supervisor was too far away to hear. "Yeah," the boy agreed, taking care not to pause in what he was doing. "Gonna be hard carrying it," the girl went on. "Want a hand?" In rare cases, when a pumpkin was too heavy for one child to carry by themselves, they were permitted to help each other. But it was risky. The supervisor had to agree that help was needed, and that couldn't be decided until the 2 children had reached the cart. If the supervisor didn't agree, and some of them never agreed out of pure spite, the kids were punished. "No thanks," the boy replied. "I'll manage." The size of the pumpkin daunted him, and he was grateful for his neighbour's offer, but he'd grown strong in the months since his arrival on the farm. He guessed he could probably carry it by himself. He slipped his knife into his pocket and then squatted and grabbed the pumpkin. It was so big his hands didn't meet on the other side. As he straightened his legs, his already tired arms began to ache. He set off. The cart appeared impossibly far away. He staggered forward, the great weight forcing him to push through the tangled vegetation rather than step over it, heedless of the tiny cuts scratched on his legs. He began to regret refusing the girl's offer. His destination seemed to come no closer despite his efforts. Now he'd started, he couldn't stop. The supervisor would notice if he put the pumpkin down to catch his breath and rest his arms, and even if he didn't notice, the boy would have to pick it up for a second time, and he wasn't sure he could do it again. He would just have to make it all the way. Maybe the assistant would be kind and jump down from the cart to take the massive vegetable from him. Trickles of sweat ran like spiders down his neck and arms. He'd been thirsty for a while, but no water would be given out until the short afternoon break. He hoped that was soon. It had to be soon. The sun had begun its journey down the sky. His ankle caught on something, but his forward motion propelled him onward. He couldn't stop. He overbalanced and fell. Despair and fear erupted from his lungs in a yell, abruptly cut off. His ribs had impacted the vegetable at the same time it hit the ground and forced the rest of the air soundlessly from his lungs. Though it had been short, his cry was enough to attract the supervisor's attention. With a growl, the man leapt from his high seat and stomped across the field. The boy knew what was coming. He closed his eyes, curled into a ball, and braced himself. "Lazy, stupid, worthless child!" Thwack! Stinging pain burst from the boy's back as the stick cracked against his spine. "You only have to do one thing, a simple, easy thing, but even that's too hard for you." Thwack! The pain redoubled as the stick hit the same spot. The boy whimpered. "A waste of time, a waste of food, that's what you are." Thwack! More pain from lower down his back. Tears filled his eyes, but he refused to cry. Mam had said it was okay to cry when you were hurt or sad, but he didn't want to. Crying meant giving in. Crying meant you'd let them get to you. Crying meant forgetting who you were and where you were from. "I'll teach you to slack off." Thwack! "I'll teach you to be clumsy." Thwack! 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 That night, the boy was hunched over as he waited outside the compound. His back hurt too much to stand upright. The carts piled high with pumpkins stood in a line at the closed gates. White sweat coated the horses' flanks. All the children huddled in one group. They had walked the long distance home while the supervisors and their assistants had ridden on the carts. A lot of the kids appeared dead on their feet, especially the younger ones, only just old enough for field work. But they still had a while to wait until they could rest, drink and eat. The snap and click of a lock opening broke the evening quiet, quickly followed by the loud rattle of a chain being pulled against metal. One of the double gates swung open. A creak and a clunk signalled it was secured. Then a second gate opened. "Walk on," ordered the supervisor in the lead cart, slapping the reins on the horses' backs. Wood groaned and wheels rumbled. The line of carts began to slowly move forward. One by one, they disappeared into the gap in the high compound fence. The last cart went in. Now it was the children's turn to enter, but not before the final check. A woman walked out of the shadowy interior, a clipboard in hand. "Lucas," she read from the board. "Here," a boy answered. He split from the group and trudged into the compound. "Ben?" "Here." A second boy shuffled apart from the others. "Hannah?" "Here," a girl said. It was the girl who had offered to help the boy with the big pumpkin that had been his downfall. She walked through the open gates. The woman read more names, one by one, and each child answered in a weary tone before they were allowed admittance. When only a few kids were left standing in the dark, the woman called out, "Elias!" It was not his name, not his real name. It was the one they'd given him and forced him to use. He remembered his true name, and he would never forget it. But tonight, if he wanted to eat and sleep, he had to answer to the false one. "Here," he said, though the word grated like sandpaper in his throat. Grimacing, he hobbled toward the opening that led to food and rest, until tomorrow. Later, when his belly was full of watery porridge and boiled vegetables, he searched for his sister among the little kids in the barn where the children slept. He found her sitting alone in a corner, her skinny little legs sticking out from the skirt of her grimy dress. She was holding a bunch of grass stalks, and he thought she might be about to eat it. Hunger had tempted him to eat all kinds of things, but then he saw she was talking to it and bouncing it on her lap. "Hey," he said, sitting beside her. "Elias!" she exclaimed. The stalks fell from her grasp as she grabbed him around his neck. He winced, but tried not to show his pain. Had she forgotten his name? She was smart, and when he told her she had to call him something new, she'd caught on right away. He was glad. It had saved her from beatings less clever children had received. "What's that you're playing with?" he asked. "Oh!" She noticed the scattered stalks and picked them up. When she held the bunch again in her small fist, she whispered, "This is Mam." "Mam?" he said softly. "Uh-huh. I'm telling her to come and find us. I want to go home. I don't like this place." He put an arm around her. He hated the place too, and he was worried about his sister. She was too thin. He could see the bones under her skin. Sometimes, in the morning, one or two of the kids didn't wake up, and when he came back from working in the fields, they were gone. No one ever mentioned them again. "Is Mam gonna come and get us?" "I don't know. I hope so. But don't worry, if she doesn't, I'll look after you." "I know, but I miss Mam. I want to see her." "I do too. Maybe one day we will." His sister put her head on his shoulder and clutched the grass to her chest, crooning over it like a mother soothing a baby. He guessed she'd reversed roles and she was soothing Mam in the way she wanted to be soothed by her. An ear-piercing crack split the air, making all the children jump and shudder. Echoing reverberations of powerful engines followed, quickly dying down. A second crack followed, and a third. Fighter jets were passing overhead, alliance planes, off to fight in the war. Chapter 2. Taylan adjusted her scarf, pulling it forward over her head so it concealed her face like a hood. Hoping she hadn't missed something vital from her disguise, she pushed the pub door open and stepped inside. She recalled how, before they were invaded, the British had loved to make fun of Earth awareness Crusaders, saying they were ignorant fanatics with wild, irrational beliefs. In truth, no one was really sure what they did in their day-to-day lives because communication with the outside world was banned in every EAC nation-state. But rumours of their odd, regressive lifestyles had spread from the continent, along with smuggled images, vid clips and audio diaries confirming the stories. In her short experience of the cultists, she'd seen plenty of strange things too, but she'd also found that in some ways they were not so different from her own people. For instance, both cultures liked to drink. A wall of warm air hit her, heavy with exhaled breath, yeasty beer and weed smoke. At the same time, sounds washed over her, arguments, laughter and the clink of glasses. If the pub patrons had been wearing different clothes and speaking her native tongue, the scene could have been any ordinary weekend night from her youth. She could have been there to meet friends and hear the latest gossip, complain about work, or just to have fun and relax. But having fun was the last thing on her mind. She was embarking on a path that could lead to her death. It was the only way she might learn what had happened to Patrin and Kayla. She was convinced they weren't in Ireland or an EAC orphanage. If the latter were the case, Dwyer Orr would have found them. They had to be somewhere else. Perhaps a Crusader family was hiding them, or they were in another place beyond the Dwyer's easy reach. They were not dead. She refused to believe that, but also she was sure if they were, she would feel it. They were still alive. She clung to that conviction. But the information she needed to find them wasn't readily available. To uncover it, she had to insert herself into Crusader society, and now that the Britannic Alliance had the Dwyer in custody, the vendetta the woman had been waging against her and her kids was over, she hoped. She was at the lowest level of the pub, facing a large central bar surrounded by tables and booths. 2 sets of dark wooden stairs led to the second and third levels, their seating areas and customers visible through balustrades of the same dark old wood. She guessed the place had to hold 200 or 300 people, perfect for her plan. However, the bartender, a stocky, broad-shouldered man, was already looking at her suspiciously, as if deciding whether to throw her out. If she tried to ply her trade immediately, he probably would. She went up to him. His frown eased a fraction. "What can I get you?" Beyond him, 2 younger female bartenders were giggling flirtatiously with the men they were serving, angling for tips. She was relieved the male server had seen her first. He might feel a little sympathy for her. She reached inside her robes to an inner pocket and took out the card before handing it to him, heart in mouth. The few simple words she'd written on it were the culmination of weeks of work. Of all the challenges she'd faced in returning to West BI, learning to write by hand had been the hardest. Stealing food, staying hidden, studying the examples of the costume she needed and sourcing the clothes, all these had been difficult, but they paled in comparison with the laborious effort of creating words on paper that didn't look like they'd been written by a 4-year-old. She'd seen plenty of examples of handwriting on copies of old documents in history lessons. She knew what it was supposed to look like, and she'd thought it would be easy enough to do it. What she hadn't properly understood was that what she'd seen was the result of years of practice, hours a day spent writing for every subject at school, and then later writing letters, diaries, notes, reports, and so on as adults. Stripped of technology by their Dwyer, Crusaders had done the same. They'd grown skilled at the craft, and if she was to fit in, her efforts had to match theirs. Speaking to them was out of the question. Her accent would give her away in a minute. She couldn't mimic it like Mark, Angharad's son. He'd succeeded in fooling the people at the Crusader Midsummer Festival on Anise Morn, but she couldn't take that chance. Said the bartender after reading the note. He peered over the bar, his gaze travelling from her embroidered shoes to the decorative scarf hanging over her face. "What do you do? Write? Point?" It was safer to avoid testing her shaky handwriting skills unnecessarily. She touched the lever above one of the beer signs and then pointed to a shelf of glasses. "Pint of old black hen coming up." Tension oozed out of her like ice cream melting on a hot summer's day. While the bartender was pouring her drink, she checked out the pub's clientele again. A few were looking her way. She was already attracting interest. Good. She picked up her card from the bar and slipped it back into her pocket. Hopefully it would come out many more times tonight. When her beer was ready, she paid for it with a few stolen coins. "Look," said the bartender, scooping the coins into his other hand. "I know why you're here, and I don't mind. People like a bit of entertainment, but the boss won't approve. If he comes in, you can expect to leave soon after." She nodded her thanks for the warning and picked up her drink. It wasn't until she reached the second floor of the pub she found an empty table. Round-topped, sticky with spilled drinks, and wobbly, it was clear why the other patrons had avoided it. The table was also situated in a dark corner with only 2 single bench seats flanking it. For her purposes, it was perfect. Old Black Hen was not bad at all, and her experience of beer was extensive. When she'd drunk a quarter of her pint, someone approached. In the half-light, Taylan couldn't see her first customer too well, but the woman appeared very young, too young to be in a pub legally in old West Britannic Isles. Maybe the EAC didn't care about such things. She was wearing a long skirt and a blouse, covered by a tabard decorated with symbols. "Excuse me, I couldn't help noticing you sitting here alone. I was wondering, are you working? If not, I'll leave." Taylan was already taking out her card. The woman frowned as she took it and turned it toward the light. Her eyebrows rose. "Oh, you can't speak." Taylan held out her hand. The woman gave her card back. "But if you can't speak, how can you tell me my future?" Opening her satchel, Taylan took out a sheet of paper and a pen. With a sweep of her hand, she invited the woman to sit down. It had taken her ages to come up with a way to live among the Crusaders undetected. At first it had seemed impossible. How could she live among people whose lives were a mystery to her and who were actively seeking her out to hand her over to their mentally unsound leader? Then she'd remembered the fortune-tellers at the ceremony to launch the invasion of Ireland. They'd been dressed in colourful patterned robes and had gone from person to person, group to group, offering their services. She guessed they were probably itinerant, moving on to new grounds when interest dried up. No one would be surprised by the arrival of a new fortune-teller, and it was the kind of job that required no skill or training. It wasn't like she could get anything wrong. It was all nonsense anyway, and adding a vow of silence to the mix would only make her seem more mysterious and interesting. People told fortune-tellers all kinds of things, and what better place to hide than in plain sight? Chapter 3. HMS Resolute was a grandiose name for a patrol boat. even a new boat of the latest design and top-of-the-range tech. When Colburn had informed Wright of his new orders, she'd focused on the merits of the vessel, trying to spin the news into something better than it was. She'd emphasised he would be in command of his own ship, a very special ship. The fact that the Brigadier hadn't been able to look him in the eyes said everything. Basically, it was a demotion. After his damning psych assessment, he had retained his rank, but as to his dignity, pride and reputation, he'd gone from serving aboard 3 of the most powerful and vital ships in the BA Space Fleet, the Valiant, the Fearless and the Gallant, to twiddling his thumbs aboard a tin pot vessel, patrolling the Australian coastline. Tasked with keeping watch for incursions into Alliance waters, all he could look forward to, probably for the rest of his career, was endless days at sea. Even if the EAC did decide to attack Oceania, his little boat's role in the action would be minimal. It was a hard pill to swallow, and he had a feeling it would remain stuck in his throat forever. He leaned on the gunwale and gazed at Sydney Harbour, growing steadily closer as the Resolute cut through the water on her approach. He'd spent a brief time in the city before assuming his command and had fond memories of it. The buildings of the central district were sunk halfway into the ground, and a network of pedestrian walkways and road tunnels connected them, leaving the tree-lined streets on the surface quiet and tranquil. The architectural style had been adopted hundreds of years ago, he'd learned, to cool the buildings and conserve energy, as well as to protect from bushfires. It would be a great shame if the EAC got its hands on the place and plunged it into technological darkness. The sun from a crystal sky beat on his back and glittered on the waves. He was uncomfortably hot in his stiff white uniform jacket, but he had to wear it to greet the Marines who would be joining the ship. He would be glad to get back to sea and informal working attire. He straightened up and calmed the helmsman, Warrant Officer Jeong. "How long until we dock?" "About 20 minutes, sir." "Thanks. I'll be in my cabin." "Aye, aye, sir." He descended the ladder to the second deck and walked the narrow passageway to his compartment. Opening the door, he was hit by a smell. Shit. It was, literally. He'd been house-training the cat Ellis had given him, Boots. His efforts were hit and miss, or rather, the cat's were. He went to the litter tray in the corner and saw with relief this effort was a hit. As he was dealing with it and wondering whether a cat could be trained to use the head like a regular Marine, Boots came from under his bunk and rubbed up against his leg. He awkwardly patted her. He hadn't been allowed pets as a child. His dad had been a clean freak. He wasn't sure what he was supposed to do with Boots, how to care for her, but he seemed to be doing okay. The cat appeared healthy and happy, and she hadn't tried to jump overboard yet. The last had been his greatest fear. If he ever saw Ellis again, he wouldn't know how to tell her he'd drowned her cat. He sat at his desk to go over the ship's manifest. 5 crew members would be leaving the ship when they docked, and only 3 would be joining her. On the face of it, the loss of 2 Marines wasn't significant, but it was a symptom of the difficult times. The Britannic Alliance had clawed back to global dominance by retaking the Caribbean, but its grip was weak. All 4 branches of the military were stretched thin, and each was finding it harder and harder to meet enlistment targets. Perhaps the younger generation felt the Alliance's time was drawing to an end, or, with Ur Talman's colony ships due to depart in a few years, people felt the future lay in the stars. He wasn't sure. Either way, every military man and woman counted, now more than ever. That was why one particular name on the list of Marines joining the ship puzzled him. Boots meowed to be let out of the cabin. He opened the door. After staring at the gap for long seconds, as if deciding what to do, the cat finally left. Pets of any kind were against regulations, but he hadn't even attempted to keep his a secret from the crew. At first, he'd justified his decision by telling himself a cat aboard ship would be good for morale, but finally he'd realised he just didn't care about regulations anymore. He opened a book on his interface to pass the remaining time until the boat docked. The new crew members were standing together on the quay, kit bags at their feet. As soon as they spotted Wright walking down the gangplank followed by his lieutenant, the 2 men and 1 woman formed a line, stood to attention and saluted. "At ease," he said. "Welcome to the Resolute." The man he was most interested in made eye contact, but instantly looked forward again. "I hope you have many happy days serving aboard her," Wright went on. "Lieutenant Ford will take you to your berths and explain your duties. You can board now." The men and woman picked up their bags and began to file past him. "Corporal Abacha," he said, "as soon as you've settled in, come to my cabin." "Yes, sir," the man replied, not breaking step. It seemed an odd coincidence the man who had served under him had ended up on his ship. Marines usually aspired to be transferred from the surface to the space fleet. Movements in the opposite direction were rare, and there was nothing about a transfer request in Abacha's file. Maybe the Marine had done something to piss Colburn off, and sending him to the Resolute too had immediately sprung to her mind as a suitable punishment. There was a knock at his cabin door. "Come in." Abacha looked uncertain as he entered, perhaps wondering why he'd been singled out to speak to his new CO. The corporal was tall, stooping a little to get under the door jamb. Though he wasn't burly, he was muscular, his neck muscles and biceps rounding out the lines of his shirt. If Wright hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed Ellis had defeated the man at hand-to-hand combat. "Sorry," said Wright, realising Abacha had been waiting patiently for him to say something. "Take a seat." His look of confusion deepening, the corporal sat on the chair by the side of Wright's desk and rested his hands on his knees. Wright sat on his bunk. "Congratulations on your promotion." "Thank you, sir." "I wanted to speak to you because, to be honest, I'm surprised our paths are crossing again." "I'm glad to be serving under you again, Major." After an awkward pause, Wright said, "Can I ask?" A soft meow sounded outside in the passageway. Abacha's eyes widened in surprise as he turned toward the sound. Wright opened the door. I might not be the only one you recognise aboard the Resolute." "Ha!" Abacha grinned with delight as the cat trotted in. "How on earth did he get here?" Then he gave a slight shake of his head. Why am I asking? As if I didn't know." "He?" asked Wright. "I thought Boots was a girl." "You did? Why would you think that?" I must have just assumed. I didn't check." "Hey, little fella," said Abacha, leaning down to pat the animal, apparently forgetting he was in the presence of his CO. "How have you been?" From the way Boots readily leapt onto his lap, he clearly remembered Taylan's friend. "Gee, I used to hate this cat so much," said Abacha. "Always shitting and pissing everywhere." He still does that, but he's getting better." The arrival of Boots had dissolved the awkward atmosphere. "Do you know where Taylan is now?" Abacha asked, stroking the cat, a look of bemused nostalgia on his face. Wright leaned backward and propped himself on his arms. "The last time I saw her, she was headed back to West BI." "Still looking for her kid," Abacha said flatly. Kids, as I understand it. 2 of them, pretty young, I think. That's about as much as I know. Ah, she never talked about them, but it wasn't hard to guess what her problem was. I miss her. Wright almost blurted his thought out loud, but managed to stop himself just in time. What was wrong with him? He was forgetting his position. He could have made an embarrassing error in front of his subordinate. His terrible experiences in Jamaica, his de facto demotion, the loss of everything he'd worked for and believed in for most of his adult life, it was all getting to him. He needed to get a grip. But then again, did he? "Would you like a drink?" he asked. "A beer, maybe." The corporal's mouth fell open, but he was too shocked to refuse. "A beer would be very welcome, sir. It was hot out on the harbour waiting to be picked up." Wright took 2 cans from his refrigerator. There were some perks to being in command, no matter how small your boat was. Handing one over, he said, "Abacha, I think I can be open with you. You seem like a good guy. Let's face it, anyone who could put up with Ellis for any length of time has to be a saint." Abacha popped his can and took a long drink before replying, "Yeah, she's a pain in the ass, that's for sure. Whatever you want to tell me, it won't leave this cabin, sir." "Right. Well, I was wondering, do you have any idea why you're here?" "I'm not sure what you mean." "Do you know why you were assigned to the Resolute in particular? It isn't the most obvious career advancement after serving on the Valiant." "I don't have any special duties, Major Wright, if that's what you mean. I'm being straight with you." "I believe you, but didn't it strike you as strange that you would be transferred here?" "It did, but I'm not in a position to question anything. I just do what I'm told. Maybe the higher-ups are holding something back from both of us." Warrant Officer Jong calmed him. Reflexively, he touched the implant behind his ear. "Yes, we're out of sight of land and visual contact with any other vessels, sir." "Okay, take us down." The ship's speakers emitted 3 short, loud bleeps, and a section of steel slid over the cabin window, cutting out the light. The cabin lights brightened in response. Boots jumped down from Abacha's lap and went to hide under the bunk. "Don't worry," Wright said, in response to Abacha's expression of alarm. "You're perfectly safe." Clunks and whirring sounded all around, and the ship juddered. Above them, the outer hull was extending to enclose the main deck, and the pressure hull was also rising around the bridge, which would become the control room. The Resolute's hydrofoils also were converting into hydroplanes, and water was pouring into the main ballast tanks. Within a couple of minutes, the transformation was complete. The ship began to submerge. Wright remarked, "Yeah, the Resolute has a few secrets of her own." Chapter 4. A line of cards lay face upward on the table. 6 in all, they forecast the future of Taylan's customer. On the far left lay the Queen, unmistakably a Dwyer, under a horned headdress. Next to her, the naked lovers were entwined stylistically in each other's arms. The 3rd card Taylan had drawn was a wheel set among clouds, symbols she didn't know the meaning of around its edge. She didn't know what this one was supposed to be, so she'd written something about a period of time passing. The king followed the wheel, seated on a throne with a sword held high. The penultimate card was the sun shining over a green landscape, and the last card Taylan had drawn, inwardly wincing when she saw it, was death, a black-hooded figure wielding a scythe. Her customer's eyes had widened in dismay as it had been revealed. Taylan's imagination, already stretched to its limit in conjuring up some rubbish to interpret the cards, struggled to spin death in a nice way. She patted the young woman's arm reassuringly and wrote, "It is only through endings we have new beginnings. You will enter a new phase of your life." A look of relief came over the woman's face as she read. "A new phase in my life. I like that. And I loved the bit about getting the attention of someone important. You don't think it could be the new Dwyer, do you?" Dwyer Perrin Orr had taken his oaths 3 weeks ago. Like the former Dwyer's funeral, and as with most public events in the Crusader world, few had actually witnessed it. Taylan had seen the public notices go up, and she'd overheard people talking about it, gossiping about what the boy had looked like and how he'd acted. She'd wondered how they could know the reports were true. But factual truth wasn't highly valued in their society. The only item of news she'd thought was reliable was the fact that Perrin's initiation ceremony wouldn't take place for a few years. She guessed the unspoken reason for the delay was they had to wait until he was sexually mature before he could participate. Gross. Was that what her customer was thinking about? She wrote, "It could mean someone important in society, like the Dwyer, or someone important only to you." That was the great thing about telling fortunes. All you had to do was write predictions so vague they could mean anything. The next time the woman attracted the attention of anyone she deemed important in any way, and it was impossible she wouldn't, she would believe the prediction had come true. Taylan gathered up the cards, signalling the session was over. "Thanks," said the woman. She scanned the paper again and nodded thoughtfully. "That makes a lot of sense. You're very good. The last fortune teller I saw told me I'd be pregnant and married within a year, and that I'd go on to have 10 children and never leave West BI. That isn't the kind of life I want. I want to do something interesting. All my mother did was look after us kids and then her grandkids. I don't want to be like her." Taylan felt a spark of sympathy for the stranger. The genuine fortune-teller's reading was likely to be more accurate than her own. She doubted contraception was promoted in Crusader culture. It would be seen as too technological and interfering in the natural course of things. She had told a more exciting but far less possible tale, including foreign travel and meeting important people. The pub was mostly full of men. The few women present were young. No doubt the older ones were at home caring for a brood while their partners enjoyed themselves. Crusaders were anachronistic in the extreme. She couldn't understand the appeal. "What do I owe you?" the woman asked. It was a rhetorical question. She was only being polite. From the sessions Taylan had spied upon, the custom was that the client paid whatever they felt the reading was worth. She spread her hands and smiled. Only her mouth would be visible. She'd been careful to keep most of her face in shadow. She knew from the time a Crusader patrol had attacked her that the people knew her likeness and were on the lookout for her. The woman pulled a small cloth purse from a pocket in the fold of her skirt and took out 2 coins. It wasn't much. The beer cost more. But Taylan didn't betray any disappointment. She wasn't there for business purposes anyway. "I know it isn't a lot," said the woman as she handed the money over, "but I'll recommend you to my friends. Will you be here tomorrow?" Taylan nodded and gave her the paper. Now for the real work. Before the woman could leave, Taylan wrote on a second sheet of paper, "What do you do?" "I'm an embroiderer. I made this." She lifted the hem of her tabard to display it. "Do you like it?" Genuinely impressed, Taylan wrote, "It's beautiful." Beaming, her client said, "Thanks, it took me hours." An embroiderer was unlikely to have any contact with children. There was no point in prolonging the conversation. "Good luck with your work," she wrote. "Thank you." As the woman left, a man rose from his seat and began to walk over. Her clientele was on the increase already. She only hoped she might learn something useful from them. There was no defined end to serving hours at the pub. As the evening wore on, things grew rowdier and then quieter as people left or the drunks got too inebriated to cause any more trouble. The servers began wiping down tables and waking up the people who had passed out before forcing them into the street. No one had approached her table in more than an hour. It was time to pack up shop and leave. With a heavy heart, Taylan drained the dregs of her second pint and put away her cards, paper and pens. Despite gently probing her customers with questions, she hadn't heard anything that might give her an inkling of where her children had gone. Maybe she was expecting too much. It was only her first try after all. If there were a place the native children had been taken, it could be something only a few people knew about. It might be weeks or months before she heard a whisper of it. Weeks of spouting drivel for credulous idiots? Ugh! That was not something to look forward to, and as time went on, her chances of being recognised increased. But she didn't have any better ideas. Whatever it took, and however long it took, she wouldn't give up her search. Pushing open the heavy outer door, a blast of cold, humid air hit her face. The scent of approaching rain washed over her as she walked the dark streets to the place where she'd been sleeping for the last few weeks. Autumn was passing quickly. When the winter cold arrived, she would need better accommodation, but that was a bridge to be crossed when she came to it. The little town was set in a valley, the road snaking up the hills on each side. She hadn't been here before, in that almost mythical time before the invasion, but it hadn't taken her long to find a quiet spot to hide away. Half the houses were empty, abandoned by the fleeing townsfolk, or the former habitations of those who hadn't made it out. Still, she hadn't dared take over a house in case the Crusaders had a system of allocating them. She couldn't afford to attract attention by falling foul of it. Instead, she'd set herself up in a garden shed. In the before days, it might have been a man cave. The wooden building at the end of the long garden was spacious and dry, and though the large screen interface no longer worked, the small camp bed was comfortable. There was even a little single hob stove, though it required batteries and she hadn't been able to find any of the right kind to steal. After checking up and down the street and seeing no one else about, she turned into the narrow alley between two terraced houses that led to their rear doors and gardens. Behind the houses, nature had taken over. Brambles arched over pathways and the ornamental shrubs were wildly overgrown. She knew the route through the vegetation well, which was lucky as she had to navigate it in pitch darkness. As she reached the black shape of the shed, heavy raindrops began to fall. Groping down along the crack where the door met the wooden wall, she felt for the stick she'd placed across the entrance earlier when she'd left. The door opened outward. If someone had entered the shed, they would have moved the stick. It wasn't there. She took a step backward, but at the same time the door jerked open, hitting her in the face. She vaguely made out a tall, broad figure before a large hand fastened on the front of her jacket. "Gotcha!" a voice growled. Stunned by the blow to her face, she didn't react immediately. She was dragged into the shed and pushed to the floor. "Stay quiet, and I won't hurt you," said the man, looming over her. "No need to be scared." There was the sound of a belt being removed. She wasn't scared. She was furious. It took all her self-control to wait for him to get on his knees. Kicking sharply upward, she was rewarded with the sensation of her shin bone smacking into a soft and vulnerable area of his body. An agonized yell erupted from his mouth, handily allowing her to locate his face in the darkness as he bent toward her. She punched hard and then slid to one side as he continued floorward. When he was down, she twisted his arm behind his back and knelt on him to keep him there. What to do? It would be easy to take out the knife she carried in a hidden sheath in her belt and slit his throat. The mess wouldn't matter. She couldn't stay in the shed now anyway. But the last thing she wanted to do was to attract attention, and in a small town like this, a murder would be big news. People would be wondering who the killer was, and they would be looking askance at strangers. She couldn't take the risk. Yet she also couldn't allow her would-be attacker to get away scot-free. He'd begun to recover and was squirming, trying to throw her off. She pushed his arm higher, forcing it upward with all her strength. He hollered and wriggled madly and kicked his legs. Then he screamed. The resistance she was pushing against gave out as his shoulder dislocated. "Stop, stop," he mumbled, tears of pain in his voice. Taylan put the tip of her knife below his earlobe and pressed it in until it scraped on his jawbone. Leaning down, she hissed in his ear, "Come near me or any other girl again, and I will kill you." She leapt up, grabbed her small bag of belongings from under the bed where she'd always kept it filled, ready for a quick getaway, and ran out. During the short-lived scuffle, the heavens had opened. Rain pelted down, instantly soaking her to her skin. Chapter 5. Carla Orr floated in a sea of nothingness. No light reached her eyes, her ears picked up no sound, and she could feel nothing, not even her own body. She had no idea how long she'd been in this state. At first she'd tried to keep track of time by counting, but she would lose her place, and then, frustrated, begin again. She'd lost track of how many times she had counted to 10,000 or more. Finally, she accepted there was no point to her efforts, except perhaps to prevent herself from going mad. If she slept, she was not aware of it. She had no memory of drifting to slumber or waking. All was painful consciousness. In the beginning, she had fretted endlessly about Perrin. What was Morgan doing to him? Had he forgotten about her? Was he safe? Then her worries had given way to fury. She'd imagined many and varied excruciating punishments for her usurper, for everything she had done since Carla had released her from the mine. She'd relished thoughts of Morgan's screams of agony and pleadings for death. While the extreme emotions had coursed through her, another nibbled at the edge of her mind: despair. Unpleasant questions arose, but she hastily pushed them aside. Would she ever be released from her mental prison, or would she spend the rest of her life cut off from the outside world? What was happening to her body? Was Morgan giving her water and food, or was she wasting away, soon to die? Then the hallucinations began. Confused, she'd thought they were signs she was about to be released from her nightmare. Brilliant flashes of coloured lights dazzled her, and whispered conversations, the words indistinct, teased her with potential meaning. Pins and needles pricked at her nerve endings, their intensity building in waves. It wasn't until the memories began to play she understood nothing she was experiencing was real. They were not true memories. She was not in control of them, choosing to think back over the scenes of her past. They arose before her, surreal and dreamlike, the faces smudging and distorting, voices loud or too quiet to hear, the colours wrong, the events incorrect or transformed into something bizarre. The marine she had tortured tottered toward her on broken legs, the working muscles visible, his mouth impossibly wide, red and raw. The lips opened wider and wider, bending his head back. He swallowed her, and she found herself descending the tunnel that would take her to Morgan, flying along, crashing through cobwebs. At the end of the tunnel lay a newborn baby. Its skin glistened, and the purple pulsing umbilicus still protruded from its stomach. The baby mewed like a cat and wriggled. It was Perrin. His eyes opened wide and staring. "Go away!" he yelled. "Go away, mother!" Loose yellow feces streamed from between his buttocks. She backed away, not looking behind her, and fell into a chasm. Rock faces streamed past as she tumbled over and over. She caught a glimpse of John, swinging by his neck in his nightgown. A monstrous Morgan leaned out from a gap in the stone and tried to grab her. She slipped between the giant, grasping fingers. Her descent slowed, and she stopped spinning. She was looking downward at a town, a small old-fashioned place with twinkling lights shining from spires and turrets. The town expanded as she neared it, spreading over the bottom of the chasm, roads growing like dry riverbeds filling with water in a flash flood, houses popping up on each side. It wasn't until she reached it she realised she was looking at Berlin. Her spread-eagled body became vertical, and her feet touched the ground light as a feather coming to rest. She was walking along one of the old streets. Blocky, blank-faced edifices rose on each side, built windowless hundreds of years ago, when interface walls displaying landscapes were all the rage. Crude graffiti defaced the walls at street level. Some things never changed. Ahead of her, the street heaved with black figures, fuzzy as if seen through an unfocused lens. They were talking in murmurs interspersed with snatches of songs. As she drew closer, they didn't become clearer, but remained dark grey, formless shadows. As she passed between them, they became wisps of smoke and disintegrated on the breeze. "I am your Dwyer," she thundered. "I command you to stay here. You cannot leave. Come back." The street was empty. Above, the wraiths glided swiftly upward. Were they the souls of the people who had died during her rise to power and the expansion of the EAC across the globe? The sight of them bothered her, sparking deep regret and self-hatred. She tried to ignore the feelings, but found she could not. In her current state, there were no distractions. She was forced to acknowledge all she had done. She tried to give the usual excuses, how the blood sacrifice would be worth the outcome, how she had to break stones to lay the path to the future, but her words sounded hollow. Berlin was gone. She was alone in the dark. The flashes of light started up, along with distant strains of discordant music. If she didn't do something soon, she would lose her mind. The lack of external stimulation was sending her insane, her brain creating fantasies in compensation for the absence of input. She had to go inward. If her outer world could not supply sensory information, she would create it in her inner world. She would recall memories, go over old conversations, make plans for the future, anticipate difficulties and devise strategies to overcome them. If Morgan could survive thousands of years trapped without light and avoid descending into madness, so could she. She would grow stronger, and when her time came to return to the world, she would defeat her mortal enemy. Chapter 6. For years, the EAC and AP had been suspected of smuggling operations in Australia, but no one had ever caught either organisation in the act or figured out exactly what their contraband was. The country's coastline was vast, and much of its territory was remote and isolated. The Alliance could watch the skies, but the surrounding seas and oceans were another matter. That was where the Resolute came in. If it weren't for the weak organic humans who crewed her, she could run for centuries without surfacing. Not that she required a crew to operate, she could be fully controlled remotely, even at substantial depths. The idea of an unmanned patrol sub had been mooted in the planning stages, but eventually Sea Lord Fox had vetoed the proposal, citing the risk of a hostile power taking control and turning the Alliance's latest sea defence into a weapon to be used against it. Wright explained the boat's short history and her purpose to the new arrivals the day following his chat with Abacha. He also told them all her capabilities, including the rim-driven thruster and scanner-deflecting hull that allowed her to travel through the water without detection, and her complement of AUVs for widening her field of surveillance. As he spoke, he found himself feeling better about his situation. He felt the stirrings of pride and attachment to this vessel under his command. She truly was a remarkable boat. Maybe his depression and resentment over his new appointment were churlish and ungrateful. He had been awarded a level of autonomy unusual for someone of his rank, and now that the Caribbean had been retaken, Oceania had risen in importance as a potential site for a Crusader invasion. He finished his talk by saying, "Our remit isn't only to keep watch. The Resolute isn't big, but she's deadly. We could be tasked with defensive engagements with enemy vessels encroaching into Australian waters. If we are, we'll be busy. There are only 8 of us, and that's the bare minimum required to keep our boat operational. But while we're only patrolling, you'll probably find yourselves struggling to keep busy. Many of the tasks the submariners among you are used to doing are automated here. Lieutenant Ford has given you your duties. In your downtime, find something to occupy yourselves, a hobby or something. I've heard Abacha plays a mean game of Xiangqi. Unless we receive different orders, we're down here for 6 months." Abacha raised a hand. Wright nodded his permission to speak. "I'd be happy to arrange a Xiangqi tournament. It'll help pass the time." "That's a great idea." "What'll the prize be?" asked Ford. "I don't know," said Abacha. "I'll think of what I'd like, as I'll be the one winning it." One small advantage of Wright's new posting was the availability of time to sleep. Even during quiet periods serving aboard the Gallant, Colburn's rigorous approach to leadership had led to regular disturbances of his daily routine. If she wasn't running an emergency drill, she would think up another way to keep everyone on their toes, such as changing the entire crew's work schedules at short notice. In her case, her command style probably made sense. A starship like the Gallant could be called into battle at any time, but the Resolute's purpose was different. Discovering what the EAC or AP were doing in Australia, if anything, would require long periods of simply watching and waiting. And during those long periods, Wright would take advantage of the opportunity to indulge one of his few pleasures in life, unconsciousness. That would all have been fine and dandy if it weren't for Boots. The cat had a special talent for destroying sleep, ranging from walking over his head to meowing to be let out, then quickly meowing to be let in, to getting the zoomies and running around and around the cabin at top speed. And yet he couldn't find it in his heart to get annoyed at the animal. He provided a connection to Taylan, who was often on his mind. Caring for Boots gave him an irrational feeling that one day he would see her again and be able to return the cat to her, and she would be pleased he was healthy and happy. 3 weeks after the change of crew, when the Resolute was working her way up the Coral Sea east of the Dead Reef, and Wright was deeply asleep, an annoying noise dragged him awake. Thinking Boots either wanted to come in or go out, with his eyes still shut, he groggily mumbled, "Door open." He'd fixed the door-com so that the cat's meows activated it. Otherwise he would never hear him from the passageway through the solid steel. He heard the scrape of the portal opening, but the sound continued. Forcing himself to a higher level of alertness, he concentrated on it. The noise wasn't coming from Boots. It was coming from inside his head. It was his personal comm giving an urgent signal. "What?" His voice was hoarse and his throat dry. He must have been mouth-breathing in his sleep. He swallowed and tried again. "What is it?" "Sorry to disturb you, sir." It was Lieutenant Ford, his second in command. "It's all right. What's happened?" "The long-range scanner has picked up something the computer can't identify. I thought you might want to investigate." "Give me a minute. I'll be right there." Pushing down his covers and climbing out of his bunk, he was reminded of the time when the Gallant had picked up the ancient distress signal coming from a mountain in West BI. What an escapade that had turned into! It had resulted in Arthur, Merlin, and the whole shebang. But he was out of all that now, and he was glad. Let others figure out how the ancient king and suspicious alien would fit into the plans to defeat the Alliance's enemies. He hastily pulled on some pants and jogged the short distance to the control room. Ford was looking at the interface that displayed the scanner data. In the confines of the small room, there was no space for a holo display. They had to make do with 2D imagery, though the sensors were sophisticated. 4 shadowy oblong shapes floated on the screen. "Non-organic?" Wright asked, peering over Ford's shoulder. "That's what the computer says. 93% probability." He could see why. The shapes were too uniform and evenly spaced to be shoals of fish or whales. He checked the shipping information he'd been given against the position of the anomalous bodies in the water. "We don't seem to have anything scheduled to be there right now," he mused. "The range is only accurate to 50k, but anyway, they're nowhere near a bay," said Ford. Wright took the statement on board without questioning it. His lieutenant was a native Australian and no doubt knew what he was talking about. "How long will it take us to reach them?" he asked. "At our current speed, about 5 days. If we travel at maximum knots, 3.5, roughly, I'll have a better idea the closer we get." "OK, tell the new engineer to crank up the engine. Let's go take a look." "Wilco, sir. Another thing, these ships, if that's what they are, we found them through passive sonar, triangulating with seabed devices. I took the liberty of checking with the surveillance stations on the east coast. None of them are picking up anything in the area. The ships seem invisible to radar." Wright wasn't sure what to make of that information. Perhaps reading his confused expression, Ford continued, It means they could be wooden or fiberglass. Ah, I see. Wooden ships would be right up the EAC's street and apparently made them easier to hide. Notify me when we're an hour away. He returned to his cabin to grab another couple of hours of sleep. The Resolute state-of-the-art scanning tech and massive computing power was already paying off. As he lay in his bunk, his eyes closed, another idea popped into his head. He put in a request for satellite data on the region where the non-natural objects had been spotted. If radar wasn't picking them up, perhaps satellites could provide imagery. His request might not be answered before they arrived, but the information would be worth having regardless. Chapter 7. Taylan was fairly sure she'd spotted her attacker the next day. It was only a small town. There couldn't be many young men wandering around with one arm in a sling. He was tall and wore a scruffy ginger beard. When they passed on the street, he briefly made eye contact with her. The short encounter had made her blood boil again, and she had to resist the urge to dispense some more punishment for his attempted crime, but she had to avoid suspicion. There was already one member of the community who knew she was not as she seemed. He must have stalked her to find where she lived, and then waited for her to come home. She was lucky it had been dark. If the man had seen her face, she would have had more than sexual assaults to worry about. Now, a couple of weeks after the altercation, she decided it was time to move on. She'd picked the place dry in terms of customers and what they could tell her. No one had given any hint they might know something about Alliance children who had disappeared during the invasion, and the meagre fees she'd gathered in return for the fantasies she'd spun were barely enough to survive on. She sat up. Each night since the attack, she'd found somewhere new to sleep. This morning she'd woken in a derelict house on a dead-end road leading up into the hills. Damp had infiltrated the rooms, probably due to a hole in the roof. The plaster had cracked and was falling off the walls, and the floorboards smelled of mushrooms. The building wasn't much different from the little house she'd bought for her family, or the one she'd grown up in. Her heart heavy, she wondered what had happened to the family who lived here. Basing herself in one spot had been a mistake, though she knew why she'd done it. The notion of a place to call home, however decrepit and awful, brought her some comfort. More than ever, she was lonely. Her time as a Royal Marine had been a trial, but she'd made friends. Now she couldn't afford the luxury of familiar faces or places. They allowed anyone who was watching her to predict her movements. It made her vulnerable. She began to pack up her stuff. The fortune-telling deck, scarves, spare clothes, a purse of coins, a small cake of soap, packets of dried food, all the bits and pieces she'd stolen or bought with her tiny income. Life as a fortune-teller was hard, and from what she'd seen, other Crusaders didn't have things much better. Why anyone would choose to live this way was beyond her. Her backpack on her back, she peeked into the street. Grey and glistening from last night's rain in the early morning light, it was empty. She stepped out and began the long walk to the train station. Crusaders had few choices when it came to transportation. Technology of most forms was frowned upon, and that included cars. If a Crusader had to travel somewhere not within walking distance, they would most often take one of the public coaches pulled by teams of horses, or try to hitch a ride on a delivery cart. Yet even EAC philosophy had been forced to concede some larger forms of transportation were necessary. Trucks still drove the deteriorating roads, and trains ran on poorly maintained tracks. Another option was to travel by barge on the canals or by boat around the coast. For Taylan's purposes, a train ride was called for. She decided to go to Abertawe. In the large city, she might meet people who were more in the know about the inner secret activities of their cult, and, she hoped, it would be easier to remain invisible. The station was small. A single track ran through it, bordered by 2 platforms. The times for that day's trains to Abertawe were chalked on a board. The first one wasn't due for an hour and a half, according to the clock hanging over the platform, so she sat on one of the benches and settled in for the wait. Another aspect of Crusader life that irritated her was that it was so boring. All everyone appeared to do was work, stay home, or go out to drink. She'd seen some games of football played in the street by young lads, but the adults seemed to have little imagination or will to occupy themselves in interesting ways. Her discovery explained their wild hedonistic behaviour at the festivals. Repressed by their uninteresting, restrictive lifestyles, when the opportunity came to let loose, they really went for it. She occupied herself in the way she usually did, descending into her memories of happier times before the invasion, when she had her kids with her. At the time, she'd thought their lives were not so great. They didn't have much money, and she couldn't afford to buy her children the fun toys their friends had. But they never went hungry or wanted for any essentials, and they were happy. What wouldn't she give to have those times again? Or just to simply be together as a family? Realizing her thoughts were sending her into a black hole of despair that always sat on the edge of her mind, she drove away the memories and returned to the present. Only 40 minutes had passed. Sighing, numb with boredom, she took out her pack of cards and began to thumb through them. She would think up some bizarre interpretations to offer her customers and see how far she could go before one of them called her on it. There were 2 cards that always freaked people out, the Hanged Man and Death. She had no idea what they were supposed to mean, but it was odd there were 2 cards for what was essentially the same thing. Naturally, she'd never told anyone the cards meant they were going to be hanged, though that was a punishment in the Crusader justice system, or that they were about to die. Predictions like those wouldn't earn her much compensation for her time and trouble. If either of the cards came up, she usually wrote something about the client's problems coming to an abrupt end or the death of something that had been worrying them. Making shit up to please people was so easy. She held up the Hanged Man. Someone special will give you a gift, perhaps a necklace or a scarf. Or, your eyes will nearly pop out when you hear some surprising news. Time dragged by as she tried to entertain herself with her musings until sounds of people arriving on the platform drew her attention. A group of young men were passing through the open barrier. One of them had a short ginger beard, though his arm was no longer in a sling. Damn! She looked at the clock. The train was due in 5 minutes. There was nowhere for her to hide, and as the only other person waiting, she stuck out like a sore thumb. She could leave, but there wouldn't be another train for 2 hours. She put away her cards. She'd been spotted. The young thug she'd incapacitated was sauntering toward her, something like arrogance or bravado in every step. As he sat down next to her, she stared ahead. "Don't I know you?" he asked. When she didn't answer, he went on, "You're that fortune teller who's been hanging around here for a few weeks, right?" One of his buddies had cottoned on that a bullying session was about to begin. The bench creaked as he sat on the other side of her. Taylan clenched the backpack on the ground between her feet, mentally rehearsing the scenario that would involve her taking them both out. But she couldn't. She couldn't attract attention to herself. News of a soothsayer who was also an expert at unarmed combat would soon spread. She had to stay in character. "Wait a sec," said the friend, a bulky man whose thigh pressed disgustingly against hers. "If it is her, how's she going to answer you, Nat? She's dumb, ain't she?" "Oh, I bet I could make her moan," joked Nat. He stretched out an arm and fastened it around Taylan's shoulders. "Wanna give it a try, darling?" Brave now he had his friends with him and it was broad daylight, he was trying to salvage his pride. Visions of punching his nose flat raced through Taylan's mind, but she managed to stay in control. "That's not funny," said another of his companions, who had also walked over. "You're being a creep. Leave her alone." Risking a glance at the newcomer, Taylan saw a boy younger than the others. Like most Crusaders, he was bearded, but his had barely begun to grow. She was touched by his intervention, but couldn't do anything to acknowledge it. "Piss off," said Nat. "Who invited you to the party?" "She's alone, and you're scaring her. She doesn't know you're only messing around." "You'll mind your own business if you know what's good for you." Nat's hand had begun to travel down Taylan's arm. He was heading for a grope of her breast, secure in the fact she would be too embarrassed and intimidated to do anything about it. The sound of metallic rumbling came down the track. In the distance, the approaching train could be seen. She abruptly got to her feet, knocking the offending arm away from her. "Hey," Nat protested. "No need to be unfriendly. Are you going to Abertawe? We can sit together and chat." His last comment drew a guffaw from the other guy on the bench. Nat's tall form loomed at her side. The idea of spending a couple of hours in the company of this goon made her skin crawl. His hand grasped her shoulders again. "I'll keep a hold of you," he said, "so we don't get separated in the crush." That was it. She swung her pack at him, knocking him down. But in her anger, she swung too hard, and the bag flew from her hands. The train was drawing into the station, its unoiled brakes shrieking. The other goon picked up her pack. Nat was getting to his feet, shame and fury in his eyes. "Give it back to her," said the nice youngster. The train had stopped. "No," Nat spat. "Give it to me." He held out a hand. An official had noticed the commotion on the platform and come out of her office. "What's going on? What are you young men doing? I won't have fighting at my station." The nice youth marched to the man holding the pack and wrested it away from him before giving it to Taylan. "Don't you get on that train," ordered the station official, approaching the bench. "I want to have a word with you." Taylan assumed she wasn't included in the order and ran to the train. The guard whistled. Clutching her pack to her chest, she turned to face the young man as the door began to close. "Have a safe journey," he said. "Thank you," she replied. Horror at her mistake rose in her throat as the words left her mouth. The man's eyes stretched wide. The doors closed and his surprised face moved away as the train pulled out of the station. Chapter 8. Ailani Hale had become Lorcan's unwelcome sidekick, he realised, as she disembarked his shuttle with him on his visit to the Britannic Alliance's flagship, the Fearless. Everywhere he went, by hook or by crook, she found a way of coming with him. This time, she had argued that for something as important as a plan of cooperation between the Antarctic Project and the BA, he needed independent advice. Not that she was as independent as she liked to make out. In the months since she'd been working with him on the project, she had become as enmeshed in its challenges as he was. At least she'd left her blasted dogs behind. The damned hounds followed her everywhere, and they'd maintained a dislike for him ever since he'd first encountered them with Hale in her jungle hermitage. They accepted pats and strokes from others aboard the Brez, but they reacted to his presence with lifted lips and barely audible, rumbling growls. "Whoa," breathed Hale, gazing up and around at the vast shuttle bay, home to ranks of military craft. "I've never been on an alliance ship before. Have you?" "No," he replied shortly, his tone deliberately unimpressed. "Okay," he admitted to himself, the bay was larger than any of the passenger bays on his colony ships, but it wasn't as big as some of his cargo bays. Of that he was confident. The cargo areas were to be converted to storage facilities as the date of departure drew nearer, and to supply the needs of the 1,000,000+ souls who would be travelling with him to the stars, they had to be vast. "I hope they're better at warfare than they are at receiving visitors," he commented. The only other people in the bay were engineers and technicians working on the dropships and fighter ships. No one had appeared to greet them or take them wherever they were supposed to go. "Do they expect us to figure this out by ourselves?" he asked acidly. A figure entered the far end of the bay and walked quickly toward them. An older woman, her grey hair cut perilously close to her scalp. She seemed flustered and irritated. She looked familiar, but he couldn't place her. "I'm sorry for keeping you waiting," she said. "There was a miscommunication. The Fearless has only recently returned to operational status, and we're still ironing out the wrinkles." "That's all right," said Hale. "We only just arrived." "If you would please step this way." As they followed her, she added, "I'm Brigadier Colburn. I'll be present at the meeting." "You will?" Lorcan replied, not bothering to keep the surprise out of his voice. He wasn't particularly au fait with military ranks, but he hadn't expected to consult with anyone lower than the heads of the branches. Colburn didn't react to his implied condescension, only responding, "I will. I have something of a history with 2 people who will also be attending, so my presence was requested by Admiral Yorkson." The passageways of the flagship hummed with activity. Auto-transporters trundled by bearing their loads. Armed troops in full armour marched past on their way to take part in exercises, Lorcan presumed, and skilled labourers of various kinds made their way to and from their work. They even saw someone operating a mech, its heavy footfalls making the deck vibrate. Lorcan's interested gaze followed the mech as it continued down the passageway. It seemed to be a new type. He wondered if it had superior manipulation capabilities than the models he was currently using. Mechs were useful for cargo handling, but only humans could perform certain tasks that required fine motor skills, and human labour was expensive. Colburn halted outside a door and spoke into the comm. Inside the room was a scene that caused Lorcan to pause before entering. The military officials in their uniforms sitting around the table were not the problem. What bothered him was the 2 civilians. One was a giant of a man with flowing reddish-golden hair and beard. The other was a tall, lean individual who, by his bearing, gave the impression he thought of himself as the most important person in the place. This man's hair was cropped almost as short as Colburn's and was a similar shade of grey, but unlike her, his face appeared almost youthful. These had to be the people Colburn had mentioned in the shuttle bay, but he hadn't expected quite such an odd pair. He was trying to fathom who the 2 additional attendees might be when he noticed the sword. The ancient weapon stood propped against the bulkhead in the corner of the room. A sword. It was a beauty, to be sure, very long, with a finely wrought hilt and grooved blade. But it was still a damned sword. Was the BA thinking of reverting to medieval battle tactics? Dwyer Orr would be delighted. It was the kind of thing she would love. Then he recalled Carla Orr was dead, and her son Perrin had assumed her role. He felt the tiniest twinge of sadness at the recollection, only the very tiniest. "Welcome to the fearless Uatalman," said a short man, rising to his feet. "I am Admiral Yorkson. I'd like to introduce Chief of Defence Staff John Evans and Sea Lord Stephen Fox. Pleased to make your acquaintance. This is my associate, Iolani Hale." The two men nodded their greetings, but remained seated. Middle-aged and nondescript, they were of a type Lorcan knew well. Moulded by their privileged upbringings in the higher echelons of Britannic society, their attitudes and prejudices were fixed and immutable. He had dealt with many similar men and women as CEOs of multinational companies. His attention quickly moved on to the civilians, but Yorkson didn't introduce them. "If you would like to take a seat," the Admiral suggested. "Please help yourself to refreshments. We appreciate your agreeing to come to us rather than the other way around." Colburn had already sat down. Lorcan sat in one of the two vacant chairs, not moving his gaze from the strange pair. Hale sat beside him. Yorkson cleared his throat uncomfortably. "As you can see, we have also invited two people who are significant to the future of the Alliance to this meeting. Their existence and presence here may seem... He coughed again in a strangled tone. "Remarkable. I ask you to suspend your disbelief and accept our assurances that what you're about to hear is absolutely correct and verified. Brigadier Colburn, if you would please do the honours." What followed was the most astounding tale Lorcan had ever heard. The word remarkable didn't come close to doing it justice. As the officer gave her account, he had to consciously close his mouth twice after his jaw dropped. When she'd finished her story, he was dumbstruck. In truth, if he had to imagine what King Arthur and Merlin had looked like, if they'd ever existed, the two men sitting before him would have fitted his expectation pretty well. The larger man did look like a warrior chief from the BI's dark ages, and the one they claimed was a wizard had a distinctly otherworldly air about him. Not that their appearance meant much. If anything, it was evidence they were fakes, that the Alliance had picked them due to their resemblance to the mythical figures. Hale was silent, apparently as nonplussed as he was. Eventually he spluttered, "You can't honestly expect me to believe a single word of that ridiculous narrative." Sea Lord Fox replied, "None of us believed it at first. Like yourself, we're practical people. We aren't prone to being fooled by mumbo-jumbo of the kind the EAC espouses. But now, after the proof we've seen, we all believe it." "Proof?" Lorcan asked. "I'd like to see that proof myself." "I'm afraid all the documentation and recordings relating to Arthur and Merlin are highly classified," said Evans. "And if you or Miss Hale mention anything about either of them in public at this time, the Alliance will vehemently deny their existence and do everything in its power to discredit your statements." "Well," exclaimed Lorcan, once again at a loss for words. Yorkson put his elbows on the table and leaned forward. "The way I look at it is this. Whether or not these two gentlemen are genuinely who they say they are, and we believe them to be, is immaterial. They possess abilities unexplained by science, and they have shall we say, a certain mystique that, when their return is announced, will hold great sway over the minds of the world's citizens. These are the aspects of their existence that are important to the Alliance, and to you, we hope, as you fulfill your very welcome promise of support." Lorcan recalled Camilla Lebedev telling him about a rumoured secret weapon the BA was using. Were Arthur and Merlin the source of the rumour? "You're going to reveal them to the world?" asked Hale. "The timing has to be optimal," said Fox. "But yes, we will, as part of our overall strategy to protect civilization on Earth," adding, "which is where you come in, Uatalman." He'd been wondering when they would get around to his reason for being here. He almost replied something along the lines of, "Why do you need me when you have the once and future king and his magical friend?" But he kept his sarcasm in control, something he'd been learning to do better since Hale had forced her way into his team. She could match his cutting remarks word for word, and it just wasn't worth the bother. "I have to confess you have my colleague to thank for my presence here," he said. "Iolani has persuaded me the Antarctic project may have an interest in helping you in your work, but I'm not completely convinced. I'm interested in hearing your vision for the project's role, nothing more than that. I'm sure you understand I have many demands on my time and resources. I'm reluctant to add to the load, especially as—" A memory flashed into his mind. Brigadier Colburn had been in command of the BA starship he'd helped to defend. What had it been called? He turned to her. "You're in command of the Valiant?" "Yes, she's my vessel." He returned his attention to the room in general. "My starships have come to the Alliance's aid in the past, and I've received nothing in return." "As I recall," said Evans testily, "it was AP forces that helped the Crusaders to take the Caribbean from us. I don't know about anyone else, but I would say you owed us a favour or two." Now, said Yorkson, raising his hands in a calming gesture. "Going over old history won't benefit anyone." "No," said Fox, "but it would be helpful to have reassurances regarding exactly where Uatalman's sentiments lie. If we're to combine forces, we need absolute trust in him." "Absolute trust in me?" Lorcan exclaimed. "Don't you think I have enough to do without adding your war to my list? What precisely do you think I'm getting out of this, except another plateful of work and expense?" "To be honest," said Fox, "that's exactly what I'd like to know." Lorcan was on the verge of storming out. The last thing he'd expected from attending this meeting was to be insulted. But then an unfamiliar voice spoke. "Could I say something?" It was the man who claimed to be King Arthur. "I'm all ears," Lorcan replied, forgetting his earlier resolve to dampen his sarcasm. "I am not confused by your presence here. I believe I can see into your heart. You're a good man, though you carry a heavy burden that pains you." He addressed the military officers. "I will vouch for this man. He doesn't wish the Alliance any harm." He spoke with an odd accent Lorcan didn't recognise. Though his first impulse was to make a scornful retort about how he didn't require anyone to vouch for him, his words dried on his lips. There was some quality about the Arthur fellow that would have made his response sound churlish and mean-spirited. From the corner of his eye he saw Iolani blink in surprise. The effect on the military leaders was similar. Fox and Evans had been scowling belligerently, but after Arthur's short speech they appeared embarrassed. A silence followed, during which Merlin gave a small smirk. What a curious pair they were. "I agree with you, Arthur," said Yorkson. He made a fist and coughed into it, avoiding eye contact with Lorcan. "The bit about not wishing us any harm, I mean. Shall we move on?" Chapter 9. Disembarking the train at Abertawe had been one of the most nerve-wracking moments of Taylan's life. She had done her best to change her appearance, but she only had a few spare clothes, and as a single woman travelling alone, she wouldn't be hard to spot among the newly arrived passengers. Crusaders seemed to mostly travel in pairs or as families. If guards tried to detain her, she wouldn't have any choice about going with them wherever they wanted to take her. She was carrying no weapons except for a couple of knives for practical and circumspect reasons. Due to the EAC's hatred of technology, places to charge energy guns were scarce, and a fortune teller toting a beamer would look highly suspicious anyway. So as she'd walked through Abertawe station, she'd been tense and fearful, expecting at any moment to be approached and questioned as to why she was pretending to be under a vow of silence. Then the harder questions would come, like who was she, where was she from, and what was she doing here? She had no answers and no means to fight her way out of the situation. Only no one had accosted her. Whether Crusaders' methods of communication were too slow or faulty, and no message from the town she'd left had come through, or the boy who had heard her speak hadn't reported her, or she had entirely exaggerated the severity of her mistake, she didn't know. But no one had shown any interest in her at the station. She'd slipped into anonymity in the crowds at Abertawe and continued her quest to find her children. She'd maintained her habit of never staying longer than one night in the same place. It wasn't hard. There were plenty of abandoned houses in the city, and nature hadn't yet had time to make them entirely uninhabitable. Each one she entered, however, made her sad for the people who had lived there. Her own people, driven away or killed, their lives and possessions taken by the invaders. More than once she was reminded of Maelir's conversation with her in the resistance hideout in the Preseli Hills, when he'd said they had to work together to get their country back, implying that acting alone was selfish. But what choice did she have now? She'd betrayed the resistance and could never work with them again. She guessed that festivals were where her customers would be most likely to let slip sensitive information. At these events, Crusaders would get wildly drunk. As everyone knew, intoxication loosened lips. But as far as she could make out, no festivals were planned until late autumn, when the biggest one of the year would take place. She'd resolved to bide her time, keep moving around, working in pubs and, if the weather was nice, in parks, making enough money to keep herself fed, maintaining a low profile. Twice, tantalizing threads of information had been dangled before her. The first time she'd been in an upmarket alehouse on the edge of the city's harbour. At least it was upmarket in Crusader terms. The floor had been swept, the tables weren't sticky, and more than one type of beer was on offer. Her client had been an older man in his 50s, an unusual demographic in her market. She felt a special hatred of the older generation of Crusaders. These were the ones who had been around long enough to have not been brainwashed into accepting the ways of the cult. He'd chosen to assume modernity and progress of his own free will. The younger ones she mostly pitied. He'd taken a long drag of a joint and looked down his nose at her before taking a seat at her table. "You're the one who's vowed silence, right?" Taylan nodded. Her cards were already out in a stack on the tabletop. She picked them up and started to shuffle them. The man spread his knees and leaned back, taking up the small space with his physical presence. There was something particularly annoying about him, more so than other middle-aged Crusaders, an arrogance that made her clench her jaw. In the background, the man's companions were jeering and laughing at him, but he ignored them. His gaze was on Taylan's semi-shadowed face as she placed the first card face upward. The lovers. Ugh. She'd been hoping for the hanged man, just to see his expression. She took another card from the top of the pack. "Wait," he said, grabbing her wrist. "What about this one?" He poked the lovers. "What does this mean?" Taylan paused. What did he expect her to do? As far as he knew, she couldn't answer him verbally, and he could hardly expect her to write down her answer while he was holding her arm. She glared at him, her mouth set. Despite the way her scarf hooded her features, he must have been able to see her face a little bit. He released her arm. She laid down a second card. The cart. That was what she called it, though it didn't look like a Crusader cart. The driver stood rather than sat, and it was drawn by 2 lions. This was better. She could spin something nasty out of this, a prediction for a nasty man. She wrote, "A loved one will soon leave you." He frowned as he read, and then folded his arms with a scowl. She turned over the third card. It displayed a blindfolded woman in a toga bearing a sword. Justice. Excellent. She lifted her pen. "You will be punished for a great wrong you have committed." Reading her second pronouncement, his scowl deepened. "This isn't like the usual predictions I get. Are you sure you've got it right?" Taylan wrote, "I can only tell you what the cards say." The fourth card always reminded her of Merlin. It showed a magician performing a trick with cups. She couldn't quickly think up of a way to spin this one into bad news, so she held up a hand, signalling to the man to wait, and turned over the fifth card. This was the Hermit, depicting a lone man in a cave. Her pen poised over the paper, she hastily racked her brains. The answer came. "After deceiving someone important, you will be banished from the BI." Her heart thumped, partly from controlling herself so her hilarity didn't show, and partly from fear. Had she gone too far? Probably. But she was bored, sick of the ridiculous stupidity of her job, and frustrated that her efforts seemed to be getting her nowhere. As an afterthought, she added at the end of the final sentence, "Sorry." Her customer's reaction was predictable. Blood suffused his face, and he brought a fist down on the table, making it wobble. "This is bullshit! It can't be right! You're useless! No good at all! I don't want to hear any more of your lies!" He stood up so fast, Taylan grabbed the table, thinking he might knock it over. He jabbed a finger at her. "You're the one who should be banished. You should be shipped off to Oceania with the other misfits." He stalked away, naturally not paying her anything. But what he'd said was more useful than any amount of money. Unless she was even more out of touch than she'd imagined, the EAC hadn't invaded any of the countries of Oceania. Was it really shipping people there? If it was, it had to be under the noses of the Alliance's military. Was that where her children had gone? The second tidbit of possibly useful information had come only a day later from a sad old woman. Taylan had felt the familiar prickling of dislike on seeing a member of the older generation approach her table, but it had faded when she saw her face more closely. If ever there had been a visage with guilt and unhappiness written into every wrinkle, it was this one. Did she regret joining the cult? Had her life not turned out as well as she'd expected? It had certainly seemed to Taylan that women bore the brunt of hardship in Crusader households, the majority of tasks that were usually automated falling to them. She'd given her a kind, hopeful reading, telling her that her troubles would soon be over and she would find joy in her life. It might be unlikely, but the prediction would bring her happiness for a short while. As she left, after smiling at Taylan's writing and picking up the paper, she'd leaned over the table and squeezed her forearm, saying, "Maybe it's because of the ones we saved. We didn't kill them all, not the little ones. Maybe I'm being rewarded for that." Taylan spread her hands in an "I don't know" gesture, struggling to stop herself from trembling. The woman straightened up and looked toward the side of the alehouse that faced the quay. "I still remember putting them on the ship," she mused. "They were all alive then. They were crying, missing their parents, but they were alive." Remembrance of where she was returning to her face, she dug in a pocket in her skirt and handed Taylan some coins. "Thanks. You've brightened my day." And she had Taylan's, though she didn't know it. The 2 sets of comments from unrelated customers hadn't only given her hope, they'd given her leads to follow. But she remained without any clear method to continue her research. In her role in Crusader society, she was nobody. She had no access to officials who knew the details she needed if she were to stand a hope of locating Kayla and Patrin. The only information she could glean in her current situation would be basic and not actionable. She needed to try something new, but she didn't know what. Chapter 10. "So they passed through here," said Ford, his fingertip poking a red line on the screen in the Resolute's control room, "and carried on sailing toward the coast." The interface displayed a section of ocean off the coast of far north Queensland. The jagged topography of the dead reef dropped away on the coastal side, then the seabed rose gradually until it became the shore. As Ford had mentioned when their boat's computer had interpreted the passive sonar readings as non-natural, no harbours were visible. "Sailed?" Wright asked. "You're convinced they're sailboats?" "I can't think what else they could be. It would explain why coastal surveillance isn't picking them up on radar, and their pattern of movement, well, it would take too long to tell you why, but to me it looks like they're sailing. The area they passed through would accommodate a draft of 4, maybe 5 metres at high tide, and it was high tide." "Fairly big sailboats, then." As Wright frowned, Ford went on, "I know what you're thinking, no satellite imagery. If they're sailboats, why aren't our satellites seeing them? I can't explain that." "Could they be subs? Travelling just under the surface?" "Might be. The ocean's wide, deep, dark, noisy, irregular and cluttered. Even the Resolute's computer must struggle to interpret the data." "But where are they now?" Wright mused. "That's the real question." Ford jabbed the screen again, this time at the spot where the red line ended. He asked the computer to give him the distance to land from there. A green line flashed up, bearing the numbers 187. 178 metres from the shore, he said. "They disappear into thin air, or water." "That's how it looks," said Wright. "But they must have gone somewhere. What if the sonar readings just become too low to register at that point?" "Yeah," agreed Ford. "The seabed readers are kilometres away. There's only so much they can do." It was a frustrating mystery. A day from their target, all signs of what they'd been chasing had vanished. Wright was sure something illegal was going on, but what was anyone's guess. "What is there in that part of Australia?" he asked. "Along the coast, rainforest. Further in, plains and desert. People used to farm there once, but it's mostly empty now. It's a beautiful part of the country, but not really good for agriculture or industry. It's too far from everywhere else, for one thing." "What about mines? Any old uranium mines in that area?" "Good point," replied Ford. "I hadn't thought of that. I'll see if I can find any records." Uranium mining was banned in Australia, but it was exactly the kind of resource Taylan would be interested in for his ships. While Ford was searching the database, Wright sent a report detailing the latest events and requesting permission to go ashore and look for signs of illegal activity. It would take an hour or so to hear back from Oceania Command, so to kill time he went to the crew lounge where the Shang-Chi tournament was heating up. Abacha had devised a system of matches so complicated no one really understood it. Everyone relied on him to tell them who they had to play next, and who was in the lead, after Abacha of course, was anyone's guess. But everyone was having fun, so it didn't seem to matter. Wright, Warrant Officer Jeong, Abacha, and the ship's engineer, Kroll, were due to play that day. One of the recent arrivals, the engineer was a taciturn woman, grim-faced and laconic. Wright couldn't tell if she was quiet because she was shy or if she was generally uncommunicative. There was nothing on her file to indicate any problems in her background. She had served aboard 3 Royal Navy ships and, unusually, had experience in both marine and weapon engineering, which was why she'd been assigned to the Resolute. The boat needed a jack-of-all-trades to maintain her range of cutting-edge equipment. As long as she did her job, he wasn't worried about her standoffishness, and she had agreed to join the Shang-Chi tournament, so she wasn't entirely antisocial. Kroll faced Abacha over an interface that displayed a Shang-Chi board, leaning her folded arms on the tabletop as she glowered at the pieces. Hers were green and Abacha's were red. Her concentrated frown gave the impression she was trying to move her pieces via telekinesis. Wright doubted her engineering skills extended that far. She was no Merlin, though she was an excellent engineer. One day, when Jeong had reported a strange, soft whine coming from the vicinity of the boat's propulsion system, a serious issue as the Resolute was designed to slip through the water in near silence, Kroll had listened carefully outside the casing for a minute and then tightened a single nut. The whine instantly stopped. Shrugging off expressions of wonder from the assembled crew, she had left, spanner in hand. Now she seemed to be applying the same level of concentration. The game of Shang-Chi was new to Wright. Each player controlled an army consisting of a general, advisors, elephants, horses, chariots, cannon, and soldiers. There were rules governing where and how the pieces could move on the board, which was a grid with demarcated sections including a palace, a river, and castles. The pieces sat on the intersecting lines of the grid, and the object of the game was to checkmate the opposing side's general. He enjoyed playing it because it exercised the tactical part of his mind, but he'd quickly learned he was no match for Abacha. Kroll moved her general to a new spot, sliding her finger over the screen. Abacha flashed a grin, leaned over the board and took his turn. He relaxed in his seat and watched her reaction with hooded eyes. The engineer hadn't changed position, absorbing his play, appearing to mentally digest it. Her face didn't betray any reaction to Abacha's move. Her mouth was generally downturned, and she had a permanent crease between her eyebrows, so it was no indication she was feeling discouraged. "You know," muttered John, who was watching the game along with everyone except Lieutenant Ford, "we really should set a time limit to make a move." Kroll didn't react. Her entire attention was on the board. "That wouldn't be fair," said Seaman Hadley. "We can't change the rules after the tournament's started. Besides, most of us are playing for the first time." Abacha's gaze flicked to Hadley and back to Kroll, but he didn't comment. He appeared calm and not at all impatient for his opponent to take her turn. Putting the back of his hand to his mouth, he yawned. "Could someone get me a coffee?" Hadley went to the machine, poured a cup and brought it over. Still, Kroll hadn't moved a muscle, let alone one of her pieces. Then, as Abacha was sipping his drink, her stubby-fingered hand reached out and she slid a green piece across the board. Now it was Abacha's turn to frown. He studied the move and his frown deepened. For the first time since the beginning of the tournament, he appeared worried. His coffee sat forgotten by his side as his gaze roved the interface. He lifted his hand, hesitated, and put it down without moving a piece. The silence in the room grew more tense as the audience strained their eyes and ears, waiting to see what would happen. Was it possible Abacha might lose this one? He'd beaten everyone else swiftly with minimal effort. All the times Wright had played him, he'd had the impression Abacha could have beaten him blindfolded simply by predicting his obvious moves. Abacha rested his chin on his upturned palm and moved a red piece, watching Kroll for her reaction. The piece of hers he'd taken disappeared from the screen. She didn't react. The audience settled in for another long wait, but the engineer only took a few seconds to decide her next move. One of Abacha's pieces vanished. He nodded thoughtfully. He reached out. His finger pushed a piece to another square. Immediately, Kroll did the same. The game sped up. What had been an agony of waiting turned into a match that moved so fast it was hard to follow. The pieces flashed across the board and disappeared at a breathtaking rate. At first, Abacha seemed to be winning. Then the tide turned in Kroll's favour. Was it possible the champion might be beaten? But gradually, Abacha's wins began to mount up, and the board's dominant colour shifted to red. Kroll's moves slowed. Her grim expression grew grimmer. Abacha moved a piece, and she straightened up, her arms falling to her sides. The game wasn't over, as far as Wright could tell. Kroll's general still had some freedom of movement, but she was done. She held out a hand over the interface. "Good match," said Abacha as they shook. "Yeah, not bad. It's an interesting game. I like it. I'll look forward to our next one tomorrow." It was more than she'd uttered at one time since she'd come aboard weeks ago. The crew stared as she got up from the table and walked out. Wright was also impressed she knew when she would face Abacha again in his complex system of matches. "Sir," Lieutenant Ford conned, "I've found something you'll want to take a look at." "I'll be right there." It didn't look like much at first, just an indentation in the coastline, not very different from any of the other irregularities in the topography at the ocean's edge. Then Ford brought up a satellite image from last year and moved it next to the other. He said, "I couldn't find any old mines of any kind within 100 clicks of the coast, but I thought if someone is smuggling something in or out by sea, they'll be making tracks. There aren't any roads in that part of the country. So I compared the most recent scan of the area with historical ones, and that was when I saw it." He jabbed the indentation. "Someone's blasted out a section of land? How did they manage to do it with no one noticing? The area's very remote. Unless we were looking in that exact place, I reckon it could be done. Hell, it looks like they did it. You could bring a medium-sized ship right in there." Wright studied the two images. "Well done, Ford. Well done. Let's go take a look." Chapter 11. The crush at the parade was unbelievable. Taylan was contemplating leaving. She hadn't been able to work at all yet, with few places to sit and everyone intent on what was happening in the street. On the other hand, she had access to a wider range of people than she usually had, people who didn't go to pubs or parks. It seemed like half of Abertawe had come out to see the new mayor sworn in. Rope barriers lined the street, separating the crowd from the road where floats and entertainers were passing by. Giving up on getting any work done until the main event was over, Taylan watched the proceedings. Squashed against a barrier, she had an excellent view, though she was uncomfortably reminded of Dwyer Orr's launch ceremony. This was a less intense affair, though. A lot of the walkers were clowns, playing comic instruments, pulling faces, bursting balloons, and performing other, supposedly amusing acts, like dropping their pants and mooning the audience. Taylan had already seen enough arses to last her a lifetime, but the onlookers seemed to love it. The floats depicted stories from fairy tales, among other things. She recognised a few from her own childhood. A young man clung on halfway up a tall vine, swaying precariously as the cart trundled along. Someone was wearing a cat costume with high boots. A small pang of sadness hit her. On another float, a man with a sword fought a dragon. Predictably, many in the crowd were drunk or off their faces on weed or mushrooms. She'd been groped more than once, but she'd found a vicious backward kick put off subsequent attempts. How much longer would it go on? She guessed the final float would carry the mayor to the town hall down the road, where the official ceremony would take place. Once his float had passed, the barriers would be taken down, the street food sellers would set up their stalls, and the real party would begin. She'd been pleased to hear there would be another celebration before the late autumn one. Every gathering of drunken Crusaders was an opportunity for her to build on the little bits of information she'd already gleaned that might lead her to her kids. It was irritating to be squashed in among the inebriated cultists, but she just had to hang on a little while longer. A shout went up, and the crowd around her surged forward, pressing her stomach against the rope. She locked her knees and leaned back, sticking her elbows back too for good measure. No one took any notice. The mayor's float had been spotted. Taylan felt sick. The man's conveyance was like the one Dwyer Orr had used at the launch ceremony. The sight of it sparked a flood of memories. Her children, not real, but looking very real. The Dwyer holding a knife to Kayla's throat. Arthur slicing through people who stood in his way. Wilson horribly tortured and still alive. She swallowed. The new mayor was not protected by a transparent screen as Orr had been, and she had no desire to shoot him, but the similarity to that other time was too great. She had to get away. She turned and tried to squeeze between the bodies behind her, but it was hopeless. Everyone was jammed in tightly. There was no possibility of escape until the barriers were down. Grimacing, she turned to the front. The mayor's float slowly moved forward. Unlike the others, it wasn't pulled by horses, but travelled under the power of an electric engine. Naturally, those in higher social ranks had access to technology others did not. But she had never heard a Crusader remark on the hypocrisy. It was not surprising. They were capable of all kinds of mental gymnastics to explain and justify their backward thinking. The new mayor stood proudly on the end of a V-shaped platform protruding from the front of the float, waving and smiling at the crowd. He was dressed in a dark robe that fell to his feet and wore a three-cornered hat. As she gazed up at his face, Taylan was surprised to feel a twinge of familiarity about him. It was odd, because she'd never seen a Crusader she'd recognised before. They didn't generally record themselves in vids or stills. They didn't have the means to. So why did she think she might know this man? The float was almost level with her. She squinted as she peered closely at the face under the stupid hat. He was middle-aged, broad-chested and clean-shaven. The latter was weird for a Crusader. Was he a former customer, but he'd been bearded at the time? "What's the new guy's name?" she asked a burly woman pressed into her right side. The woman gave her a look of disbelief. "Why, it's Joseph Fry, of course. How could you not know that? Been living under a rock?" Joseph Fry? It didn't ring a bell, and it wasn't a typical West BI name either, so she guessed he wasn't someone from her childhood or the town where she used to live. He had to be a Crusader. She imagined him with a beard. Shit! That man was no Crusader, and his name wasn't Joseph Fry. It was Hans Jonter, former head of CIS for the BA. The new mayor of Abertawe was Hans Jonter. She was so surprised. If she hadn't been held upright by the people jammed in around her, she would have had to sit down. He was gone. The float had passed by. On its rear end, two women in gossamery costumes threw flowers onto the street and into the crowd. The cheering was dying down. The parade was over, and the attendees were growing restless, waiting to be released. Taylan barely noticed. She was trying to process what she'd seen and what it could mean. She hadn't heard what had happened to the BA government after the Caribbean fell, except for some horrible gossip about 2 military heads being burned alive. She'd assumed they'd all died, executed under Dwyer Orr's orders. But if some had survived, the last place she would have expected to see any of them was back in the Britannic Isles. Jonter was taking a terrible risk. Then again, so was she. But she had a good reason. What the hell was he doing here? His work involved espionage, so maybe he was here as a spy for the new government. That would make sense. He'd infiltrated the EAC in order to find out information that would help the Alliance defeat it. Though it seemed strange he would take a high-profile role like mayor. It would be hard for him to do anything without scrutiny. Yet being mayor probably gave him access to intel no ordinary Crusader would ever lay eyes on. She felt a growing respect and admiration for the man. Here he was, in the lion's mouth, carrying out the Alliance's work to free the BI from its invaders. The rope barrier dropped and the crowd pushed forward. "Hey!" she protested as she was nearly knocked over. But in another second the pressure was gone and she could move freely, though the throng remained thick. "Would you read my cards for me?" A skinny girl had approached her, her eyes wide and hopeful. Distracted by the revelation, Taylan momentarily forgot her disguise and replied, "What are you talking about?" "Oh, the girl flushed. "Oh, sorry," said Taylan, remembering. "I'm not working right now." The girl wandered away. The germ of an idea was forming in Taylan's mind. She set off in the direction of the town hall. Chapter 12. Lorcan was juggling, trying to think. The meeting with the Alliance officers had been remarkable in many ways. Not only had they claimed the two odd characters present were figures from ancient history, they had also revealed they had Dwyer Orr in custody. Though Arthur and Merlin had put on a convincing show, they had to be fakes. The BA was clearly deluded about them. He could see the appeal. He knew the old story about the king who would return to save the Britannic Isles. Who wouldn't be delighted to discover two beings with superpowers had returned to save the day? Perhaps it didn't matter that the Alliance was having the wool pulled over its eyes. As long as their people were convinced, the belief could rally them and give them the confidence and strength of will to throw out the invaders. It was the belief rather than the actuality that was important. On the subject of the Dwyer, he didn't doubt what he'd been told was true. He hadn't seen her with his own eyes as she was being held in sick bay on another ship, the Gallant, but the assertion was too momentous for it to be a lie. Also, the Alliance's military were not generally a deceptive bunch, unlike Carla Orr. But it sounded as if the woman was out of action entirely, deep within a coma induced before the Alliance kidnapped her. If that was the case, how useful was she now? Maybe only in the same way as Arthur and Merlin, as a name, a figurehead, an idea for which people would give their lives. "Do you have to do that?" asked Iolani. He caught the ball currently in the air. "What?" "What do you mean, what? Throwing those balls around all the time, of course. It's very distracting." The rest of the team in the Brez's control centre ducked their heads. Anger welled up in him. Who did she think she was, ordering him around, complaining at him, on his own ship? But his ire abruptly drained away. He was tired of fighting her and bored with their constant conflicts. He simply didn't have the interest or energy for another squabble. "If it bothers you so much, I'll stop," he said. The team's heads rose and gaping looks were shared among them. He sat down and dropped the juggling balls over the side of his armrest, one by one. In the shocked silence, the soft, quiet thump, thump, thump of the bean-filled sacks hitting the deck was plain to hear. An almost inaudible giggle came from Kikoa's direction, but he maintained his dignity and ignored it. "Lorcan," said Iolani. "Yes?" "I've been here for months now, and I haven't seen the Balor or Banba yet. Is it okay if I take a shuttle and go and check them out?" "Do what you like." "By all means," he replied. "I have no objection." "Thanks." She rose to her feet and walked over to stand in front of him. "Would you like to come with me?" He looked up at her, surprised. "I beg your pardon?" "I was just wondering if you would like to visit your other ships too. I noticed you hadn't in all the time I've been here. I thought it might make sense, if I was going, for us to go together and save on shuttle trips." Now he thought about it, he realised he hadn't been to either of the Brez's sister ships in over a year. He received regular reports from the supervisors who oversaw their construction, and nothing he'd read had given him any cause for concern, so he hadn't bothered with seeing the progress himself. He'd been too caught up in Earth affairs and the business with Hale. "Perhaps that would be wise," he replied. "Great. There's no time like the present. Shall we go now?" Feeling uncomfortably like a puppy following its new master, he trailed her as she left the control centre. At least it looked as though she wasn't going to insist on bringing her actual dogs. Like the Brez, the Balor and Banba were constructed in the shape of corkscrews. The interiors consisted of zones, cryosuspension sections, accommodation centres, habitats, agricultural sectors, leisure modules, hospitals, shuttle bays, science and technology divisions, and a whole host of other districts. Maglev rails connected the areas, which alternated in type around the spirals. Though it was more expensive to build the ships this way, it meant that, if any part of the vessel failed for some reason, perhaps mechanically or due to an impact, the effects of the disaster would be mitigated. The damaged area would seal itself off, and no ship would lose her entire complement of passengers or everything she held stored, for instance, unless she was completely destroyed. At the centre of the spirals sat long columnar engines that would compress space-time in front of the vessels and expand it to the rear, propelling them faster than light. Probes were already travelling to prospective colony planets using the same engines, so there was no question the new technology worked, but no nation or business entity had been able to come up with the funds to build full-scale models until the foundation of the Antarctic project. When the probes arrived, they would transmit data that would help Lorcan decide where to send his ships. They had already sent back plenty of information as they came within closer scanning range of their targets, information he had begun to sift through, though it was still years before he would have to pick his ship's destinations. The probes were also assessing their own functional status, helping to inform the engineers building the starship engines. "Which one leaves first?" asked Iolani, as the shuttle brought them closer to the Banba. "Have you decided, or will they all leave at once?" "All 3 ships will complete test runs over several months prior to departure," Lorcan replied. "I anticipate there will be teething problems that will delay one or more of them. In the unlikely event they're all entirely operational, I imagine the Brez will lead the way. Call me narcissistic if you like, but after all these years of effort and expense, I feel I've earned the privilege of leading humanity to the stars." "A little narcissistic, maybe, but I don't begrudge you that. I don't think anyone could deny the amount of work you've put in. It's really been a labour of love, hasn't it?" He didn't answer. Something about the question or her tone put him on edge. She was starting on one of her niggling, annoying probes into his psyche. He decided to turn the tables for once. "Have you thought about what you'll do when the project departs the system? Will you go back to Suriname?" I haven't decided for sure. That's a long time away, but maybe not. I think I'd become too used to living alone in my own little world. I was content there. The world and everything that was happening to it was too much for me to handle. I wanted to help, to change things for the better, but I didn't know how. So I retreated to the jungle and my work. Contributing to scientific understanding of life on our planet was my way of helping, I guess. But in my time working with you and the team, I've come to realise I can do more. I think I've made a difference, haven't I?" Her quiet, honest, open-hearted words sent a shiver of shame through his being. He'd dragged the woman unconscious from her home, imprisoned her on his ship and nearly placed her in cryonic suspension before taking her billions of kilometres from Earth. And in return, she'd brought to light potentially disastrous flaws in the project, recruited world specialists to devise groundbreaking solutions, and uncovered child exploitation in one of his subsidiary companies. Her attitude had left him seething plenty of times, but she could hardly be blamed for that after what he'd done. Why had he hated her so much? He was sure the Lorcan of 30 years ago would never have behaved as he had toward this innocent person. What had he become? You have made a difference, Iolani, a big difference, and I am grateful for it." She turned toward him, her eyes widened, but she didn't respond to his answer. Instead, she said, "Have you made a decision about the Alliance's proposal?" "No, not yet." For the rest of the journey to the Banba, he felt calmer than he had in a long time. Something had changed. It was as though a great weight had slipped from his soul. Chapter 13. Abertawe Town Hall was a modern structure. Taylan vaguely recalled hearing about its construction and opening when she'd been a teenager. She didn't know a lot more about it than that. Gazing up at the series of tall, curved sections that made up its frontage, she wished she'd paid more attention. Maybe she would have learned something that would help her sneak inside and find Hans Jonter. The security guards at the entrance would never allow her in. Why would they? What possible business could a raggedy fortune teller have with the mayor? And, masquerading as morally compelled not to speak, she couldn't even try to persuade them. If it had been night time, she might have stood a chance of killing them both without raising an alarm, but it was broad daylight, and the street was full of people celebrating the mayor's inauguration. Also, the thought of murdering the two men turned her stomach. She was sick of all the death and pain she'd seen. Surely there would come a time when it had to stop. She leaned on one of the curved tiled walls, sheltering from a cold wind that had started up, and watched the guards checking passes and allowing visitors through the entrance. It looked like some kind of party was going on. The lucky attendees were dressed up, though in the usual handmade Crusaders style. The men wore felted wool jackets and pants in matching colours, and the women were dressed in long, heavily embroidered frocks. She was reminded of her first customer, the young girl who had dreamed of meeting Dwyer Perrin Orr. Of course, she realised, the guards weren't checking passes, they were checking invitations. The breeze funneling down the street suddenly stiffened, and she put her hands in her skirt pockets for warmth. Her right hand touched her cards. That's it! Stepping out from the shelter of the contoured facade, she quickly walked toward the entrance. As she reached it, she threw up her arms dramatically, gave a loud wail, and fell to the ground, taking care not to fall too hard and hurt herself. Her eyes closed, she waited and hoped for a reaction. She didn't wait long. "Oh no!" a woman exclaimed. Footsteps trotted to Taylan's side, and she felt the presence of a figure kneeling beside her. Too late, she remembered she was supposed to be hiding her face. In her current position, it was exposed. Never mind, it couldn't be helped. "This woman's fainted," her rescuer called out. "Could someone bring her some water or something?" It was time to come around. Taylan opened her eyes and blinked as if recognizing her surroundings. A concerned female face with deep green eyes hung over her, and beyond it 2 men stood, watching. From their fine clothes, she guessed they were partygoers. "Some water!" the woman called again. "Sebastian, get her some water!" One of the men pulled a face before walking away. "Are you feeling better?" Feigning grogginess, Taylan sat up and put a hand to her cheek. The woman squatted down to peer into her face. "You seem okay. Maybe you were a bit lightheaded for a minute. Are you hungry? Have you eaten lately?" Taylan was touched by her kindness. That was the thing that killed her about Crusaders. Most of them were normal and decent, though only when it came to their own kind, she reminded herself. She shook her head and drew a finger across her lips. When the gesture only elicited a puzzled frown, she reached into her pocket and pulled out the card that explained her condition. "I see," said the woman after reading it. Her companion, Sebastian, had arrived with a cup of water. He crouched to give it to her, but Taylan waved it away. Scrabbling inside her bag, she retrieved a piece of paper and a pencil. Her months of practice had improved the speed and legibility of her handwriting. She scrawled a couple of sentences hastily, worried that, now she was better, she might lose the attention of the bystanders. The woman's jaw dropped as she read. "You did? That's so cool. What was it about?" Taylan gave a little shake of her head and wrote another sentence. "I guess that makes sense," said her rescuer, reading as Taylan wrote. She looked disappointed. "I'd ask you to whisper in my ear, but—" She giggled, embarrassed. "What's going on?" asked Sebastian. "What did she say?" "She didn't say anything. She can't talk. But we need to get her to the mayor." "The mayor? Why?" "I'll explain later. Come on, help me get her up." He hesitated, looking doubtful. "Sebastian, help me!" Taylan supposed her attempts to look frail and helpless had to be working. The two Crusaders gripped her elbows and gently lifted her to her feet. As they escorted her to the town hall entrance, she pulled her headscarf forward so it hid her face. The guards might have seen her image when Dwyer Orr was searching for her. The woman whispered to the guards as they checked her and Sebastian's invitations. They didn't look convinced, and Taylan feared they wouldn't let her in. But then they looked her up and down and apparently concluded a sickly fortune-teller couldn't do any harm. One of them handed back the invitations and gestured for the group of 3 to step inside. Wall hangings depicting figures worshipping the former Dwyer in her horned headdress decorated the walls of the party room. Taylan guessed there hadn't been time to replace them with ones showing the new Dwyer yet. Thickly scented smoke from candles, incense and weed had turned the atmosphere hazy. She could also smell barbecued meat and some kind of alcoholic spirit, maybe rum or brandy. The party was in full swing. The Crusaders were flushed, relaxed, and getting touchy with each other. In the intervening time between seeing the mayor on his float and finally being admitted to his presence, Taylan had begun to second-guess her conviction that he was Hans Jonter, former high official of the BA government. But seeing him close up took away all her uncertainty. Even if she hadn't recognised him without his beard, the man had a way about him, a confident, charming manner that was distinctive and hard to forget. She was surprised no Crusader had recognised him, but then again the cult followers were cut off from the world's media. They probably couldn't have picked Queen Alice out of a lineup when she'd been alive. It was an excellent method of control, with obvious downsides. She watched her rescuer approach the little knot of people fawning over the mayor, politely ease her way through and lift her lips to his ear. The woman seemed to know him already, as he didn't balk at this intimate behaviour. Jonter's gaze met Taylan's across the crowded room. In different circumstances, it might almost have been romantic, but romance was the last thing on her mind. This man could hold the key to finding her children. He appeared to demur. The woman insisted. Unable to hear what was said, Taylan felt like she was watching a mime show. His barrel chest heaved in a sigh, and he smiled graciously. He had agreed. But, after bowing politely to his friends, he left the group and headed out of the room. Her heart sank. He hadn't agreed after all. "Don't look so glum," said the woman as she returned. "Joseph wants to hear what you have to say, only not here. He's gone to his office. He'll see you there." In her excitement, Taylan almost asked where it was. The question must have been obvious on her face, for the woman said, "It's okay, I'll take you to him." Her curiosity mildly piqued as to who this woman was who was so close to Hans Jonter. Taylan followed her through the building. When they reached an ornate solid door made from dark wood, she didn't knock before opening it. After ushering Taylan inside the room, she backed out and closed it. Jonter sat behind a wide desk, a pained expression on his face. He had clearly only agreed to see her on sufferance, perhaps as a favour to the woman who seemed to have a close connection to him. "Please take a seat," he said. "I can give you 5 minutes, then I must return to the party. It would be rude of me to absent myself from my guests too long. I understand you're unable to speak. If you write your vision down, I'll read it later. Naturally, you'll be paid for your services." What a smooth diplomat he was! It was obvious to both of them he had no interest or belief in the flash of prophetic insight she claimed had come to her on the steps of the town hall, but he was willing to play along with the masquerade. He knew it was all fake, though he inferred the wrong reason. He thought she was scamming him, and, sensitive to Crusader ways, he was allowing her to. Pandering to their odd ideologies was worth more to him than the little money she would receive. Taylan opened the door and peeked into the hall. It was empty. The woman had gone. She closed the door and sat down across from the now puzzled Jonter. She was fairly confident the room wasn't bugged. The EAC wouldn't bother spying on their own side. She pulled her scarf down and announced, "I know who you are." Jonter, who had been leaning back in his seat, his legs crossed and his hands clasped on his lap, sat upright. "What?" She said, "Esme said—" "I haven't taken a vow of silence. It's a disguise, like yours, Mr. Fry." Jonter's skin paled and he rubbed his chin, but he was taking the revelation in his stride. "Who are you?" he asked. "My name is Taylan Ellis. I'm a West Britannic native and a former Royal Marine." "I see." His fingertips drummed his desk. "I recognised you at the parade this afternoon. I know you're—" "Shh! I don't want to hear it. And if you know what's good for you, you'll never mention your suspicions to anyone." "Do you deny it?" "Do you understand how dangerous it could be to throw around that kind of assertion? Imagine I was who you suppose me to be. How would you prove it?" Taylan had a sudden sensation of uneasiness. "I would tell the Crusaders to check old news reports." "Such information is not easily available to members of the EAC. And what makes you think I would let things get that far?" He fixed her with a glare. "Why would someone in my position allow it?" Apprehension settled on her. He was right. He had all the power. She had none. She'd thought she could walk in and threaten to expose him if he didn't help to find her children. That had been stupid enough, but worse, she'd revealed herself to him. If he didn't already know the significance of who she was, a cursory search of Crusader records would turn up her name in no time. She began to get to her feet. Could she make it out of the building without being captured? Could she recall the way back to the entrance? "Sit down," said Jonter. "I'm only trying to make you understand the dangerous path you're treading. Are you with the Resistance? No, She hung her head, remembering. I was, but I've lost touch with them. Pity. I've been trying to get in contact with them, but it's hard. The higher you go in society, the more closely you're watched. He put a finger to his lips and frowned as he thought. Mr. Fry, what are you trying to do? Why are you here? To answer that would require more time than we have. I cannot stay away from the party much longer, and besides, it's probably better you don't know. But I could ask you the same question. You've winkled your way into my presence with your silly story of a vision concerning my future. But why? Was it only to make your accusation? No. I was here when the invasion took place and I got separated from my kids. I've been trying to find them ever since. And you thought I could help you with that? She nodded. His gaze remained on her, but his eyes became unfocused for several beats before he abruptly snapped back to attention. Perhaps I may be able to uncover some useful information for you, but I want something in return. I want you to be my bridge to the West BI resistance. But I don't know if I can. That's my price. Take it or leave it. It shouldn't be too hard for someone in your position. He paused, then exclaimed, Ha! The vow of silence. It's because you can't do the accent, isn't it? That's right. And you can. 2 of my grandparents were born in Berlin. I speak the language, so the accent's a doddle. Lucky you, Taylan muttered. I must get back to the party. What do you say? Find the resistance for me, and I'll try to find out what happened to your children. Is it a deal? Do I have a choice? Excellent. He pulled a drawer open and took out a wad of banknotes. Peeling off a few, he said, These should make life a little easier for you. He slid the notes over the desk. I'll have an usher show you out. Come back the same time next week. You can be my personal seer. The Crusaders will love it. Chapter 14. When Carla Orr felt on the edge of hysteria and utter despair, she would plan an event to celebrate the triumph of her return to glory. Crusader celebrations were always extravagant, but this one would be on a scale never before attempted and never to be repeated. She would imagine a breathtaking setting, such as a vast plain overlooking an ocean, and she would decide on every aspect of the event down to the smallest detail. What luxurious and unusual dishes would be eaten and when, what innovative and mesmerizing entertainment would be provided, what drinks and drugs would be served to bring the participants to a fever of excitement and abandon. No item was too small for her attention. Thus, unmeasured time passed in her sleepless nightmare of imprisonment. During moments when she couldn't block out unwanted thoughts, she acknowledged that Morgan could not have devised a crueler punishment. Not only was she cut off in every way from the real world, there was no foreseeable end to her sentence. She had no means to kill herself and escape her new and dreadful existence. She imagined Morgan must be keeping her body alive to prolong the mental agony. Yet, despite everything, she was not cowed. She didn't fear her enemy. Her captivity within the walls of her mind had only nursed her flame of hatred until it was white hot. If she were ever given the opportunity to have her revenge, she would take great pleasure in exacting an equal and fitting retribution for what she had suffered. She was imagining the pyrotechnic display that would cap the event celebrating her return to power. Each effect and colour had to be carefully thought out, as well as the sequence of the fireworks. A river of golden sparks would signal the commencement, rolling and bubbling over the ground. Fountains would rise up from the river before transforming into mythical beasts, a dragon, a unicorn, a griffin, a phoenix, and a basilisk. The firework creatures would rise into the air, shedding shining embers until, when they reached their zenith high in the atmosphere, they would shudder and explode, raining down in glittering, multicoloured showers before evaporating into mist and smoke. Something touched her. For the first time in an eon, she felt a touch. Instantly, she was forced out of her imagination and flung back to the terrible nothingness that was her existence. Had she imagined it? Were the hallucinations starting up again? She had felt the touch on her shoulder, but she could not move to look in that direction. "Hello?" Deprived of hearing, she only felt her chest move and the faint vibration of her vocal cords as she spoke. In the beginning of her incarceration she had spoken often, hoping Perrin might be able to hear her and he could persuade Morgan to set her free. But the experience of talking yet not hearing herself had been so disorienting and strange she had given up. Now she had a feeling her voice was nothing more than a hoarse whisper. "Hello," she repeated more forcefully. Sounds. She could hear noises, rustling, and a low, soft hum, almost too quiet to detect. The darkness began to lift. It took on a deep red hue, highlighted with spots of brightness. Next came the sensation of cloth on her skin. She was lying on her back underneath a sheet. "You did it," someone said. "She's waking up." It was a man, and he'd spoken in an unfamiliar accent. His voice seemed to come from her right. "For all the good it'll do," said another man. His accent was different, yet she still couldn't place it. "It's a waste of time," he went on. Her relief and joy at being brought out of her horrifying ordeal overwhelmed her sense of confusion. She had no idea who these people were. Where was Morgan? Surely only she could have undone the curse. She didn't care. It didn't matter. Nothing mattered. She was free at last. A hand touched her shoulder. It had to be the same person who had touched her before, but the fingers felt small and the skin soft. A woman's hand. "Can you hear me, Carla?" she asked. The hand left her shoulder and then took Carla's hand in her own. "If you can hear me, squeeze my hand." Said the second man who had spoken. "There's no point in any of this. Let's go. We have better things to do." With a huge effort to activate her long unused, weak muscles, Carla managed to move her hand a little. "I think I felt something," said the woman. "I think she can hear me." "The two are not necessarily related. Some twitching of her muscles is to be expected, but—" Carla was attempting to say, "I can hear you," but all that came out was a voiced outward breath. She realised that when she'd been saying hello before, she couldn't have been saying anything at all. It had all been a figment of her isolated mind. "You see," the woman said, "she can hear me." "Extremely unlikely." "I don't know why you would say that. I've nursed several people back to consciousness who'd been in a coma. It takes them some time to return to full health, but they do eventually. There's no reason to think Carla won't do the same." "There's every reason to think it," said the second man. The first had remained silent throughout the spat. "The people you've treated who were in a coma were unconscious most of the time. They may have dreamed a little, but that's it. This woman has been fully conscious for months while deprived of the input of all her senses. Months. She hasn't even slept. If you looked at her brain scans, you would know that." "That's not possible." The first man finally spoke. "When it comes to the bewitchings of Morgan Le Fay, anything is possible." "Not quite," said his companion. "But in this case, that's what has happened. Imagine it, utterly cut off from the outside world. No sights, sounds, tastes, smells, or sensations. No notion of the passage of time. Not even the sense of your own body's spatial position, without pause and without hope of escape. How long do you think you would last before losing your mind?" The woman didn't reply. "This is all moot now," said a fourth voice, another woman older than the first. "Thank you for your efforts. The medical team can take over from here." "Good luck to them," said the second man dismissively. "It would have been kinder to kill her." There was the sound of a starship door opening and closing. That was what the soft hum was. It was the noise of the engine. So she was still aboard the Belladonna? In which case, who were these people? Who was the man who appeared to be the one responsible for restoring her to a normal state? Whoever it was, he was wrong. She hadn't lost her mind. As the conversation had been going on, she'd been trying to open her eyes. At last she succeeded. Everything looked unbearably bright and blurry. She wanted to ask where she was, how long she'd been locked in her senseless state, who the people in her presence were, but all she could utter was meaningless sounds. "I'll get something to moisten your mouth," said the woman Carla now understood to be a nurse. "That'll make it easier for you to speak." "How long will she take to recover?" asked the older woman. "Depends what you mean by recover. That guy who brought her out of it had a point about her state of mind, but I did look at the brain scans, and there's no sign of actual damage. Now she's getting better. She'll slip in and out of consciousness for a week or two, each time staying awake longer. We should have an idea about her mental fitness in 3 or 4 days. Physically, it'll be 2 months minimum before she can walk normally again. We do our best to keep the muscles exercised, but some wastage is inevitable." 2 months? We don't have that long. Chapter 15. "Opening valve, sir," said Jiong over the CUV's comm. "Copy that," Wright replied. Seawater began to pour into the chamber, swamping the deck and quickly rising up the sides of the CUV. The Resolute carried 4 uncrewed underwater vehicles, but only 1 crewed underwater vehicle. The boat was simply too small to hold any more. All the vehicles were stored in a chamber toward the stern that could be flooded for launches. The 2-seater, transparent-hulled CUV was clamped to the centre of the deck, while the UUVs were secured to the bulkheads. Wright had decided to lead the mission to investigate the newly blasted small harbour Ford had discovered. The lieutenant would be in charge during his absence. Strictly speaking, he should have sent his subordinate and remained on the boat himself, but since being sidelined due to his mental health crisis, sticking to the book didn't seem important anymore. Besides, he reasoned, obtaining permission to deviate from protocol would have taken too long. If they were to catch the smugglers in the act, they had to move fast, and the vessels they'd been tracking had disappeared from sonar readings a day ago. He'd picked a Batcher as his partner. The man was easygoing and had a calmness about him that indicated he wouldn't be rattled by a crisis. Wright didn't have much of an idea what to expect. The smugglers, if that's what they were, would outnumber the tiny crew of the Resolute, so any attempt to curtail their activities was out of the question. The plan was to conduct reconnaissance, but information on the terrain in that remote location was almost as slim as their knowledge of the foe they might be up against. "Releasing clamps," said Jong. The chamber had filled to the overhead and the exit hatch was cranking open. With synchronized clunks, the clamps opened. The CUV bobbed gently free. Wright started the engine and piloted the vessel out into the cloudy water of the Coral Sea. "I've never been in this part of the world before," a Batcher commented. "It reminds me of home." "And where's that?" "A small island in the Caribbean, St. Kitts." "The Caribbean? You must be glad we got it back." "Yes, though." A Batcher gave him a sidelong look. "What?" "It doesn't matter." "You can speak freely, Corporal," said Wright. "Nothing you say will go any further." The Alliance probably had no interest in either of their opinions anyway. "Life under the BA is better than life under the EAC," said a Batcher. "But the people of the islands would prefer to have no master." "I thought it was something like that. Don't worry, that isn't news to me. I met plenty of resistance fighters on Jamaica who felt the same. But without the Alliance, could the Caribbean protect itself? That's the problem. In the current state of the world, we're too weak. But what has the BA done to build us up? It suits its purposes to keep us at a disadvantage. That way, we'll always need Alliance help, and its leaders will always be able to exploit us." Sunbeams glittered through the water above them. Wright had been taking them higher, planning on getting a visual on the mysterious vessels if he could find them. The CUV scanners were not currently registering anything out of the ordinary. "I don't know what to tell you," he said. "I signed up because I'd decided the Alliance was a force for good, and all I had to do to make the world a better place was to follow orders. But lately I've come to realize things aren't so simple." "That's right, they're not. For me, enlisting was my way off the island, and it meant I could send money home regularly to help my folks. But if I had a choice, I wouldn't fight. I would have done something else with my life." "Like what?" "Who knows? I never really thought about it. No point." "Is there money in Xiangqi?" A Batcher grinned. "Now there's an idea. There might be, if the world is ever at peace." "You could be a Grand Master. Whoa, I think we have something." As Wright had been speaking, a shape had appeared in the scanner display. "What do you think that is?" The CUV's computer couldn't interpret the data the way the Resolute's could. "It's too pointy for a whale," a Batcher replied. "Let's take a closer look." Wright turned their vehicle southwest and even higher. The scanner reading said the object was sitting at or just below the surface. "It's gotta be a boat," he muttered. "And it's heading away from the harbour Ford discovered, out to sea. That leaves 3 still in port." "Yeah, unless they left before we got here." "Wouldn't the sonar have picked them up?" "Not necessarily. I think we were lucky to find them in the first place. The passive sonar stations on the seabed never registered anything before. It might have been only because the Resolute was looking in the right place at the right time that we noticed them. Or it's their first run. If it is, I want to make it their last." The water grew clearer the nearer they got to the surface. Fish appeared on the edges of their visual range, hastily flicking their tails and swimming away at the CUV's approach. "What was that?" Abacha exclaimed, as a large grey shape passed into and out of view. Before Wright could answer, the creature reappeared, a dolphin. It swam boldly closer and peered in through the transparent hull. Then it began to keep pace with the vehicle's progress, circling, passing beneath them, and coming up the other side. "Ha," said Abacha. "Looks like we made a friend." The dolphin suddenly veered away and was gone. "I spoke too soon." "Look at that," said Wright. In the distance, hanging below the waterline, was a ship's hull. Ford had been correct. She was wooden, the planks overlapping and festooned with barnacles. According to the scanner readings, she measured 24 meters long, so not a small ship. How had she evaded detection by Alliance satellites, which tracked all shipping in Oceania's waters? According to the scanner data, the ship was moving at 6 knots and heading out to sea. Extrapolating from her current trajectory led to the same gap in the reef the original 4 ships had passed through. She must have unloaded or picked up her cargo and was now returning home, wherever that was. "What are you going to do?" Abacha asked. The CUV was unarmed, so sinking the smuggler's ship was off the table. Wright wasn't sure he wanted to anyway. If attacked, the smugglers would just restart their business somewhere else. For a long-term solution, it would be better to find out more about their operation. They had to be bringing in or taking out contraband. If he could find out what they were smuggling, then the Australian authorities could tackle the problem inside the country. "This," he replied, pressing a button. A projectile flew from a small launcher on the side of the CUV. The tag hit the bottom of the ship, its barbs biting into the wood. Nothing would dislodge it now, not the most inquisitive fish or the roughest seas. Wright checked the CUV's interface. A regularly repeating blip appeared on the screen. Thousands of kilometers above, Alliance satellites would be recording the same signal. Wherever the ship went, the BA would be able to track it. "Now let's check out that harbour." Chapter 16. Hugging her knees for warmth, Taylan squatted under a small tree. Its branches hung down to the ground. Though many of the leaves had turned autumn colours, enough remained clinging on to obscure her presence from any except the keenest observers. Not that there were many people about in the Preseli Hills. She guessed the area had retained its cursed reputation due to the numbers of Crusaders who had gone missing here. Raindrops dripped from the canopy, hitting the centuries-old leaf mould in steady plop, plop, plops. The tree offered only partial protection from the downpour, and Crusader clothes were shit at keeping out the rain. She wistfully recalled the travel gear the Resistance had lent her the first time she'd set off to find her children. The West BI men and women had been generous despite the scarcity of their resources. Now she had to see them again, and she didn't think her reception would be so friendly. How long had she been waiting? She guessed it had to be 3 or 4 hours. In another hour it would be dawn, and she would have to find somewhere to wait out the day. The Resistance did most of their work at night. Her leg muscles were cramping and her hands were turning numb. She stood up and stretched, then rubbed her hands together to bring some warmth into them. A fat raindrop made it through the canopy and slapped into the top of her head. The icy trickle ran down her scalp. Ugh! She shivered. She didn't fancy another night of this. It rained so much at this time of... What was that? Above the sound of the rain, the soft tramp of boots could be heard. 3 or 4 people were walking along the track on the rise beyond the tree. She whistled, hoping she got it right. She had been practicing, but she was doing it from memory. The whistle was like birdsong, only no bird made that sound. There was a murmur of voices, and one set of footsteps split from the rest. She peeked out. A dark, lanky figure was approaching, taking long strides down the slope. Yes! The man's companions were walking on, but slowly. She didn't dare risk coming out of hiding until they were out of sight. "Taylan?" Mark whispered. "I'm here, under the tree." He lifted a soggy branch. "Come in, I don't want to be seen." Mark was hooded against the rain, but she could make out his young features in shadow. The sight of him gladdened her heart. He was whole and healthy. Merlin had kept his promise and healed him. "It's good to see you," he said. "And you, more than you know. I didn't think you would recognize the call." On their trip to Ynys to sabotage the Crusader festival, Mark, his brothers, and Taylan had devised a bird-like whistle to use if they were ever separated. "I nearly didn't. I just thought it was early for any birds to be singing, and then I thought that bird sounded like it was being strangled too. It was then I knew it had to be you." Taylan laughed quietly. "Come here." She hugged him. "It's good to see you're better. I'm so sorry. No, it was my decision to help you gather up the incendiaries, and going for that last one was my own stupid fault. Don't blame yourself." She didn't know what to reply. She did blame herself, and she knew she always would, no matter what he said. "And I was healed by the great Merlin and got to meet King Arthur," Mark went on. "So everything turned out all right in the end." He was making light of what had happened. She had witnessed the agony he had endured and would have had to endure for the rest of his life if she hadn't had a bargaining chip with the alien. "It's good to see you, Taylan. But what are you doing here? I can't stay long. I told the others I had to answer a call of nature." "Who's with you? Some of your brothers?" "No, they're all at the hideout. We changed location, by the way. If you'd gone to the old place, you wouldn't have found us." "I'm not sure I'm looking for you now." "What do you mean?" "The reason I came to find you on the trail was I thought if I turned up out of the blue at the hideout, I might be lynched." "Oh, come on, Taylan, as if anyone would do anything like that." He paused and considered before continuing, "Well, maybe Medwin might." His teeth flashed in the pre-dawn light as he grinned. "Only joking." "Mark," a voice softly called. One of the men had walked back to where Mark had left the trail. "What's keeping you? Shitting your guts out?" "I'll be with you in a minute," he replied. To Taylan he said quietly, "I have to go, but come with me. I'll introduce you to the fellas. It'll be okay. No harm was done in the end, and what happened at the Midsummer Festival is old news now." "But will they trust me again after what I did?" "What we did." "Yeah, but your brothers think I put you up to it, don't they? They think I was a bad influence on you." His silence confirmed her fears. "I need them to trust me." The West BI resistance in that part of the country was holed up in a church's crypt deep within the Preseli Hills. The church itself was little more than ruins. The rosy dawn that had followed the rain shone through skeletal, glassless, arched windows and an absent roof. But the crypt had survived intact, along with the tombs of priests who had died thousands of years ago, and gravestone coverings of bodies buried directly in the floor. One of Mark's companions, a man named Tom, had given the password that allowed him, Taylan, Mark, and the third man, Alan, into the hideout. After Mark explained who she was, Tom and Alan hadn't spoken much on the journey to the crypt. She had the impression they didn't approve of Mark's invitation. It was the custom in her culture to be friendly to strangers, and she wasn't even a stranger, strictly speaking. She was one of them. Only, she supposed, they might not see it like that anymore. Her arrival had caused a stir. The people in the hideout hadn't been slow to notice that the party that had gone out to watch the comings and goings at a Crusader military camp, with a view to stealing some equipment, had returned with an extra member. Quiet settled on the large stone chamber as gazes turned to check out the newcomer. "Not that bitch!" Taylan would have recognised Medwyn's voice anywhere, even without the hatred for her in it. There was a flash of movement, and she just had time to duck. His fist swept the place her head had been a moment before. She leaned sharply to one side as his other fist came swinging toward her face. She did not want to fight this man, let alone hurt him. She genuinely didn't wish him any harm, despite the animosity he'd displayed ever since they'd met, but also it wouldn't help her image here. Catching the man's wrist, she said, "Calm down, I only want to—" His other fist headed for her jaw. She deflected his arm and, grabbing it, stepped behind him, twisting it up his back. Medwyn roared and struggled. "No fighting in the hideout!" a voice yelled. It was Mailir, oldest of the siblings. "Taylan, let him go. Medwyn, if you try to hit her again, I'll knock you down myself." She released her hold. With visible effort at controlling himself, Medwyn turned his attention elsewhere. "What the hell do you think you're doing bringing her here?" He pushed his face close to Mark's. "She's got you under her spell again. What did she do? Flash her tits at you? Or did you get further this time?" Mark's fist shot out and connected with Medwyn's chin, catching the older man by surprise and flooring him. "You're disgusting!" Mark shouted, standing over him. Medwyn was rubbing his jaw, but he quickly leapt up and was about to retaliate when Mailir restrained him. "That's enough! Mark, apologise to your brother." Medwyn was struggling in his grip, red-faced, probably with anger and embarrassment. "But he insulted—" "Apologise!" With reluctance, Mark murmured, "Sorry, Medwyn." This seemed to mollify him a little. Mailir judged it safe to let him go. When he was released, Medwyn stalked to another corner of the crypt where he kicked a pile of clothes stacked on the floor. "Taylan Ellis," said Mailir, "I see you've come to sow discord among my family again." She hung her head. It was exactly the greeting she deserved, though none of what had happened between the brothers had been her intention. "That isn't fair," Mark protested. "I've told you all often enough I helped her of my own free will, and I would again. She was right when she—" "Why don't you shut up and let her speak for herself?" asked Madog as he sauntered over. He took a bite from a piece of bread and glared at Taylan expectantly. Mark clenched his jaw and turned away. "I have an apology to make too," she said. "I didn't get a chance at Anismorn. It was too soon after the accident and I was hurt. Then we all left. We wanted to get out of there as soon as we could. I'm not sorry for what I did, but I regret Mark being dragged into it all and injured. I regret that a lot, and I was glad I had the chance to fix my mistake. I know you must all hate me for preventing the sabotage, yet I can't stand here and say I wouldn't do it again, because I would, in a heartbeat. I won't hurt Crusader children, and I'd think twice about hurting the civilians. I've been living among them for weeks now. They're just people, like us. They have some strange beliefs and customs, but they aren't that different from you or me." "All right," Mailir interrupted angrily. "You've said enough. If you've come here to plead the Crusaders' cause, you can—" "I haven't. Let me finish. Even if they are only ordinary people, they have no right to be here. I want them out of the BI the same as you do. And I think I know the way. I met someone who can help you. He's working in secret on behalf of the Alliance, and he wants to get in contact. That's the only reason I'm here. Otherwise, believe me, I'd never show my face again." "Why hasn't he come here himself?" Medwin growled from the shadows. "He can't. He's in a high position. Someone would notice." "Why should we believe you?" asked Mardog. "I don't know. I don't know what I can show you as proof. You know Crusader society. They don't have the technology to—" "Then you can piss off," said Medwin. "You're a traitor, as everyone knows. We'd be mad to trust you again." Taylan looked at Malir. As the oldest brother and one of the founders of the resistance, along with his mother Angharad, his siblings and the other resistance fighters generally let him have the final say. Before he could speak, however, she said, "You told me once we shouldn't act alone, that the only way we'll get our country back is if we work together, as a group. I'm bringing you the opportunity to join forces with someone who has real power in the Crusader world. He's tapped into their inner circles and has inside knowledge. Let me help you work with him." Chapter 17. There they were, 3 wooden ships riding at anchor just outside the harbour. At first, Wright had wondered why they hadn't entered the harbour and docked, but closer investigation revealed the space wasn't even large enough to accommodate one of the wooden sailing ships. It was also rocky and dangerously unstable, the result of hasty and inexpert blasting. He was getting a strong impression of who was responsible for the illegal activity, but he still had no clue what exactly it was they were doing.
"What now?" asked Abacha.
The 3 hulls hung above them, bobbing on the swell, their long anchor chains stretching out to the seabed.
"If we had scuba equipment, we could climb aboard one of them and try to find out what they're carrying,"
Wright mused, speaking partly to himself. Abacha didn't reply. The impediment was obvious. With or without scuba equipment, they couldn't open the CUV without flooding the vehicle, thus disabling their ride back to the Resolute. The only alternative seemed to be to leave, to return to the patrol boat with the intelligence they'd gathered and send in a report, then await orders on how to proceed. Maybe the Australian authorities would decide to tackle the problem at their end and the Resolute's involvement would be over. The possibility he might have no more to do with this intriguing mystery galled Wright. It was the most interesting thing he'd done for a long while, and since they'd been following the smugglers' ships, he hadn't had a single flashback or nightmare about his time in Jamaica. He didn't want to hand over the reins if he could help it. He squinted upward, checking the level of daylight glowing through the waves.
"It isn't long till sunset," he said.
Abacha checked the CUV's control panel.
72 minutes.
Wright also consulted the figures displayed.
"We have plenty of oxygen left, and the tide's on its way in. I have a risky idea, but if you don't like the sound of it, I won't make it an order."
Abacha's left eyebrow lifted.
"Sounds like fun."
Beaching the CUV was more difficult than he'd anticipated, and dragging it up the sand was even harder. Though the vehicle was small, it was surprisingly heavy, and, unsurprisingly, it wasn't designed for manoeuvring out of water. Eventually they managed to get it under the palm trees that fringed the beach and covered with fallen fronds. By the time they'd finished, they were wet with seawater and sweat. Wright looked ruefully at the long trail they'd left all the way down to the waterline, a mixture of their footprints and lines drawn by the protrusions on the base of the CUV. The moon was already up and nearly full. Anyone with half a brain could follow the trail and find the vehicle.
"Come on," he said reluctantly to Abacha. "We have to get rid of that before we leave."
They dragged palm leaves over the dry sand, obscuring the evidence of their presence, but it was harder to erase the trail through the wet sand. Anything they did to it still stuck out in the otherwise smooth expanse. Wright paused in his efforts and swept the surroundings with his gaze. The forest was dark and still in the breezeless night, and though it wasn't silent, none of the noises sounded like they were made by humans. He looked out to sea and sucked in a breath. The smugglers' ships should have been visible from the shore, but he couldn't see a sign of them. Since they'd beached the CUV, he'd been preoccupied with hiding it and covering their trail. He hadn't thought to check out the ships.
"Abacha," he said, "can you see anything out there?"
The tall man lifted his head.
"No, Major, not a thing. I guess the ships haven't lit any lights because they're trying to hide. But we should be able to see something. The night isn't dark."
"Uh-huh, yeah, we should." Abacha's brow wrinkled.
"Maybe they sailed away." "Shit."
Wright threw down his frond. But after a moment of frustration, he said,
"It doesn't matter. We've done what we can to cover our tracks. Let's go take a look at that harbour."
They walked up the beach and stepped into the forest. Once they were under the trees, the heat and humidity became intense. After 10 minutes' effort, both men were drenched in sweat and panting. The going was tough. The area was uninhabited, and clearly nothing large lived in the forest to create passages between the trees. They were forced to wade through chest-high undergrowth, using only their bodies to clear a path. They were also quickly disoriented once they were out of sight of the moon, and had to halt regularly to get their bearings and avoid walking in circles. Sounds of animal life scattering at their approach came from the vegetation. Wright tried to not think about the venomous snakes and spiders native to the area. The harbour sat less than 3 kilometres from the beach where they'd left the CUV, over a forested headland, but he contemplated giving up. He'd realised how quickly his little expedition could turn into a disaster. Just as he was about to call it a day, or night, they burst into an open space. Ever since they'd set foot in the forest, it had been a constant battle against the vegetation. Now, suddenly, there was emptiness, though the jungle quickly closed in on the other side. Stretching into the forest to their left and right was an unmistakable trail. No animal prints marked the channel through the leaf mould, and, from its orientation, one direction led to the harbour. The other led west into the interior. They set off toward the harbour. The humidity and rich odour of woody decay remained the same, but the heat decreased just a little as they went forward. Air was moving up from the sea to higher ground through the gap in the forest, evaporating some of the sweat that coated them. The track led sharply down, and soon the sound of waves on rocks could be heard over the nocturnal calls of animals. Their first sight of their destination was a gigantic rock that barred their way. The rock was jagged and its surface not weathered, as if it had been recently dug or blown from the ground. Yet vegetation had grown up around it lush and tall. Wright guessed it must have been there 2 or 3 years at least. The trail led around it. On the other side, a vista opened up. They were standing 20 metres above the sea. The path dropped out of sight along a cliff edge that led down to the water and a chaotic mess of rocks and sand. The inexpert blasting had created a hollow in the coastline, but not much more than that. It was no surprise the smugglers didn't trust their ships to the turbulent flow and sharp edges of the space.
Wright's suspicions were confirmed. "There's no way this has anything to do with the AP. This kind of bodge job is Crusader work." "I don't get it," said Abacha. "They could anchor out at sea and come to shore by rowboat. They could land on a beach, same as we did." "I don't get it either," Wright agreed. "But as they seem to have left, we aren't likely to find out anything more. We should head back." "Wait," Abacha hissed. "Look!" The moonlight was glinting heavily on the waves, turning them into a mass of sparkles, but it was just possible to discern a disturbance in the display. Something was coming through the harbour entrance. Wright peered down more intently. It was a rowboat, bucking and rolling on the heaving water. The smugglers hadn't left. "Maybe they moved their ships farther out to sea," Abacha offered, "and given themselves more work to row in. None of this makes any sense." The rowboat swept into the harbour, the flowing tide aiding its progress. "Great," said Wright. "Maybe we can see what they're smuggling. Let's get out of sight." They found a patch of thick undergrowth on the forested side of the large boulder from which they could watch the trail. Wright had considered watching the goings-on below after the rowboat landed, but he didn't want to risk even the slight chance they might be seen. Instead, they waited in the darkness and closeness of the vegetation. Things were crawling around them and occasionally on them, and they were entirely at the mercy of mosquitoes endlessly plaguing them. An eternity seemed to pass in their uncomfortable vantage point before they were finally rewarded by the sound of people approaching. There were no voices, only the soft tramp of feet. Wright leaned forward. He could see about 2 square meters of track. He'd already concluded that whatever the contraband was, it had to be fairly portable, something light the smugglers could carry up or down the steep trail. He expected to see only bags or boxes being transported, though he hoped he might get a glimpse of something more. What he actually saw when the people passed by flummoxed him. He watched until the party had traversed the section he had in sight, and then waited until they would be out of hearing range. He asked, "What did you see, Abacha? Tell me I wasn't seeing things." "No, I saw them too. Kids. The Crusaders are trafficking children." Chapter 18. The revivification process had taken hours. Xiao, head of cryonic suspension, was present to oversee the procedure, the first in a range of tests to be completed before the colony ships departed. The problem was, though the breakthrough in the science of cryonics had been made 2 decades ago, the discovery of a solution that could replace water in animal cells and not swell and burst the cell walls when below freezing. No subject had been held in suspension for longer than 26 months before being revived. The long journey to the stars would entail much longer periods of freezing if the colonists were not to grow old and die before they reached their destination. Despite the momentous nature of the occasion and the fact he was only witnessing the final stage, Lorcan was growing bored. Part of his success in life had been due to his short attention span. He was always pushing for something new and better, and could hold many concepts in his mind simultaneously. Standing and watching the reanimation of the first test subject to be revived after 15 years of suspension was tedious. He would much rather have continued his inspection of the Banba, only Hale had wanted to witness the event, and he guessed Xiao probably wanted him there too, as recognition for the man's admittedly exceptional work. First, the body had been warmed to an internal temperature of 35 degrees C, a little below normal temperature, by irrigating its cavities with warm water and running the solution in its veins through a warming device.
Then the slow process of replacing the cryonic solution with water had begun. Now that all the solution had been diffused out, it was time to replace the water running in the circulatory system with warmed artificial blood. Using artificial blood was easier than storing the blood removed from the body when it entered suspension. Internal temperature 36.5, Xiao read from the display. Nearly there. When will you start the heart? Lorcan asked. If the temperature stabilizes, another hour or so. I prefer to be cautious, especially with these long-term patients. The blood is already circulating, so the cells are receiving nutrients and oxygen. Hopefully the other organs will begin to show signs of life soon. Have you had any failures? Asked Iolani. We have seen some organ failures. The kidneys seem the most susceptible to damage, but we can grow new ones in a couple of weeks and transplant them. Cognitive function is tricky to measure in these subjects, of course, but the brain seems to endure the process well, perhaps due to its high fat content. No deaths since the early days, thankfully. Xiao is the best, Lorcan commented. That's why he's here. How does it make you feel? Iolani asked him, knowing this will be you one day. He regarded the pig and the masses of tubes and sensors extending from it. After being taken from its suspension chamber, a blue, stiff, corpse-like body, the creature now looked as fresh and healthy as it must have the day it was frozen. Yet, as Xiao had said, determining the effect on the brain was difficult. Human subjects had come out of a suspension of 2 years mentally unaffected, and apes had been frozen for longer with similar undetectable effects. The human volunteers aboard the Banba had entered their chambers 10 years ago, but no attempt to revive them had been made. I confess I'm not entirely comfortable with the prospect, he eventually replied. I see it as a necessary risk and inconvenience if I am to live out the remainder of my days on an alien world. Once we've arrived, I doubt anyone will be hurrying to start up cryonic suspension again. The initial drive behind its invention, the possibility of future cures for incurable diseases, and the desire to see the future, these won't apply on the colony planets. For the first few decades, life will be about survival and establishing humanity's new homes, and people will be living in the future, not wishing for it. I wonder if Camilla and Anders would change their minds if they knew exactly what was involved, Iolani mused. The two scientists had recently agreed to join the project as colonists, much to Lorcan's delight. He'd been a little foolish regarding his feelings for Camilla. Her likeness to Grace had made him sentimental and nostalgic, but now he knew she and Anders were a couple, he'd put all that to one side. The presence of two such intelligent and capable people, especially the people who were responsible for key elements of the project, would be invaluable. For the human patients, the process would naturally be more dignified, Xiao explained, and they would never be brought to consciousness in this state. Even this subject will spend a couple of days recuperating before we bring her out of sedation. All the colonists will be aware of is going to sleep in a regular hospital bed and then waking up in a similar bed years later. Perhaps they'll feel groggy and disoriented for a while, but hopefully nothing worse than that. I suppose it all depends on your perspective, said Iolani. Lorcan had given up hope that Hale might agree to becoming a colonist. He no longer asked her, not even jokingly. He'd accepted that she loved and cared for their home planet too much to leave it. Perhaps we could return later to witness the reawakening, he suggested. I have a few other things I'd like to see before we move on to the Balor. Go ahead, Xiao replied. Nothing interesting will be happening here for a while. The 3 colony ships were not identical. Lorcan had realized long ago that many of his customers wanted to live aboard a starship as much as, or even more than, they wanted to live on a new world. He knew he had to sell the experience of travelling to the planets as well as the colonisation. So he'd created a unique profile of facilities and configurations for each colony ship. The Banber's selling point was her observation dome. Each ship had an observation chamber. What passenger could resist the prospect of looking out upon strange stars and constellations? But the Banber's dome was something special. For some time it had seemed the vision of a 50-metre diameter circular room with an overarching transparent roof could not be achieved. No combination of material and supporting structures could be found that would withstand the air pressure and the potential impacts of space debris, as well as protect the occupants from the deadly rays of interstellar space. Then had come the invention of a ceramic created with aluminium compounds that, triple-layered with water sandwiched between the layers, could achieve the desired effect. When Lorcan and Iolani arrived at the dome, it was nearing completion, but hadn't been sealed yet. To observe the work, they had to wear EVA suits. "This is a first," Iolani remarked, as she stepped into the legs of a suit. They came in different sizes, and she had selected the smallest one, yet it was still a little too big for her. When she pulled it over her shoulders and fastened the front zippers, it sagged down between her legs. "And it might be a last," she continued. "Don't they make any smaller ones?" Lorcan kept a straight face. "Starship technicians are generally bigger than average. Even with drones, they frequently end up having to haul things around." Iolani gave a disgruntled look as she reached for a helmet. "Let's make this quick. There can't be much of interest to see." Suited up and the "ready" sign on their HUDs, signalling it was safe to step out into the vacuum, they walked into the airlock. 2 minutes later it had depressurized. The outer hatch opened, and on the other side the section's chief engineer waited. "Ua Talman," he said via comm. "It's a pleasure to see you here. I have your tethers." AGRAV hadn't been activated inside the chamber yet, in order to make the transportation and securing of the heavy transparent roofing blocks easier. The engineer held up 2 extendable leashes with locks at the ends. "I'll fasten yours first, Miss Hale." He attached the lock to a ring at the front of Iolani's suit, but she wasn't paying him any attention. She was staring at what lay beyond him, her mouth hanging open. "And you now, sir," said the engineer. "Thanks," said Lorcan. "Please stick to the rails. If one of you got loose, we could probably catch you again before you floated off into space, but I'd rather not have to try." Their tethers were attached to handrails that ran around the inner surface of the nearly completed roof. The workers got around by releasing propellant from nozzles on their wrists and a pack on their backs, but it took time to learn how to control one's motion in this way, hence the tethers for visitors. Iolani was already pulling herself along a rail, heading up toward the top of the structure. Above them, a brilliant canopy of stars shone down. The technicians had lights focused on their work, but the drones moving between the blocks didn't require any. Naturally, there was no atmosphere between them and the stars. The stellar night had little competition. When the dome was finished, it was certainly going to be spectacular. Lorcan began to wonder if he should travel aboard this ship and not the Brez. "What do you think?" he asked, catching up to Iolani. When she turned to him, he was surprised to see through her visor that her eyes were shining and her cheeks were wet. "I had no idea," she breathed. "I never imagined." She didn't or couldn't go on. They pulled themselves to the top of the structure, where they hung for some minutes, looking out into space. Lorcan explained how to use the HUD to identify the planets and stars. He enjoyed watching Iolani's face as she gazed in wonder almost as much as he enjoyed seeing the starscape himself. In the months since making her acquaintance, his experience of her had been mostly negative. He'd never seen her show such delight and wonder. Being next to her reminded him of his own feelings during the early days of the project. Xiao conned to let them know he was about to move on to the next stage of the revivification process. They began to make their way back to the airlock. Only about 1/8 of the roof remained to be fitted, and all work seemed to be progressing well. Lorcan thanked the chief engineer and congratulated him on the efforts of his team.
"Thank you, sir," he replied. "I'll pass your comments on."
As Lorcan and Iolani were getting changed, he said, "You know, I think I've decided I will commit some of the project's resources to the Alliance's scheme." "That's great. If you can help them, it'll make a big difference." "I know. It's risky and I'm not confident they'll win, but it seems the right thing to do." "It is the right thing to do," said Iolani. She didn't follow up with a lecture, however, for which he was grateful. By the time they returned to the cryonic section, most of the sensors and several of the tubes had been removed from the pig. She lay on her side on the stainless steel platform, eyes closed, tongue lolling, pink udders jutting from her belly. "We start the heart," said Xiao, "then extubate. Breathing should re-establish soon after." Electrodes were already attached to the animal's skin in the region of her heart. Several medics stood by. Lorcan wondered if any farm animal had ever received so much attention. Xiao pressed his interface and the pig jerked. The scientist commented, frowning at the screen. "Usually works first try." He pressed again. A couple of tense seconds passed. "Ah yes, good. Let's move on to extubation." Chapter 19. Hans lay back and relaxed in his chair as the barber draped a hot, scented, steaming cloth over his face. "Just the usual today, Mayor?" Beneath the cloth, Hans smiled. He was still getting used to his new honorific. "Yes, just the usual." "Then I'll be with you in a moment." The barber's footsteps retreated as he went to do something while the warm steam from the cloth took effect. Hans breathed in the sandalwood odour and exhaled deeply, enjoying this respite from his busy day. Being mayor of Abertawe was surprisingly taxing. He'd thought the role was mostly ceremonial and he would have plenty of time to use his position to push even deeper into the EAC's circles of influence. But actually, he'd found there was always a meeting to attend, a new venue to officially open, or some other business to attend to. The event he was waiting for, which would allow him to introduce himself to the new Dwyer, had not appeared on the horizon yet. He could bide his time. He'd made amazing progress since walking ashore with only a fake identity and a few coins sewn into his turn-ups. Crusaders were easy to beguile, and the fact that they'd only invaded the country a couple of years ago had made it easy to assimilate. The incomers had arrived from all over the continent, so strangers were nothing new. As long as you had the right accent and espoused the right opinions, no one questioned your story. He'd had fun making up the tale of his background, refining and embellishing it at every telling. He was the fourth and last son of a wealthy wool merchant. His father's business had been passed to the first son, and the second and third had inherited key, lucrative roles. Nothing had been left for him, so he'd set out to the new lands of the Britannic Isles to make his fortune. It was like a fairy tale, but that was no problem. Such stories deeply appealed to the Crusader psyche, and in a society that employed almost no technology, it was nigh on impossible for anyone to verify. When he'd understood his fabrication had hit a resonating chord, he added a younger sister, a widow with 4 children to support. She'd fallen out with the other brothers because they disapproved of her choice of husband, and now they refused to support her. So it was down to her only other sibling, Joseph, to keep the family housed and fed. The Crusaders ate it up. Generosity to those less fortunate than themselves was a key aspect of the culture. He'd soon found himself showered with offers of work and accommodation. Some individuals even slipped him money now and then to send to poor Eva and the kids. Had Eva existed, she would have done very well. As it was, the donations had helped to smooth Hans's rise to prominence in the small city. The cloth was suddenly whipped from his face. Deep in his recollections, he hadn't heard the barber return. A fat brush full of shaving cream was pushed into his cheek and rapidly circulated over his face. The brush disappeared, and then the barber began to softly hum a tune as he drew a razor over Hans's skin. "Joseph," a female voice called, "I'm so sorry to disturb you, but may I come in?" It was Esme Weber. Hans waited for the barber to pause and lift the razor away from his face before replying, "Of course, Esme. It's always a delight to see you." Nothing could have been further from the truth. The woman had developed an obsession for him and was always making up excuses to see him in person, bothering him at all hours with her inane chatter. Ordinarily, he wouldn't have minded too much, and, in an alliance-held state, he would have gently steered her toward a mental health professional. But in his current guise, anyone as close to him as Esme wanted to be was a liability. He wasn't so good an actor that he might not one day forget his fake name and not answer to it, or make another slip that might jeopardize his schemes. He couldn't afford to allow anyone to get to know him too well. On the other hand, Esme was connected to a network of powerful people, and, even more importantly, she had brought Taylan Ellis to him. Ellis, West Britannic native, in her weird, ridiculous costume, could end up being the most vital connection he would make in his effort to return the Britannic Isles to its people. When he'd helped to achieve that goal, his influence within the BA would be strong. He would become the prodigal son, returned to take his rightful place, and set the alliance on the road to becoming a republic. Esme stepped into view. Her eyes were striking, intensely green with a hint of madness. The barber gently pushed his nose to one side and scraped the razor down his upper lip. Esme seemed excited about something. "Your receptionist was being very stubborn. I had to argue with her for 5 minutes before she would let me in." In an irritated tone, the barber asked, "Would you like me to come back later, sir?" "No, please finish. Esme, could you excuse me for a moment?" "It's fine. I have something to tell you. Your barber can work while I speak." With a barely audible tut, the barber pushed Hans's nose to the other side and shaved under it. Esme settled herself down on a chair and smoothed her skirt. "I have some wonderful news. That's why I'm here so early. I wanted to tell you right away." Hans lifted his chin for his neck to be shaved as he listened. "You remember I told you Sebastian was going to pay a visit to his mother last week?" His ears pricked up. "Well, he got back this morning. He took the overnight coach. He was exhausted, poor man, but he didn't want to wait, and I'm so glad he didn't. He arranged it. He said there's to be a meeting of the BI High Council in 10 days, and you're invited. The letter should arrive today."
"Excellent," he murmured, barely moving his lips.
The barber scraped the razor down from his left sideburn and then rinsed it in a bowl of water. He took a warm, wet towel and wiped the remaining shaving foam from Hans's face as Esme chattered on.
"Is there anything else I can do for you, sir?" he asked, raising his voice to compete with Hans's visitors. "A cologne, perhaps?"
Hans hesitated.
"No, not today, Becca. That's all, thanks."
The barber noisily tidied up his metal bowls, combs, brushes and scissors before leaving in a huff, apparently annoyed at his morning ritual with the new mare being disrupted. He was an overly sensitive man, but he did a good job. After he'd left, Hans sat up and asked Esme to repeat what she'd just told him. Without missing a beat, she set off on her ramble again. If he'd learned one thing about her, it was that she loved the sound of her own voice. "So after Sebastian found out about the meeting, he naturally suggested it would be a good idea for you to attend. His mother was reluctant to do anything at first. She said if your name wasn't on the list, there wasn't anything she could do about it. That it wasn't up to her who was or wasn't invited, it was up to the Dwyer. But he's just a child. How would he know who he wanted on his council?" Esme's husband's mother was seneschal at the estate where the new Dwyer was currently residing. Hans guessed she was being honest when she said she had little influence over the Dwyer's decisions. Asking Sebastian to intercede on his behalf had been a long shot, but it looked like it had paid off. Anyway, Perrin isn't the true power there, as Sebastian quickly found out. It's a woman. We think she's related to him, but it isn't clear. She might be a cousin of the former Dwyer. There's a silly rumour that Carla Orr brought her back from the dead, resurrecting her from her grave. But that's nonsense, right? She looked questioningly at Hans.
"I would say that's extremely unlikely."
She nodded. "That's exactly what I thought. So this woman is kind of the Dwyer's regent, though not officially. Sebastian's mother says she seems to guide him in everything he says and does, and she—"
"What's her name?"
"Morgan."
"Morgan what?"
"I don't know. That's the strange thing. She doesn't seem to have a last name, or at least no one knows it." "Morgan?" Hans searched his memory for high-ranking members of the EAC who had come to Sis's awareness in the old days. He couldn't remember anyone with that name. Was she keeping her surname a secret? That didn't make any sense. She would only have to make another one up, as he had. Esme was off on another stream of consciousness babble. "It's lucky she was there when Dwyer Orr was killed, don't you think? To help Perrin, I mean. That poor boy must have been devastated. I still find it hard to believe the Alliance murdered her in cold blood. No trial, nothing. Just shot her. Monsters." Considering the death and destruction Carla Orr had wreaked upon the world, it wasn't so surprising the BA simply executed her when they stormed the Belladonna. But he did find it somewhat odd. It wasn't really their style, and when he'd been head of SIS, it hadn't been the game plan if they ever managed to capture the EAC's leader. A broadcasted trial would have been much better in terms of public relations, maintaining the Alliance's image as a fair and just organisation. There was a knock at the door.
"Come in,"
Hans called. His receptionist poked her head into the room, scowled at Esme, and then announced, "Your seer is here, sir. Should I send her in, or—"
"Ah, yes, please do."
Esme's eyes widened. "Is that the woman I—"
"Yes."
She was being disingenuous. She must have known he'd put Ellis on the payroll after her miraculous vision outside the town hall on the day of his inauguration. In a world where little real news existed, gossip spread like wildfire. The new arrival stepped into the room, her scarf pulled low, hiding her face. She had done the same at the party, though he wasn't sure why. It wasn't like the Crusaders could tell she wasn't one of them just by looking at her.
"Thanks for coming to see me," he said to Esme, "and please send my thanks to your husband. I appreciate everything he's done, and I won't forget it."
Warm pleasure suffusing her features, she rose to her feet. "It's no problem, Mayor. We all help each other, right?"
"Exactly. Now, if you wouldn't mind."
Ellis was standing at the door, her head down. Of course. I'll leave you to it. I expect you'll hear something favourable." She hesitated as she reached the newcomer, as if she wanted to say something to her, but then, probably remembering the fortune-teller's vow, she continued on out the door. Ellis closed it. Pulling down her scarf, she strode over to Hans. "It's on. They agreed to work with you." Chapter 20. Carla folded her arms over her chest. She felt weak, weaker than she'd ever thought possible. And imprisoned aboard their starship, she was entirely at the Alliance's mercy. But she would never agree to do their bidding. She would rather return to the endless nothingness Morgan had sentenced her to and live out the rest of her existence in dreams than side with the BA against her son. 2 military officers and 2 civilians faced her across the table. The female officer, with short grey hair and a stony expression, asked, "What makes you think you have a choice?" "If I have no choice, why are you asking me?" Carla retorted. "It would make things easier for both of us if you were in agreement," said the male officer. He was a short man, someone high up in the ranks, according to the number of stars on his shoulder straps. "Face it," he went on, "your empire is lost. You will never be Dwyer again. The EAC will fall, and you will be executed for war crimes. Agree to our terms, and you can live out the rest of your days in comfort and a measure of freedom." "I wouldn't call exile freedom," Carla remarked. "I would call it a far preferable alternative to public shaming and death. My people would never blame me for anything I've done, and they are the only people whose opinions I value." She glanced at the 2 civilians present. Why were they here? Were they not going to speak? They were an odd pair, one slim and greying, but with a youthful face, the other a bear of a man with flowing red-gold hair and beard. As if prompted by her look, the slim one said, "Carla, we have made a bad start to the negotiations. May I begin by saying how pleased I am to see you recovered so well from your ordeal? Frankly, I didn't think you would be anything other than a gibbering, mindless wreck when I brought you back." She gave a little gasp as a realization hit. This was the man who had been complaining at her bedside when she had returned to consciousness. "It was you who woke me?" "Yes." Though her body continued to suffer the ill effects of her months of inactivity, her mind remained sharp. This new piece of information set off sparks of significance and connections in her understanding. If this man had managed to reverse the charm Morgan had placed on her, it meant something critical. Assuming the large man had been his companion when she had woken, they knew about Morgan. He'd said something about her bewitchings. "Who are you?" she bluntly asked. The short officer replied, "It isn't necessary for you to know. I am Merlin," interrupted the slim man. "And my friend? I believe you may have heard of him. My friend is called Arthur." The short officer grimaced and said between his teeth,
I thought we agreed. Oh, never mind."
"Arthur!" A wave of emotion hit her. Shock, wonder and fear washed through her, leaving her reeling. This was the man who she'd spent years searching for. This was the man who Morgan had warned her about, the man who could kill her.
"I see you do know of him," said Merlin evenly, watching her with a steady gaze. "I do," she spluttered, all her reserve destroyed by the revelation. "And you," her focus switched to Merlin. "I have read your name too, in the old books. You...
He was another powerful figure from the past. So that was why he'd been able to bring her back to wakefulness. Was he the one who had imprisoned Morgan deep below ground for thousands of years? He had to be the person she feared.
"Now the introductions are over," said the female officer sourly. "Maybe we can get back to business."
Everything had changed. She was sitting in a room with the only man who was capable of killing her. She felt as though she was growing smaller. Her confidence and anger melted away, and she felt very, very vulnerable. The female officer was watching her closely. "Do you require medical attention?" She shook her head. "Arthur no longer wishes you any harm," said Merlin.
"Huh?" said the short officer. "I thought she was unconscious when you found her. How could she know?"
"She knows enough," Merlin said, his gaze not leaving her. The Alliance's threat of execution for war crimes had suddenly become real. This man, this Arthur, could kill her. Not only could she lose her life, she might never see Perrin again, never have the chance to wrest his affections away from the dreadful bitch who had taken him from her. But the new information had opened up other possibilities. When the officers had put their proposal to her, she'd never imagined the Alliance could achieve its desired outcome anyway. There had been no point to her agreeing to play her role in their plan. Morgan was too intelligent and too powerful, and in ways the BA couldn't even imagine. They would never defeat her. Now she knew they had Merlin on their side. That changed everything.
"I need time to think," she said.
"We don't have time," said the female officer. "We need an answer. Our forces are nearly in position."
"Then your forces will have to wait," Carla spat. "This plan of yours won't work without me, and I won't be rushed. I'm returning to my quarters."
She grabbed the edge of the table and used it for balance and as a prop to help her get to her feet. Her wasted leg muscles ached with the effort.
"Let me help you," said
Arthur, speaking for the first time. She knew his voice. Her deduction had been correct. He had been the other person in the room when she woke up. His tone was soft and smooth, and he had an odd accent. He didn't sound like a killer, though he must have been the man who had approached her platform at the launch ceremony, cutting a sway through the crowd with his sword. At the time he'd been wearing a helmet, so she hadn't been able to see his face, and his hair had been red with the blood of her people, but he was the right build. Morgan had assured her that, were he ever in her company again, he would make a second attempt. He stood up and walked around the table to her side. She shrank from his outstretched hands. "Don't touch me," she hissed.
"I'll call a medic for you," said the female officer. "I don't want a medic."
She leaned on the table as she walked unsteadily toward the door. After staggering the few steps it took to cross the open space, she rested against the door jamb. She could feel them watching her. She knew how she must look, thin, weak, and frail under her horrible printed ship's clothes. Her hair, once thick and lustrous, now dull and missing in patches. But she didn't care. She couldn't care less what they thought of her. When she'd gathered her strength, she stepped out into the passageway. As she walked away, using the bulkhead as support, she overheard the female officer ask, "Shouldn't we request a guard to escort her?" Her superior replied, "Ha! No need, Colburn. She's hardly going to escape or take over the ship in that state." Chapter 21. It had been easy keeping up with the party of Crusaders and children as they hiked through the Australian wilderness. What had been hard was not being discovered. As the night had worn on, the nocturnal noises had faded, and then the jungle had given way to desert. In the strong moonlight, Wright and Abacha had been forced to stay far behind to avoid detection. The Crusaders were armed, not with much, just a couple of pulse rifles and long whip-like sticks for hitting the kids. It had been all Wright could do to control himself the first time a child had been struck for going too slowly. He'd wanted to smash the living daylights out of the bastards. Abacha must have felt the same. He'd growled his disapproval so loudly, Wright had feared the Crusaders would hear them. But it would have been stupid to approach them. Wright and Abacha were only carrying regulation beamers. The hand weapons were no match for pulse rifles, and the smugglers outnumbered them 10-2. More importantly, killing or taking the men and women into custody would mean they would never find out where they were going. Crusaders were notorious for never giving up intelligence, preferring to take the first chance they had to kill themselves. Wright didn't know how far they'd walked following the group of trafficked children. By the time dawn had arrived, he'd been tired and very thirsty. He couldn't imagine how exhausted the kids were. Some of them looked no older than 5 or 6. At least the Crusaders had allowed them brief stops for water along the way. When the sun had risen, his hopes had died. A bleak, dry, dusty landscape spreading all the way to the horizon had been revealed. They could not go on. Not only were they suffering a raging thirst, they couldn't expect to follow the smugglers any farther without being detected. If they kept them in sight, they would also be visible to anyone who happened to glance back, and the trail was almost undetectable on the bare rocky ground. They were forced to abandon the pursuit and turn back. After sending a brief report to Central Command and logging his position, he'd begun to retrace his steps with Abacha, heavy-hearted. The thing that killed him wasn't only that he was leaving children in the hands of insane cultists who had stolen them away from their parents. It had also become clear to him almost as soon as he'd seen them that this must have been what had happened to Taylan's kids. It explained perfectly why she hadn't been able to find them. All the time she'd been searching for them in Ireland and West BI, they'd actually been transported across to the other side of the globe. If only he could have found out where they were going. What wouldn't he give to be able to tell Taylan where her children were? Not that he knew where she was any longer. She had disappeared into West BI to carry out a new plan she'd thought up. He didn't know what it was, and she must have had her implant removed after the attack on the Belladonna, so there was absolutely no way to trace her. "Is it much farther, do you think, sir?" Abacha asked. The man's voice was croaky with dehydration. Wright replied in a whisper, his tongue thick in his mouth. "We just need to get through the forest and find the CUV." Assuming it was still there. It was unlikely anyone had found it and taken it away, but if it was gone, they were sunk. He wasn't sure they would even make it back to the beach. Within an hour, the sun had risen to shine down a brilliant, blistering heat upon them. The rays reflected from the sand and rocks surrounding them, doubling up the assault on their eyes, skin, and hydration. The Crusaders and children had all been swathed in long, baggy clothes and wearing hats, and when the new day came, it hadn't taken him long to realise why. Daytime in the Australian desert was no joke for the unprepared. Desert vegetation, short, gnarled trees with grey-green leaves and scrubby, spiny bushes, had been increasing for an hour or more when, like a miracle, a line of deep green trees appeared on the horizon, shimmering in the heat haze. If they could just reach them and get out of the desiccating heat of the sun. Abacha went down. At first Wright thought he'd only stumbled, but when he tried to get up, he couldn't. Wright grabbed him under his armpits and hauled him into the shade of a boulder, propping him up against it.
"Sorry, sir," he mumbled. "Don't be dumb," Wright replied. "This is my fault."
He calmed Central Command. He'd avoided it up until now because he didn't want Alliance helis or other rescue vehicles in the area. The Crusaders might get spooked and abandon the access route to the interior, and then they might never find them. But he wasn't going to risk Abacha's life over it. "Copy," said the comm officer in reply to Wright's explanation of their situation. "Stand by." As he waited for the response from Central, he stood up and gazed at the forest. It was only about 1 kilometre away. If they could just have made it that far, they might have been okay. He felt like an idiot for underestimating the severity of the climate and for endangering the life of another Marine. A scene flashed into his mind. He was back in Jamaica on the top floor of the apartment building, catching Patel with her ruined face as she fell backward into his arms. Now he was opening his eyes after the explosion of the stadium and seeing the dead and dying young Marines scattered around him. "Major Wright," said a voice over his comm. "This is Colonel Rioli. We can get a heli to you in 4 hours.
4 hours?
Australia's a big place, Wright, the Colonel replied testily, and you've picked the arse end of nowhere to get lost in.
We aren't lost,
He was too exhausted to continue. I know it's a long time, Rioli went in a more kindly tone. Look, I wouldn't normally recommend this. The usual advice in your situation is to stay put. But I can see on the map there's a small creek about half a click east of your current position. If you're feeling up to it, you could try to get some water for your companion while you're waiting. Dehydration kills fast, and it sounds like he's in bad shape. Water 500 metres away? He had nothing to carry it in.
I'll try, he said.
Good man. We have a lock on both of you, so don't worry if you can't make it back to him. We'll find you. During the short conversation, Abacha had rolled onto his side. His eyes were closed and sunken, and his lips dry, cracked and bleeding. Wright didn't know if he would last 4 hours. He murmured his intention, but Abacha didn't seem to hear. He set off. On the way, imaginary conversations ran through his head.
Hey, Taylan, I think I might have found what happened to your children, but, by the way, I had to kill your best friend to do it. Taylan, great to see you. What's that? Oh, Boots is doing fine. Abacha, not so much. What a surprise. Who'd have thought we'd ever meet again? You heard about what happened to Abacha, right? Oh, you didn't? Well... He tripped on a rock and fell to his knees, tearing cloth and skin on sharp stones. Cursing, furious with the universe and himself, he clambered to his feet and continued on. The trees he'd seen in the distance had to line the creek. If they could both have made it that far, they would probably have been okay.
He staggered on, the sun like a red-hot iron pressing down on his back. His vision was swimming. The trees seemed to approach and then move away from him. Then, before he knew it, he was under them. The cool air felt like a balm on his skin. He could feel moisture in it, taste the humidity. A mild breeze stirred the leaves, and it was like a blessing from heaven. The ground sloped downward. Through the greenery, something glinted. Water. Abacha had come around by the time he returned. He was sitting upright again, propped up by the boulder.
"Man, I'm glad to see you," he said. "I thought you'd gone somewhere else to die." "Tip back your head," said Wright. "What?"
Seeing what he was holding, Abacha's eyes widened. Wright squeezed his sodden shirt into the man's mouth. Heavy drips flooded out. When the shirt would yield no more water, he said,
"Give me your shirt and put this one over your head. It's still a little wet."
The drink appeared to have done Abacha a world of good. He was already looking much more alert. Wright returned to the creek, feeling much better about himself. His first taste of water had been like nectar. On the way back, he managed a slow jog. This time, Abacha managed to wring the shirt out himself.
"The river's that way?" he asked. "Yeah, it's only small, but the water looks clean. I think I can make it there myself." "Maybe you can, but I don't want you to try. A rescue heli is on the way." "It is? When will it get here?" "About 3.5 hours.
Abacha's left eyebrow lifted.
"Apparently we're in the arse end of nowhere," said Wright. "Sir, if I can just get to the water and rest a little more, I'm sure I can make it back to the boat." "No, I'll wait here with you for the heli, then I'll return to the CUV alone. You need to recuperate."
They argued back and forth, and eventually Abacha persuaded Wright he was okay to go on. Wright commed Central again, cancelling their rescue. The comm officer linked him to Colonel Rioli, who said, "I'll recall the heli if you're sure, but if you die on me out there, I'm going to be bloody pissed off." "No intention of dying, Colonel," said Wright, and explained his concern about an Alliance heli being spotted by the smugglers. "Yeah, we're looking at your report now. All right. Good luck, Major." Chapter 22. The last thing Taylan imagined would happen when she returned to West BI to look for her children was she would become a go-between for Hans Jonter. Joseph Fry! She hit her forehead with the heel of her hand. She had to think of him as Joseph Fry, or she might slip up and mention his real name. Even the ignorant Crusaders, cut off from the current affairs of the rest of the world, might have heard of him. Yet she wasn't supposed to be able to speak anyway, so... She'd arrived at the meeting place. She loitered at the alley entrance, casting surreptitious glances up and down the street. When no one appeared to be looking her way, she stepped in. Tall, windowless concrete walls rose 5 or 6 stories high on each side, cutting out the meagre sunlight. At the end stood a woman. The light that spilled in from the farther street silhouetted her, but from her outline it was clear she was dressed in lumpy, coarse Crusader clothes. To wear anything else in the middle of Abertawe was madness. Taylan walked down the alley, her heart beating faster at each step. There was a chance she'd been set up. If the city's resistance group had been uncovered, or if it harboured a mole who had divulged the secret meeting to the Crusader authorities, she could be on her way to her doom. She glanced over her shoulder. Pedestrians were passing across the alley entrance. No one seemed to be taking any notice of her or the other woman. She stepped closer. Her supposed contact in the Abatawe resistance was young and pretty, beautiful even. She wore the usual shawl and long dress, and her wavy chestnut hair was unfettered, falling in graceful curls around her shoulders. She didn't speak, only watched until Taylan reached her. Her throat tight, Taylan took a breath. "Here goes nothing." "Speak well of your friend," she said. The woman replied, "Of your enemy say nothing." Then she smiled. Dimples appeared on her cheeks. She could not have looked cuter or more harmless if she'd tried. She had the kind of face people warmed to. It was no wonder she'd managed to survive so long among the Crusaders. No one would ever suspect her of deception. "I'm Seren." "Taylan." She wanted to hug her, partly with relief she hadn't fallen into a Crusader trap, and partly because she was so glad to meet a fellow native of West Britannic who didn't see her as a traitor. "That makes two of you." But she couldn't afford to waste time on pleasantries. After reporting to Jonta, Fry, that the West Britannic resistance members in the Preseli Hills had contacted the other branches and they'd agreed to help him, now she had to establish a connection with the local members in Abatawe. These would be the people who would help him in his day-to-day subterfuge, and they would be his conduit to the national group. He couldn't speak to them face to face. It would be far too dangerous. That was Taylan's job. "You look different from how I imagined," Seren said. Did she mean the disguise, or had the tale of what had happened at Bryn Celli reached her? "To be honest," Taylan replied, "so do you. What do you do for a day job?" "It's better you don't know. Any news from our man?" "He's got himself an invitation to the next High Council meeting." "He has? Marvellous! We've needed someone like him all along, but getting into positions of power is so hard in their society. It's all based on networking. It's who you know that counts, but for us, making friends with Crusaders is dangerous. You never know when you might say the wrong thing or your accent might slip." "Well, he's great at schmoozing and his accent is perfect. Do you have anything you want me to tell him?" "We'll need to figure out what he can do at the council meeting to help the cause. That'll take a few days. I'll meet you again at—" She gave Taylan another place and time for their next rendezvous. "But for now, can you tell him this? We've been contacted by the Alliance and told to prepare for something big. We're to scale down current operations and stock up on weapons and ammunition." "Is the BA going to try to take back the island?" "They haven't said so explicitly, but that's the feeling." Taylan had the urge to hug her again. She had to make do with a mutually shared grin. A free Britannic Isles would be a good thing in itself, but more importantly, it might make it easier to find out what had happened to her children. "I'll pass the message on." "Are you surviving okay?" asked Seren. "Do you need anything? We can get you food and some other supplies. We don't have a lot, but we would never let a countryman go hungry." "I have plenty. In fact, let me give you this." Taylan reached into her pocket and pulled out a roll of banknotes Fry had given her. Seren's eyebrows rose. "Where did you get all that? The fortune-telling business must have been good lately." "It's my wages from you-know-who, but I don't need it. I earn enough for my needs, and it would look suspicious if I were to be found carrying all this money." "No, it's too much. I can't take it." Taylan grabbed her hand and thrust the cash into it. "It's for the cause. I'm sure you'll find a way to use it." Seren bit her lip. "I can think of a good few uses for it." "I'm sure you can. I'd better go. It's been good meeting you, Seren. Wait, is it wise to use your real name?" "I don't go by my real name among Crusaders."
Of course not. Me neither. I'll see you next time. I hope you'll have more news from the Alliance. Taylan turned and then nearly jumped out of her skin. 2 men were walking down the alley, staring straight at her and glowering. "Go," she hissed at Seren. "No, I don't want to. Go." Taylan pushed her into the street. Seren hesitated before running off. One of the men lunged at Taylan and grabbed her arm to prevent her from doing the same. But she had no intention of trying to run. She wanted to delay the men and give Seren time to get away. Whatever was about to go down, there was no point in both of them being caught up in it. "You're right," said the man holding her to his companion. "It is her. It's the mayor's silent seer." He thrust his face into hers. "Only you're a big liar, aren't you? We saw you talking to that girl. You're coming with us, you charlatan. Let's see what the Justice has to say about you." She balled her fist, ready to punch him. It wouldn't be too hard to hurt them enough to allow her to escape. She could even kill them. She had a knife in each boot and the alley was empty. But there were too many people nearby, and though she could make up something about them attacking her, the story of a fortune-teller who managed to kill 2 grown men in self-defense would attract exactly the kind of attention she didn't want. She allowed her arm to go limp. As the man dragged her away, she thanked her lucky stars she'd given the money to Seren. Chapter 23. One condition of Carla's agreement to go along with the BA's plans was she had to be allowed full access to intelligence reports on the Britannic Isles. She swiped the interface screen to open the latest information she'd been given, and immediately tears started into her eyes. The vid was shaky and grainy, but it was unmistakably Perrin at his oath-taking ceremony. His little face looked proud and brave as he stood in full Dwyer regalia, heavy gown sweeping to the ground, horns curving over his head. He was so young, too young for the weight of responsibility of the position. Behind him stood Morgan, small and slight, fading into the background as always. No one in the crowd would have known the strength of her influence over the new Dwyer, or the malignity of it. It had come as no surprise that Morgan had announced the death of Dwyer Carla Orr as soon as she and Perrin had arrived in the Britannic Isles. The intelligence reports contained no vids of her funeral rites, but no doubt they had been lavish and spectacular. Who or what had been burned on the pyre? And how had Morgan managed to keep the funerary attendants from preparing her corpse? Perhaps she had told them her body had been destroyed in the attack on the Belladonna. Perrin raised his hands and his lips moved. The recorder hadn't picked up his words, only the noise of the crowd. She remembered the oaths so well, though it had been many years since she'd recited them. And in all the time since, she hadn't broken a single one. A well of sorrow opened up deep inside her. She had lost everything, her dominion, her son, her people, everything. The crowd was surging around Perrin on his dais like wheat in a field on a windy day. Where had Morgan held the ceremony? She didn't recognise the place, but according to the report, it was in West BI. Her enemy had maintained the presence of the Dwyer in the place where the Crusaders were least established and most in need of the leader's presence. She was a good strategist. Was she good enough to withstand the might of the Alliance? Her door chimes sounded. With some relief, she closed the screen. The next stages of the oath-taking ceremony were not suitable for someone of Perrin's age, and she feared discovering if he had taken part in them. In the open doorway, filling it, was Arthur. Carla stiffened, every fibre taut.
Had he changed his mind and come to finish his task? She had no guards to call. The military leaders held her in such low regard they didn't perceive her as a threat. She also didn't carry the implant they used to talk to each other. All she had was the interface. She swept her fingers across it, trying to figure out how to summon help. Arthur stepped into the room. "I mean you no harm, my lady." She clenched the interface between two hands. "Then leave." "Begging your pardon, I would rather stay." The door had slid closed, and he stood between her and it. Even at full health and strength, she would never get past him and out of the room. "May I sit down?" She didn't answer. He walked to her narrow bed and sat down, facing her diagonally. The large man rested his elbows on his spread knees, his shaggy hair hanging down. He seemed troubled by something, but whatever was on his mind, whatever he wanted to unburden himself of, she didn't care. She rose to her feet unsteadily. "Please," he said, "you would do me a great service if you would remain here with me." Her legs already aching from the small exertion and weighed down by her emotions, she relented. "Thank you," he said, as she resumed her seat. "I don't want to alarm you," he went on. "When we met before, and now, too, I did not bring Excalibur with me. I have come to offer an apology." She gazed at him in silence. Excalibur? The name rang a bell. She must have read it in her books, but she couldn't remember who it was. Another person had survived from his time. That made 4. Arthur, Morgan, Merlin, and Excalibur. "I feel—" His features twisted as if he were in discomfort or perplexity. I think I may have almost committed a great sin, and it is only through another actions I was prevented." "What kind of sin?" asked Carla, her interest piqued. In the Earth Awareness Crusade, the only sins were those that caused harm to the world's spirit, but she knew other religions thought differently. In other ways of thinking, behavior that was normal and natural, like freedom of intimacy, was outlawed. "You don't remember?" "Oh," she replied, understanding dawning. She continued acidly, "You mean that time you tried to kill me?" "Both times," said Arthur sadly. "Both? You mean you tried a second time?" "On the Belladonna, when you were unconscious. I don't think I'm supposed to tell you this, but I was about to strike you when Taylan Ellis stopped me." "She—" For a moment, the overload of revelations rendered Carla speechless. Here was the man who twice tried to murder her apologizing for it, and apparently the other person who wanted to kill her had saved her life. Arthur was shaking his great head. "I always believed Merlin. I always trusted him. When I was a baby, he saved my life. And then, when all the barons were against me, he helped me win their support. He saved my country from invasion and ruin. But now I don't know what to think of him." It suddenly occurred to her that she didn't need her old books to find out the truth about Merlin and Morgan. Someone who had been alive at the time was sitting right here before her, a living source of ancient knowledge. "Arthur, tell me, was it Merlin who locked Morgan away deep below ground?" "I don't know what happened to her after I killed her son. I was wounded and carried from the field of battle. I fell asleep, and when I woke up, I was in this time, aboard a ship in the stars." "But is he Morgan's enemy?" "Yes. Morgan Le Fay and Merlin have been mortal enemies all the time I have known them." Hope lifted her heart. "And Merlin has great powers too." It wasn't really a question, only a deduction. If she was right, she might see the end of her usurper and regain her child. Arthur nodded before his expression returned to brooding introspection.
Merlin said Taylan is playing out a feature of the pattern he didn't see. He said, because I didn't kill you, the conflict has turned in our favour. You will be important to the Alliance's victory. I understand that. What I don't understand is, how could he have been so wrong?
He looked at her as though expecting her to answer.
How would I know? She replied irritably. I only hope he doesn't make a similar mistake again regarding my life or the upcoming battle. If I'd done as he asked, your death would not have been righteous.
He seemed to be speaking to himself.
My sin would not have been forgiven. Certainly not by me, Carla muttered.
Then, exasperated by this moping giant, she added,
If you came here to ask for forgiveness, you won't get it. Why would I forgive your attempt to murder me twice? Even if it was due to bad advice, that's no excuse. I am the Dweir. According to global law, all political leaders accused of war crimes are entitled to a fair trial, at the very least. Now your presence is making me uncomfortable. Please leave.
Arthur got slowly to his feet, looking downward.
You are right. I cannot use my misguidance as an excuse for my actions. I should have thought for myself. I am the keeper of my soul, not Merlin.
His gaze shifted to her.
You may not be willing to accept my apology. Nevertheless, I give it, and if I ever see Taylan Ellis again, I will tell her she was right.
He plodded toward the door. Before he reached it, however, it opened. 2 armed soldiers stood outside. The grey-haired female officer stood behind them.
Carla Orr, you are to come with us. It is time to board the shuttle.
Chapter 24. Heavy footsteps sounded outside Taylan's cell. She looked up. She had been stuck in the tiny, dirty, cramped room for hours, crammed in with 4 other inmates. A burly man arrested for brawling had taken the entire single bunk for himself, forcing the rest of them to challenge him for it, stand or sit on the cold concrete floor. Deciding she was in enough trouble as it was, Taylan had elected to sit, and now her backside was chilled and sore. The cover over the barred window was slammed open, revealing the guard's uni-browed face.
That the one?
He asked an unseen companion, his gaze on Taylan.
If I could see inside,
suggested a deep, resonant voice diplomatically.
Fry.
She sagged with relief. After she'd finally convinced her cellmates she really couldn't speak by shoving her card repeatedly in their faces, they'd insisted she read their fortunes for them. Regrettably, the card stated her trade too. Only she didn't have any paper or a pencil to write down the predictions, and the guard refused to supply any, so she'd had to resort to miming to get her meaning across. It had been a very entertaining experience for everyone but her. She had heard of captive audiences before, but never captive entertainers. After the first couple of hours, she'd wondered if it was some kind of karmic justice for all the time she'd taken advantage of the Crusaders' gullibility.
Yes, that's her, said the mayor.
The guard unlocked the door. The cells were pre-invasion and could be secured electronically, but the jailers used the backup mechanical locks and keys instead.
Mayor Fry has backed up your claim, said the guard, so you're free to go. But if you're found to be practicing your craft fraudulently, it'll be a custodial sentence for you.
As Taylan edged past him in the doorway, he added,
Remember that.
She kept a straight face though mentally rolled her eyes. Fortune-tellers preyed on the stupid and credulous who wanted to hear a happy tale of a brighter future. The entire profession was fraudulent. When she'd been taken to the city jail, it had been hard to defend herself while also pretending she couldn't speak. But she'd managed to convey that the men who had brought her in had been mistaken. She'd written on the guard's notepad that her friend had been speaking, but she hadn't said anything back. None of the officers had believed her. She didn't really blame them. Her excuse was pathetic, and if she'd been anywhere except in Crusader-controlled territory, she would have been screwed. But they had no database to check her name, fingerprints, retinal pattern, or any other identifying features. No way to establish she wasn't who she said she was. And to secure her release, she'd done what everyone in that society did if they could. She'd used a connection with someone powerful. He didn't speak to her until after they'd left the jail and climbed into his carriage. The driver started up the horses with slaps of the reins, and the carriage trundled into motion. The horses' hooves clattered on the road, adding to the general noise of the street. After closing the blinds, Fry said quietly, "That was probably more attention than we want." "I know. I'm sorry. The resistance suggested the place, but they don't know I'm not supposed to be able to speak. I'll be more careful next time." "You learned your lesson. Good. I had a few trainee agents who weren't so quick. They didn't last long." Taylan wondered what he meant by not lasting long. "What did you find out from your contact?" he asked. They had a message from the Alliance telling them to stockpile weapons and ammunition and cut down on their current operations. It sounds like the BA's planning an attack, right? Fry's expression turned thoughtful. "Right?" Taylan pressed. "Perhaps," he replied grudgingly. For some reason, he didn't seem happy about the prospect. "So, what have you found out about my kids?" she asked. She'd fulfilled her part of the bargain. Now it was time to get paid. "Nothing." He frowned as if puzzled. "What?" Taylan had been facing forwards. As he spoke, she turned to stare at him. "What do you mean, nothing? Nothing at all?" "It takes time to build confidence and trust. If I ask sensitive questions right now, at the beginning of my term, people will become suspicious. I will find out the information you need, but you must be patient." "Patient? I've been searching for my kids for months. They're just little children. They can't. Her throat closed up, and her eyes flooded with tears. She swallowed and continued in a strangled tone. "If the Crusaders treat them like they've treated the natives of all the other countries they conquered, they won't survive long." Sudden hot fury flashed up. "I did what you asked," she growled. "I travelled all the way to the Blissfully Hills and back. I made the contacts you asked for. And what have you done for me? Fuck all!" "What I have done for you is cemented my position among the Crusaders," he replied evenly. "The information you seek is confidential and not something someone in my position is privy to. To learn these facts," he sighed, "I can't explain the entire process of intelligence gathering to you within a few short minutes. Please be assured I am not taking your efforts for granted, and I will fulfill my obligation to you. But when we spoke, we didn't agree a time scale." "That was because I thought you understood the urgency," Taylan exclaimed. "Don't you know anything about children? Don't you have any yourself?"
"No, but—"
"They can't wait for you to cement your position. They need help now. They need me now."
"I'm sorry I disappointed you. It wasn't my intention. I should have been clearer about what you can expect."
"You tricked me to get what you want," she said sullenly.
"That isn't true. We both want freedom for the Britannic Isles. You don't get it, do you? What I want is freedom for me and mine. That's more important than any of the rest of this bullshit. Tell your driver to stop. I want to get out. Let me take you back to the town hall, where we can talk and sort this out. No, I've done enough talking. Tell your driver to stop, or I'll get out anyway and take my chances. The carriage didn't seem to be going fast, maybe 15k an hour. She couldn't bear being in the same space as the two-faced bastard. He relented and picked up a brass-knobbed stick to rap on the back of the driver's seat. As the carriage slowed, Taylan said, I've lined up another meeting with our Abatawa resistance. I'll come to see you afterward, but I'm not going to give you any more information unless you have something helpful to tell me in return, and I'll be the judge of what's helpful. She swung open the carriage door and hopped out, though the vehicle hadn't quite stopped. After running a few steps to slow her momentum, she took stock of her surroundings. She was in a run-down area of Abatawa that looked as though it had run down a bit further since the last time she had been here. She heard the carriage door slam shut, the gee-up of the driver, and the clopping of the horses speeding up as they carried the loathsome fry away. What an arsehole! He'd used her and her love for her children to get what he wanted. It was like being in the Royal Marines again. No one gave a shit about her. She was just a soldier in a game of Shang-Chi to be sacrificed for someone else's benefit. Fuck them all. She wasn't going to let anyone use her again. She would find her kids no matter what obstacles others threw in her way. Chapter 25. By the time Wright had forced another path through the rainforest to reach the hidden CUV, dragged it out to sea, and piloted it back to the Resolute, he was at the end of his strength. Knowing Abacha was probably in worse shape than he was making out, he'd insisted on going first through the undergrowth and bearing the brunt of the labour. As he waited for the pumps to empty the launch chamber, he slumped in his seat, wondering if he'd ever be able to move again. He was also dreadfully thirsty once more. He'd drunken his fill at the creek, but he'd soon sweated all the water out again in the extreme heat. The chamber was empty. The hatch opened and Lieutenant Ford appeared. His lips were moving, but the sound was muffled by the hull of the CUV. After he opened the vehicle from the outside, a torrent of cursing flooded in, abruptly ceasing when he realised Wright could hear him. "You both look like shit," he said. There was no doubt they did. As well as being dehydrated, they were sunburned and covered in wounds from their encounter with the Australian vegetation, most of which seemed either covered in thorns, barbs or stingers, or harboured insects to do its job for it. "I'll come crawl," Ford went on. "Might as well wait here." The boat had no sick bay, though it carried a limited amount of medical supplies. "Crawl?" Abacha asked hoarsely. "She's our de facto medic," Wright croaked back. "Used to be a nurse." The reduced number of personnel had meant the Resolute's crew had to double up on some roles. "So she does people as well as engines?" asked Abacha. Wright didn't have the energy to reply. The dour engineer soon arrived, bringing water with her. She pinched their skins and glared into their eyes. When Abacha took a gulp of water, she barked, "Sip it!" After prodding and poking them some more, she gave her diagnosis. "You're not going to die yet. Go to your quarters and I'll bring some medication for burns." Tutting and shaking her head, she left. Ford appeared to be equally annoyed with them. "If I'd known you'd planned on going on an expedition into the bush, sir," he said in a pained tone, "I would have warned you what to expect. Pardon my language, sir, but you can't fuck around out there." "Point taken," Wright replied.
He was beginning to regret allowing respect for higher ranks to slip aboard his boat. While Ford helped Batcher walk to his bunk, Wright made his own way to his cabin. The first thing he looked for was Boots, but the cat wasn't there. The crew must have been taking care of him. Wright felt a twinge of jealousy and hoped the animal hadn't become attached to someone else. He collapsed on his bed, wincing as his burned skin made contact with the bedclothes. Kroll must have had as good an understanding of the human body as she did engines, because he didn't die. Pleased he wouldn't piss off Colonel Rioli, he returned to duty the following day. A Batcher also showed up, but he sent him back to his bunk. He went to speak to Lieutenant Ford in the control room.
"What happened with those Crusader vessels while I was gone?" he asked.
"One of them left, but the other 3 are still there." The one that had departed must have been the one he'd attached a tracker to. He was surprised the others hadn't left too. There had been no sign of them from the beach.
"I wonder why they're sticking around."
"Maybe they're still taking on or offloading cargo," Ford suggested.
"I thought they already did what they came here to do."
"What was that?" Wright realised he hadn't told his lieutenant what he and Abacha had seen. As he explained, the man's jaw slackened. "Kids? Whose kids?"
"I'm pretty sure they weren't their own. There were too many for the number of adults, and the way they were treating them, well, you'd be a monster to do it to anyone's children, let alone yours. My guess is they're from one or more of the countries the EAC invaded, most likely the most recent invasions, so the Caribbean or the BI. I struck a tracker on the one that left, so maybe we'll find out soon. Central are keeping an eye on where it goes."
Ford breathed out a barely audible curse. "And they're taking them somewhere in the outback? Poor bastards!" Wright mentally agreed, but sympathy for the children wasn't going to help them. He itched to sink the Crusader ships. The Resolute wasn't heavily armed, but it wouldn't take much to put a hole in a wooden hull. Yet the same problem applied as before. He didn't want to alert the EAC that their operation had been discovered and trigger them into changing their route into the country. And there was a chance the ships were still carrying some trafficked kids. What else could he do?
"I want to launch 2 UUVs. Jong, maneuver them to, say, to about 300 meters from the Crusader vessels, one to the north and the other to the east. I want to get visuals on them."
"Aye, sir." If the Crusader ships hadn't changed position, he and Abacha should have been able to see them from the beach. Visibility had been good. He wanted to find out if they were similarly hard to see at a closer range. The UUVs were controlled via a direct mind-machine interface. It took Jeong a minute to set up the system and integrate with it via his implant. Then 2 screens lit up on the control panel, displaying the visual feeds from the underwater vehicles. The interior of the launch chamber appeared, filled with quickly rising water. Then the pictures wobbled as the UUVs detached and moved out into the ocean. For a while, all that could be seen was slightly murky water, lit by beams from above. Jong's eyes were closed as he concentrated. "I've never figured out how he controls 2 at once," said Ford quietly. "Must be ambidextrous." Jong smiled as he overheard.
"I can pat my head and rub my stomach too, and my missus says—" "Just concentrate on the job, Jong," interrupted Wright.
"Yes, sir. Nearly there." The vehicle's coordinates and depths appeared in the corners of the displays, rapidly altering as they moved along. Then the coordinates became stable, but the depth figures began to decrease. When the UUVs were a meter below the waves, they stopped their quick decrease and hovered within a fixed range of roughly 20 centimeters. There was hardly any swell.
"Raising periscopes," said Jong.
The water near the surface was very clear. Blue water rippled with sunlight moved slowly across the displays until it disappeared, replaced by air. "So that's how they're doing it!" Ford exclaimed. He was looking from the sonar readings to the screens showing the visuals from the UUVs. Wright had to admit the Crusaders' solution to avoid detection by Alliance satellites was simple but ingenious. The wooden ships had been constructed in the ancient style, high-prowed and three-masted with sails. But as well as the sails, long swathes of material hung from the spars. Lightweight and shimmering blue, from a distance they would baffle human and machine eyes into thinking they were looking at the ocean. He guessed when he and Abacha had looked out from the beach, the material had been hanging down in the windless air, obscuring the ships unless you knew exactly where to look. "I was gonna say I'm surprised that stuff doesn't get ripped to shreds in a high wind," said Ford. "But they must only deploy it when they're within our waters, and they must only come in during this time of year when there's hardly ever any storms." "Jong," said Wright, "record what we're seeing for a couple of minutes and send the recording to me." He would forward it to Rioli. A detail like this could help put an end to the Crusaders' terrible trade. Chapter 26. Lorcan had always stayed well out of harm's way whenever the project's military wing engaged in action, remaining safely aboard the Brez for the duration of any armed conflicts. Not only did he see no point in endangering himself with a closer involvement, his focus had been outward, toward the stars. He had had no interest in what happened on Earth, providing she continued to yield her resources to him. But something had changed. This time he was curious to see at a closer hand how the upcoming battle played out. It was a trip Iolani didn't wish to participate in, unsurprisingly. If her veganism and choice of living situation hadn't already convinced him of her deep-seated reverence for life, his months of working with her would have confirmed it. She reminded him of the Jains, whose religion dictated they should brush insects out of their path to avoid stepping on them. Hale wasn't quite so fanatic, and she didn't push her beliefs on anyone, yet her sensitivity about death wasn't difficult to see if one paid any attention to her. He'd been spending more time than usual in the ship's refectory lately, and he'd noticed she often ate by herself if steaks or other large meat items were being served. And she entirely avoided involving herself in the plans to bring farm animals to the colony worlds. It felt odd not to have her accompanying him on his trip to Earth. Perhaps it was only that he'd become used to her always hanging around. Since she'd come aboard the Brez, she'd involved herself in almost everything he'd done. It had irritated him at first, but then he'd found it didn't bother him so much. And now, on the shuttle, he even missed her a little bit. "How long until we land?" he asked the pilot over the comm. 4 hours 20 minutes, sir. It'll be 6:30 in the evening when we get there. Your residence has been prepared for your arrival." "Thank you." His tantalum mine in Old France was the perfect spot from which to observe the offensive. Close enough to feel a part of the action, but not so close as to be in danger. And if by chance the conflict did spread wider than was expected and things began to look threatening, he could depart the place quickly. It had been years since he'd been there. The mine had been started before the EAC had swept into the country and taken it over. Luckily for him, Crusaders were easy to bribe with goods and knickknacks that weren't available under their chosen regime. The mine had continued to operate without scrutiny or impediment from the higher echelons of the cult. Such a bunch of hypocrites, secretly enjoying forbidden items while decrying them in public. Yes, the relationship with the local Crusaders was cosy, and he shouldn't expect any problems from that quarter during his visit. He'd even received gifts from them in the past. The champagne he'd served Dwyer Orr at their first meeting had been one of them. That had been somewhat of a slip-up. He'd grown complacent and forgotten where it had come from. Never mind. Carla Orr was now in the hands of the Alliance, neutralised. 4 hours until landing. How to pass the time? Usually he would read or listen to reports and mentally rehearse the many and varied project plans, checking for details he might have missed and thinking up new ideas. If he couldn't stomach any more project business, he might allow his imagination to roam to his journey to the new worlds and life upon them. But neither the project nor dreams of the future appealed. He looked out of the small window. A tiny blue and white orb stood out among the field of stars. Perhaps Iolani had a point. There was something special about the place, sole home of life for billions of miles around. Her argument that the colonists would need somewhere to return to in case of disaster had made sense, but maybe Earth was also worth preserving simply for the sake of it. A leaden hand seemed to close around his heart, and not understanding why, he was suddenly thrown back to one terrible day more than 2 decades ago. He inhaled a great breath and exhaled heavily. Prickles were running across his skin and behind his eyes, and sweat wet him. What was wrong with him? He was grateful for the empty passenger cabin, relieved Hale hadn't wanted to join him for this journey. He would have hated anyone to see him like this. Compelled by an unknown force, his hand moved to the interface on the bulkhead in front of him. With trembling fingers, he opened it. He could link to any database on the Brez from here, including his personal files. He could not bring the impulse under control. His digits sought out the pictures automatically. He hadn't looked at them in years. He hadn't been able to bring himself to. Now he was on automatic. He had no choice. Grace appeared first. He felt the same response at the sight of her that he always had, pure love. Next came the boys, Oren and Tiernan. They'd been playing football when the picture had been taken, and they were unaware of the camera. It had captured all their vitality and energy, their lust for life. Finally there appeared no. He could not look. He would not look. He swiped the screen closed and forced his gaze out of the window again. The small blue dot had grown slightly larger. "Pilot," he said. In his confusion, he'd forgotten the man's name. "Yes, sir?" he asked smoothly. "There's been a change of plan. I want to go to Antarctica." "Antarctica?" All his professionalism couldn't keep the note of surprise from his voice. "Yes, I'll send you the coordinates." He knew them by heart. "Thank you, sir. Should I inform your residents in Old France you won't be arriving today?" "That would be good. Tell them—" What? When would he get there? "Tell them to stand by." He passed the remainder of the journey in a state of trepidation. His entire being rebelled against what he was doing, yet he couldn't help himself. A battle was being waged within him. On one side stood the adamantine protection he'd built up, his safeguarding against pain. On the other side was a burgeoning force, a pressure welling up to face the reality of what had happened. For the first time in a long time, he was out of control, and he had no idea what the end result would be. A grey-green mass lightly dotted with white came into view through the shuttle window. 2 millennia ago, Antarctica had been a sheet of ice, hundreds of meters thick, spreading out from the continent over the ocean. Then the climate had warmed and the ice had begun to melt. Great icebergs cleaved from the mass and floated out across the seas, becoming shipping hazards until they finally melted away. The ice sheet grew thinner, gradually revealing the mountains, plains, and vast lakes unexposed to the atmosphere for tens of thousands of years. More frozen water from the North Pole, glaciers and high mountain ranges had also melted, adding to Antarctica's contribution of fresh water to the salty deeps of the world. Sea levels had risen, flooding the coastal cities. Historic capitals were engulfed, forcing the building of new metropolises farther inland on higher ground. Now the old cities were nothing more than memories in ancient vids and the province of intrepid divers. None of this particularly mattered to Lorcan. To him, Antarctica had been only one of his most lucrative mine sites. After the initial one he and Grace had started, they'd created 4 more in other parts of the continent, as well as the operations they opened elsewhere in the world. The country's confused legal status as a nation had been ripe for exploitation. He hadn't looked at old pictures of Antarctica as it had once been with any sense of regret or nostalgia. He hadn't been responsible for what had happened to the land. After all, humanity had adapted to the global changes, adapted and moved on. Millions had died, it was true, but that had all been a long time ago. Antarctica hadn't meant much to him except in the sentimental sense of it being where his and Grace's business had started up. Now it meant everything. "Sir," came the pilot's voice over the comm, "the spaceport seems deserted. The location identifier is no longer recognized, and there's no air traffic control to contact." "Is that a problem?" asked Lorcan tensely. "I believe I still own the land." "I guess not," the pilot replied uncertainly. "Only, if the landing pad hasn't been maintained, touching down could be dangerous. Antarctica is famous for—" "I'm all too aware of what the country is famous for." "Yes, sir. Of course, I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking." Again his professional demeanour had slipped. He sounded embarrassed and uncomfortable. Previously, Lorcan would have been irritated and would respond with something acid and cutting, but today he could only answer, "If you don't want to take the risk, fly to the nearest alternative landing site and I'll make my own way across country." After a pause, the pilot replied, "I think it'll be fine, sir. I'll take you directly there." Chapter 27. Picking up a bagel, Wright yawned and scratched his stubble with his other hand. Ever since getting back from the Australian desert, he'd let his beard grow, but he guessed he would probably have to shave it soon. Something big was coming up, and he might have a face-to-face briefing with a senior officer. The Resolute was gliding over the Indian Ocean at maximum knots on her hydrofoils, smoother than a baby's bottom. They were leaving Oceania. He'd been given the coordinates of their new destination, but no one had told him anything else. Not that he really cared right now. He'd just woken up. Morning was not his favourite time of day. He chewed morosely on his bagel, wondering why he couldn't see very well and why his eyes hurt. A batcher sat across from him in the mess. The Resolute was too small for a separate wardroom for officers. Everyone ate in the same place. Wright preferred it this way. The crew felt like more of a team, though at the moment he kind of wished everyone would eat a bit more quietly. A batcher was watching him. Noticing Wright meet his gaze, he asked,
Everything okay, sir? He grunted something approximating an affirmative. Then he realised it was the sun. The sun was shining through a porthole and hitting him square in the eyes. So that was why he couldn't see properly. He chewed and thought some more. He combed the bridge. "Jong?" "Yes, Major." "Could you shift our heading?" He squinted at the sun. 2 degrees south. Thanks. He closed the comm. Slowly the bright circle of light slid off his face. He blinked. He could see again. Across the table a batcher was grinning at him. He gave a half-smile back and took another bite of his bagel. Half an hour later, when he'd properly woken up and told Jong to return the Resolute to her original course, he went to the port gunwale to look out across the cobalt ocean. There wasn't a lot else to do, except to wonder what lay in store at their destination, and hope the Australian authorities would find the location of the trafficked children. When he'd received the new orders, he'd taken the opportunity to ask Colonel Rioli for an update. The colonel reported that a thorough search had been made of the area where Wright and Abacha had been forced to turn back, but nothing had been found. There was nothing but desert for hundreds of kilometres. The only lead was the highway that passed through it, running north and south. The traffickers had most likely been walking the children to the road where they had been picked up and taken somewhere else. The good news had been that, now the authorities were aware of what was happening, a permanent watch would be kept on the trafficking route. As soon as another party of traffickers and children arrived, they would be followed. But the wet, stormy season was on its way, and, considering the Crusaders' method of camouflaging their ships, no more might arrive for months. "Sir," said Ford, as he approached from the bridge. "Yes, Lieutenant." "Jong's running a competition and the crew are wondering if you'd like to join in. I think you call it a sweepstake in the BI. We're betting on the number of words Kroll says at one time before we dock." I'll have to think about that. I should tell you, all the best numbers have been picked from the hat already. Abacha's got 3, I've got 2, and Hadley's got 4. We've excluded 1, because that's stupid. Even Kroll says 1 word now and again. What do you think? Are you in? So only numbers higher than 4 are left? I'm basically betting our engineer will say more than 4 words in a row within the next week. Not exactly, Ford replied ruefully. Not everyone's drawn their ticket yet. You might get an even higher number. I admit your chances aren't good, but you never know. All right, whatever. I'll do it. Chapter 28. The memorial site was magnificent. 4 crystal monoliths stood 50 metres apart in a square and rose to slender points at a great height. 1 for each of them. Between the monoliths sat a tall, wide, elegant glass house. Even at a distance, the verdant vegetation and large colourful flowers were plain to see. A moat surrounded the site, crossed by one narrow, arching bridge. The small town was deserted. The factories still and derelict. Slow-growing, grey-green native mosses and plants had begun to reclaim the area. In the bleak Antarctic landscape, the memorial was a precious jewel among dull stones. Behind Lorcan, the shuttle engines quietened to silence. The wind was the only sound. The endless wind. He'd grown so used to it in his years in Antarctica, he'd ceased to hear it. Grace had. His heart convulsed. He gasped. Could he do this? He'd never been here. He'd planned the structure, paid for it all, overseen the building of it virtually, but he'd never been able to bring himself to visit.
The architect had done a marvellous job. He'd taken shock, despair and grief and transformed it into something beautiful, an homage and tribute to the lives lost. He had realised Lorcan's dream, yet it was not enough, or perhaps it was too much. He took a step forward and then another. Automatically his footsteps continued, one following the other, though he didn't consciously will it. Did anyone still come here anymore? The memorial wasn't strictly only for his family, but also for everyone who had died. How many? At least 100. He hadn't read the reports at the time or since. He actually couldn't remember the period directly after the disaster very well. He could recall receiving the news and then nothing. Not for days, perhaps weeks. He hadn't seen any pictures of it, but the sinkhole had swallowed about half the little mining town as he understood, swallowed his family, swallowed a part of him irretrievably. By then he was already fabulously wealthy and living a luxurious and powerful life. Yet the insignificance of all of it had been demonstrated to him in one devastating second, when everything that really mattered had been ripped away. Like an automaton, he tottered closer to the memorial. In all the desolate ruins that remained, it was the sole place that continued to be looked after. The crystal and glass shone in the wan sunlight, and the water moving lazily in the moat was clean and clear. The glasshouse plants were growing strongly. Some person or team of people was still faithfully performing the work. He stepped onto the bridge. As he reached the top of the arch, he saw into the glasshouse more closely. It had been Grace's love of gardening that had inspired him to create the living reminder of her life. Yet now he looked at it with new eyes after the passage of many years. He was struck by how the scene of beautiful flowers and plants, protected from a harsh climate, was rather like one of Cocoa's habitats. Had this been where his idea for the project began? He paused, taking in the view. He was vaguely aware of the bite of the icy wind, but he didn't pay it any mind. He was awestruck by the beauty of the place he had created, and then never visited for so long. Feeling stronger, he walked the rest of the way across the moat and along the gravel path that led to the glasshouse doors. 2 of the crystal monoliths rose to dizzying heights to the right and 2 to the left of him. Their interiors were not uniform, though their surfaces were smooth and polished. Cracks and irregularities ran through them, catching and refracting the daylight, breaking it into rainbow colours. 1 for each of them. He faltered. Hesitating, he stood a few paces from the glasshouse doors, clenching and unclenching his hands. He felt unsteady on his feet and feared that if he took another step he would topple over. He had to do this. He had come so far, and not just in terms of distance. As if weighed down by a ball and chain, he dragged himself forward. The glasshouse doors slid smoothly open, and warm, humid air billowed out, enveloping him in rich scents of aromatic flowers and foliage underlit by the subtle scent of vegetative decay. He stepped forward. Sitting at a desk to the left of the entrance was a middle-aged woman. She'd looked up from her interface as he'd entered. Her expression had been of mild surprise, as though she hadn't expected anyone to come in. But then her mouth dropped open. She'd recognised him. She hastily got to her feet and brushed crumbs from her skirt. A half-eaten piece of cake on a plate sat on the desk. "Ua Tauman!" She grabbed the plate and tried to find somewhere to put it. but the only available alternative was the floor. She held on to it, awkward and flustered. "I wasn't expecting you, sir. Did I miss a message? I'm very sorry." "I didn't send any advanced warning. Please sit down and finish your cake." "Oh no, let me take you on a tour of the site. We also have an interactive guide, or you can listen to a commentary." "I won't need any of that, but I would prefer to be alone. Do you have any other visitors?" "No, not today. Not usually, in fact. Not for a long time. She put the cake down. "I'll leave and lock the doors. When you're ready to go, you can unlock them from the inside by pressing the release." "Thank you. I appreciate it." "No problem, sir." She moved around the desk. I just wanted to say, I'm so glad to see you here. It's a beautiful place. It's a shame hardly anyone comes to see it anymore. I suppose it's only to be expected, considering it's so far off the beaten track. But the people deserve to be remembered, right?" "They do indeed," he replied tightly. His capacity for small talk, never large at the best of times, was being stretched to its limit in his current state. The woman seemed to sense this as she said, "I'll go. Please take as long as you like. I'll know when you've left because I'll get a notification about the release being activated." She stepped past him. The door swished open and closed, and then, finally, he was alone. Steel grid paths led through the planted areas. As he walked along, his footsteps quietly echoed. Somewhere, water was playing from a fountain or trickling along a stream. Above, an orchid sprouted from a branch curved over the walkway. Orchids had been Grace's favourite flowers. He found a bench and sat down. Chapter 29. Putting a hand in his pocket, Hans was surprised to feel a piece of paper in it. He pulled it out. It was a note folded in half. "Dear Joseph, please forgive my forwardness. I have asked your laundress to put this among your best clothes, the ones you will wear for the High Council meeting. We, your Abertawe friends, wish you luck and success in your endeavours. We know you'll do your best to represent our interests, and you'll be an invaluable support for the new Dwyer. Warm regards, Esme." He read the note through twice and then threw it in the fire. Politely deflecting Esme's heavy-handed hints that she wanted to accompany him to the Dwyer's castle had tested his powers of diplomacy to the utmost. He had sensed she put her husband, Sebastian, through the same trial whenever he visited his mother, not because she ached to see her mother-in-law. Esme was of a type Hans had met many times during his career in intelligence. She was a hanger-on, a groupie, fascinated by and in awe of people who wielded power. She longed to be part of the scene, but she lacked brain power, perception, discernment, and charisma, so she scrabbled for crumbs. Simply being present among the ones she idolized fed her spirit. She was a fool. She saw glamour and mystique where in truth there was only deception and danger. He'd managed to deny her wish without offending her and severing their connection. He might need her in the future. He took a final look in the mirror. If he'd been in his former role with the BA, anyone would have thought he was about to attend a costume party. Fashionable clothing for men among the Crusaders currently consisted of corduroy breeches, stockings, a long jacket, and a high-collared linen shirt. His suit was a deep green and his shirt pale yellow. Though he looked ridiculous, his attire was, he had to admit, extremely well made, especially considering the textiles were hand-woven and the clothes hand-sewn. The heavy wooden door to his chamber resounded with a knock.
Come in."
It was a female servant, dressed in the plain grey dress and white hat and apron that signified her low rank. Living among Crusaders was like returning to feudal times. "I beg your pardon, sir. I was asked to inform you the meeting will begin in 5 minutes and to guide you to the room."
"Thank you, I am ready."
As I'll ever be. He'd attended countless meetings in his life. He'd met with royalty, prime ministers, presidents, CEOs of multinational corporations, tyrants, and genocidal murderers, but he'd never met the Dwyer of the EAC. Also, he hadn't been informed about who else would be in attendance. He had no idea who occupied the highest positions in the cult. Neither did anyone else outside the close-knit circles of influential Crusaders, as far as he was aware. It had been one of the mysteries Sis had failed to crack. As he followed the woman through the castle corridors, a sense of unease crept over him. He hadn't questioned the fact that Sebastian's mother had managed to secure him a place at this high-level meeting, but maybe he should have. On the face of it, he was only a mayor of a large town, one of many in the BI. Why should he be invited to attend the High Council? Had his cover been blown? His footsteps slowed and the servant began to draw ahead. Had Taylan Ellis informed on him? She had been angry he hadn't been able to give her the information she wanted. Had she found a way to take her revenge? No, that didn't work. He'd received his invitation to the meeting before he'd told her he hadn't been able to discover anything about the whereabouts of her children. Still, she might have informed on him since then. The servant had noticed he'd fallen behind and halted to allow him to catch up. He was deep within the Dwyer's castle with no idea how to get out and entirely surrounded by Crusaders for hundreds of kilometres. If the Dwyer did know who he was, he wouldn't stand a chance. He'd heard the cultists did terrible things to their prisoners. He increased his pace. He was being ridiculous, losing his cool. He couldn't allow his nerves to get to him. He'd been in worse situations. Trapped inside a cage and close to death, for instance. He'd been given a second chance, and he was going to take it. And he had to move fast. From what Ellis had told him, it sounded as though the Alliance was about to launch an attack. That was all well and good, but if the BI was to be reclaimed, he wanted a role in the process. The Alliance needed to step away from its monarchical roots and become a republic, and it would only do that if influenced by someone who had played a large part in the significant victory. He had to be involved, not a bystander who happened to have snuck back into the country before it was liberated. "Here we are, sir," said the servant. She twisted the iron latch on a set of double doors and pushed one of them open. As he walked past her, she inclined her head. He almost shivered in revulsion. Crusader ways disgusted him to his core. People should be equal. Why should this woman live out her days in drudgery while others basked in luxury? He carefully set his features to a neutral expression in his lifelong practice of never giving anything away. He was not the last to arrive. 3 chairs were empty around the long polished table. A slim, dark-haired boy dressed in a deep blue suit, Hans judged him to be 13 or 14, sat at the farthest narrow end. Wooden panels covered the stone walls, and a mullioned window looked out over the central courtyard. "Mayor Fry, welcome to the High Council. Please take a seat." A woman he guessed was Morgan sat on the boy's right. She was dark-haired too, pale and small. She didn't look at him. A bony, ruddy-faced man was at the boy's left. More officials ranged down each side of the table. Including the Dwyer and himself, there were 9 in total. When the 2 remaining attendees arrived, the number would be brought up to 11. An odd number prevented a hung vote. Perhaps that was one reason he was here. He sat between a heavy-jowled man in early old age and a nervous-looking woman who was picking at a hangnail. The man nodded graciously while the woman offered a quick smile. The Dwyer suddenly grimaced and put his fingertips to his forehead. Then he looked at Morgan questioningly. She gazed at him in return, but she appeared to be the master of the inscrutable expression. Hans prided himself on his ability to read faces, but in hers he read nothing. Why had the boy grimaced? "Master Hierophant," he said to the man on his left, "please introduce the council to the mayor."
"Yes, Dwyer."
He cleared his throat.
"Mayor, if I may introduce—"
The sharp sound of metal clanging against metal made Hans jump. The chamber door flew open, and the woman who had brought Hans there rushed in, her white cap awry. "Forgive me, Dwyer," she blurted, "but the seneschal has received a message that planes have broken through our defences." "Planes?" The boy's large dark eyes grew round. "What sort of planes?" "It's thought they're Alliance planes, sir. I don't know what type." Morgan stood.
"You should all go down to the cellars. Dwyer, come with me."
With that, she swept from the room, the boy following in her wake. The remaining attendees appeared frozen in shock. "If you would like to walk this way," said the servant, "I can show you to the cellars." Inside, Hans was cursing. The Alliance had begun their attack, and he wasn't ready. He could have done so much to smooth the path of the assault. He could have helped to coordinate the resistance, persuaded key people, like the ones at the meeting, to rethink their allegiances, relayed vital intelligence, and now the opportunity was to be snatched from him. The officials were quickly filing out of the room. Hans mentally dragged himself back to the crisis. The castle might be bombed. Fear seized him. Memories of the bombing of the General Council in the Caribbean were flooding back. The dreadful explosions, fire raining down, the conflagration he had only escaped with Josephine's help. The last person had left the room. If he wanted to shelter in the cellars, he had to hurry. But did he want to do that? If the castle were bombed, he could be trapped under a mountain of rubble. Would anyone bother to dig the officials out? Did the Crusaders even have the equipment to do it? Morgan and the Dwyer weren't going to the cellars. They were going someplace else, somewhere better and safer. He couldn't face the possibility of being entombed and slowly dying of thirst or hunger. If the Alliance was going to strafe the place, he would take his chances outside, in the open. He ran from the chamber. The others had already disappeared. How to get out? The sound of footsteps was coming from one end of the corridor. That way lay the stairwell he'd come up. He needed to go another way to find the front entrance. These old places usually had 2 or 3 sets of stairs. As he raced to the other end of the corridor, he heard a droning noise. The air seemed to vibrate. The planes were already drawing near. An arched opening and narrow stone steps descending in a spiral appeared. He bounded down them, 2 or 3 at a time, pressing his hand against the outer wall for balance as he careened around the curves. When he reached the bottom, he was in an open, airy space. It took him a moment to recognize it. He'd come directly to the entrance. The formal wooden staircase he had ascended when he had arrived stood in the centre. He must have come down the secondary, servants' stairs. The double doors stood open, but 2 men were in the process of closing them.
"No!"
Hans yelled, running toward them.
"Wait, I'm leaving."
"It isn't safe, sir," replied one of the men, raising his voice over the noise of the approaching aircraft. The planes did seem to be preparing to bomb the castle. They were flying too slowly for anything else. Not bothering to answer, Hans forced himself through the closing gap and out onto the lawn. There they were. Flying in a wide V below the clouds were 3 airplanes. Snub-nosed and wide-winged, they had not been built for speed. Hans guessed the planes that had done the fighting to allow these 3 into EAC airspace were far away, somewhere out to sea. The castle doors thudded as they closed, and the bolts slid into place. As he watched, transfixed, the 2 outer planes peeled away, off to drop their terrible cargo on other targets. The point of the V flew on. From its trajectory, it would fly directly overhead. He tore his gaze from it to glance at his surroundings. A driveway cut through the lawn, but aside from that, the nearest 100 metres were flat and featureless. He could go nowhere, do nothing, except... The belly of the craft was passing over him. It was so close, he saw a hatch open in it. He was about to be blown apart. But what came out was... confetti? Open-mouthed, he watched thousands of pieces of paper flutter out, billowing and scattering in the turbulent air. The paper fell like snow, obscuring the departing plane. The noise of its passage softened. He was shaking. He'd gone from staring death in the face to... what? What the hell was the Alliance doing? Some slips of paper were drifting to the ground. He glimpsed writing on them, and it was then he understood. Someone in the BA was very smart. He strode to the nearest sheet and picked it up. Chapter 30. Crusaders, you have been lied to. Dwyer Carla Orr lives. She has a new consort, the ancient king and rightful ruler of the Britannic Isles. She will return soon. Prepare for her arrival. Taylan frowned as she read. More of the notices were scattered all over the street. Like the rest of the population of Abertawe, she'd thought the town was about to be bombed, but instead the plane had dropped these. So Orr must have woken up. But had she really agreed to help the Alliance win back the BI? She didn't seem the type of person who was content with being only a figurehead. If the BA expected her to do as she was told, it was treading a dangerous path. Taylan scrunched up the paper and tossed it on the ground, unsure if the confirmation of the impending battle was good news. Returning the country to Alliance control might free up the information on where her children had gone, but there was no guarantee it would win. She could see the strategy, a 2-pronged attack on the Crusaders' psyches. They were fanatically loyal to their Dwyer, whoever that might be, and the King Arthur myth, truth, played right into their love of legends and fanciful tales. They would lap up the story of the once and future king, and anyone who met him was wowed by him. He was so goddamned charismatic. No one would realise he was the same person as the sword-wielding berserker who had sliced his way through the crowd at the launch ceremony, and no one was going to tell them. It was a good plan, she couldn't deny it, but the EAC had a new Dwyer now, and there was clearly no love lost between the two. The son had abandoned his mother and departed in the company of the original Dwyer's strange female companion. How would the Crusaders react when they had to choose between the mother and the son? From what she'd learned of them, they would get confused, and confusing them made them angry. They would probably start fighting each other. There would be bloodshed, disruption and turmoil. In conditions like that, finding her children would be even harder. People were coming out of their houses along the little street and picking up and reading the propaganda. She felt safe to return to the place she'd chosen to sleep in last night. Everyone was too distracted to notice her. She walked down the path that led to the back door and went inside. After passing through the dusty kitchen, she stepped into the tiny square living room with its worn sofa and silent, dark, defunct wall interface. Thank God Crusaders still believed in indoor plumbing. Her sleeping bag lay on the carpet. She hadn't gone upstairs to find a bed to sleep in. Bedrooms were more personal to the previous occupants. It was too depressing. She'd stuck to her policy of moving to a new abode every evening for safety's sake. It was wearisome to find a different place every night that was empty, dry and relatively clean. But like the first town she'd plied her trade in, Abertawe was full of abandoned houses. It would be a long time before she ran through them all. No one would want their fortune told today. The town would be in upheaval after the propaganda drop. She decided to stay in the house, out of sight. She would pass the day practicing her handwriting and making up more drivel to tell gullible Crusaders. Sitting on the sofa, she took a half-eaten pastry from a paper bag, the remains of last night's dinner, and munched on it. As she chewed, she thought of Mayor Joseph Fry. What did he make of the Alliance's leaflet drop? He had to be at the New Dweers Castle by now for the High Council meeting. She'd passed on the Resistance's message about the direction he should push the Dweer in, but she guessed it was all moot now. He wouldn't have time to do much before the Alliance attacked. With a twinge of guilt and fear, she realised she was already regretting her decision to cut ties with him. Even at their second meeting, he hadn't been able to tell her a thing about what might have happened to her kids. Not a thing. She had told him that was the last time he would see her, that he could figure out his own way to contact the Resistance from now on, and she had been true to her word. She had been so angry. She'd given him plenty of warning, and he'd still come up with nothing. He'd tried to spout his spiel about how these things took time, but she'd cut him off, swore at him, and left. Had she been right? Now, with the benefit of hindsight, she had to admit she hadn't. Maelir's words about how people would have to work together if they were to defeat the EAC continued to play on her mind. Despite telling Fry she only cared about reuniting her family, it wasn't true. She desperately wanted her homeland to be free again. More than that, though, she'd been stupid. Fry might not be fast at getting her the information she needed, but he was her best source, had been her best source, and she'd told him to take a walk. She put down the remains of her pastry. Damn it! She'd lost her temper, lost control of herself, and cut off her nose to spite her face. Fry had all the power, and she had none. She would have to go to him when he got back from the High Council meeting and eat humble pie. A rustling came from outside. It sounded like someone trying to force their way through the overgrown front garden to reach the front door. She waited, not moving. When she'd first entered the house, she'd closed the living room curtains so no one would be able to look in and see her, but that meant she couldn't look out. Rap, rap, rap. It was someone trying to come in. Who the hell would be knocking at an empty house? Were they there by mistake? Maybe if she did nothing, they would go away. Rap, rap, rap. Shit. She got to her feet and walked to the living room doorway, which led to the hall. Poking her head out a fraction, she saw a fuzzy figure through the frosted glass of the front door. It looked like just one person. She couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. It had to be a mistake. Someone had got the wrong house. The doorknob turned. Taylan held her breath. She didn't know if the door was locked. She hadn't checked. There hadn't seemed to be any point. The lock on the back door was busted anyway. Most abandoned houses in West Britannic were the same. Crusaders had broken into them to find the people who had been hiding out during the invasion, or just to steal food and clothes. The front door didn't open. The figure moved away, their shadow receding from view. Taylan exhaled. Whoever it was, they seemed to have given up. But there was no point in taking any chances. She walked into the kitchen, stood to one side of the back door and drew her knife from her boot. If the visitor came down the path at the side of the house, he or she would be here about. The doorknob on the back door rattled, and the door opened. Taylan leaned out, reached around the door and grabbed the Crusaders' clothes below their neck before dragging them the rest of the way in. She had the tip of her knife at the woman's throat before she saw it was the green-eyed Crusader who had got her into Fry's mayoral inauguration party. In surprise, she jerked her hand open. The woman had instinctively pulled backward in response to Taylan grabbing her. When she was released, she staggered backward, her arms windmilling. "Oh!" she exclaimed. Taylan reached out and grabbed her again, by her arm this time. Still in shock, she almost spoke, but clamped her lips shut. After she was sure the Crusader wouldn't fall, she returned her knife to her boot. "Did you?" asked the woman, her gaze travelling from Taylan's feet to her hand. "What was that? Did you have a—" Taylan tried to smile, though she had a feeling it looked more like a grimace. "I must have scared you. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It's taken me so long to find you. Can I come in?" With a sense of misgiving, Taylan pulled out a chair at the kitchen table. Gesturing the woman to sit, she went to the living room to get her cards, paper and a pen. The annoying Crusader must have come for a reading. Since becoming the Abertawe Mayor's seer, she had experienced a big upturn in trade. Her reputation had spread around town, and people approached her in the street. She must have been watched last night when she'd found this house. When she returned to the kitchen, she almost collided with the woman who hadn't stayed put. "I'm Esme." Seeing what was in Taylan's hands, she continued, "I'm not here for that. Can we talk? I mean," she laughed nervously, "can I talk to you?" Taylan sat down. Esme sat opposite her. There was something unsettling about the newcomer. She hadn't noticed it at the time of the party. She'd been too focused on making the connection with Fry. But Esme had been at the town hall when she'd gone to see him another time, and then she'd felt a strange vibe from her. Now the woman's intense stare was setting off alarm bells. "I'll just come right out with it, okay? I just wanted to speak to you about Joseph. I went to see him before he left, and he told me he wouldn't be seeing you anymore. Is that right?" Taylan nodded. "He said the decision was yours, not his." She nodded again. "I'm sure you must have your reasons. The mayor wouldn't elaborate, which I respect. But I'm here to ask you to reconsider. You have a very special gift. Joseph needs you. The town needs you, especially in light of this." She searched among the folds of her skirt and pulled out a crumpled propaganda leaflet. Spreading the paper out on the table, she continued, "Momentous events are underway. The future of the EAC is uncertain. The guidance you provide will be invaluable." Taylan nearly laughed. Why waste your time with soldiers, guns and bombs when you have people who can read the future? She managed to keep a straight face. "Will you think again about being the mayor's advisor? It would mean so much." She shrugged and nodded for a third time. Chapter 31. Carla picked up the dress the Alliance had provided her between the tips of a finger and thumb, wrinkled her nose and dropped it on the bed. Whoever had chosen it didn't have the first idea of how a dwyer should look. For one thing, the dress appeared to be printed, made by a machine. Where was the dedication, the work, the artistry? Anyone could use the same program to create a garment that was identical in every way. When a seamstress used the same pattern and cloth, the results were only ostensibly alike. There would be differences in the fine detail. Everything made by hand was unique in some way. She wasn't sure she held the same belief as many Crusaders, that the Maker imbued his or her creation with a part of themselves, their soul or spirit, but there was something undeniably personal about handmade products. How come no one outside the EAC could understand that? Ugh! She sat on the edge of the bed. Her legs remained weak, though each day she was growing stronger. The medics who helped her with her physiotherapy told her so. She curled her lip at the memory of their patronising words of support and praise. They spoke to her like she was a child or a feeble old person. Mirror! The wall opposite the bed transformed into a reflective surface. Dolefully, she turned her head and ran her fingers through her hair. She had had it cut short. The thin patches were growing back, and her face had fleshed out somewhat. Mirror, close. The surface reverted to a plain wall. It was only recently she had been able to look at herself. Her image filled her with anguish and gloom. She had sunk lower than she had ever imagined possible. If she had known she would one day be a puppet of the Alliance, she might have joined John, swinging from his castle window in the breeze. Closing her eyes, she concentrated. Perrin? Perrin, can you hear me? She winced as pain lanced through her head. She had tried to contact him telepathically so many times, even when she had been locked within her mind, but he'd never answered. Before, when she'd been aboard the Gallant, she hadn't known if it was because the distance was too great. Here in Ireland, she was so much nearer to him. She hadn't discussed with Morgan how close people had to be to speak mind to mind. The subject hadn't come up. Did distance even make a difference? Disregarding the possibility her efforts were useless, she continued, ignoring the feeling of white-hot needles being inserted into her brain. Perrin, my darling, I don't know what Morgan has told you, but I'm alive and I'm well, and I miss you very much. I'm coming to you. I'll be there soon. There will be some fighting, but I don't want you to be frightened. You won't be in any danger. When the fighting is over, things will be the same as before. I'll be Dwyer again, and you'll be free to do whatever you want. We'll be happy together again. Wait and watch for me, darling. She slumped onto the bed, exhausted. When she woke up, she was not alone. The grey-haired female officer was there. She had learned the woman's name was Colburn. She vaguely remembered being prodded awake. You aren't dressed, said Colburn. You were told to dress and go to the front of the building. I'm not wearing that. It's disgusting. Colburn's lips thinned. You aren't attending a fashion parade. Get up and get dressed. You have 5 minutes. When the officer had left, Carla snatched up the dress and threw it at the door. But following the Alliance's orders was the only way she would get to see her son again, and her only hope for a better future. Once she'd been restored to her position, she might find a way to throw off the BA's control and resume real power. They would be watching her and try to stop her naturally, yet she might succeed. She got up, took off the horrible hospital pyjamas and put on the equally horrible dress. Not bothering to check her appearance in the mirror, she exited the room. Colburn was waiting for her. Without a word, the officer walked away, expecting Carla to follow. The building had once been a hotel, but now it was full of Alliance staff. Military men and women hurriedly passed them along the carpeted hallways. From her window, she had also seen troops taking part in exercises in the grounds. The preparations for the forthcoming battle were in full swing. How ironic it was that, not so long ago, she had been preparing to launch an attack in the opposite direction. Morgan had to know what was going on here. Crusader spies in Ireland regularly sent reports across the sea. What had she done to protect the Britannic Isles? Did she even know what to do? The EAC's military heads would help her, but leadership had to come from the top. Carla had learned that lesson well previously. When she'd lost focus on military control, things had started to slip. More importantly, since the propaganda campaign, Morgan had to know she'd told the Alliance everything she could about the Britannic Isles' defences. That was the reason its planes had broken through so easily. The message on the leaflets would have explained it. All the infrastructure and strategies the EAC had in place to defend the island would have to be rethought and altered. Would she manage it in time? "Today you will rehearse your victory parades and speech," said Colburn. "I assume you've memorised it as you were asked?" Carla didn't answer. They'd reached the terrace beyond the entrance to the hotel. Stone steps flanked it. They were facing the balustrade, looking out over the green lawns. "Have you memorised the speech?" Colburn asked, hardening her tone. When Carla still didn't answer, she said, "Everything has to go according to the plan you've agreed to. If you deviate from it, you know the consequences." Yes, she knew. The discovery of atrocities committed in her name, imprisonment, prosecution for war crimes, and execution. Her people would rise up in protest, but by then the BI and the rest of her empire would be filled with Alliance military, ready to quell dissent. "I understand," she replied sullenly. Two figures were approaching across the grass. Arthur and Merlin climbed the steps to the left. She hadn't seen Arthur since his visit to her on the Gallant. She wondered if he continued to harbour reservations about his companion. He'd seemed to be having some kind of crisis of confidence too. As he reached the top of the steps, his expression was glum. It appeared she wasn't the only one who was unhappy with what they were being told to do. A flatbed truck trundled toward them. "This will serve to represent the vehicle that will carry you through the streets," said Colburn. "You will give your speech from it before moving on to the next city. We've chosen the 15 largest metropolitan areas to hold the parades." In response to Carla's sneer, she went on, "Of course, if the EAC hadn't systematically destroyed the broadcast media networks, none of this would be necessary. You would only have to do it once." "I would rather not have to do it at all." "Unfortunately, that isn't an option. Climb up onto the truck." The driver had reversed the vehicle up to the right-hand steps. No railings ran down either sets of stairs, so it was easy to step directly onto the back. A small podium had been set up on it behind a safety barrier. "Is that really necessary?" Carla asked. "Can't we do it here? We aren't children." "It's completely necessary. We need to see how you will appear and sound. It's important you create the right impression. And you must be able to stand for long periods of time. Can you do that yet?" "I believe so. What's more,
Though this may come as a surprise to you, I've given speeches before." "We should do as they say, Dwyer," said Arthur. "It will be simpler in the end." "I don't recall asking for your opinion, King." "You should address him as my lord," said Merlin, "in public at least." "I'll address him however I like," Carla spat. "On to the truck," commanded Colburn. "Let's get this over with. I think it's safe to say that's what everyone wants." Stiff with anger, Carla marched down the steps and onto the truck. As Arthur joined her, she edged as far away from him as the space allowed. Whether she wanted to participate in the subterfuge or not, her Crusaders would see there was no connection between them, emotional or otherwise. It wasn't something she would fake, no matter what the Alliance forced her to say. At further prompting from Colburn, she woodenly recited the mandated speech. Whether she would do the same on the day, she hadn't decided. Chapter 32. At Dwyer Perrin Orr's castle, all was confusion and disarray. The arrival of the propaganda leaflets had lit a fire that threatened to burn down the edifice of the EAC, it seemed to Hans. In the days following the airdrop, several of the High Council officials had left without a word to anyone, slipping away late in the evening when no one was around to challenge them. Most of the ones who'd stayed were tongue-tied at meetings the Dwyer had held, as if in fear of saying or doing something that might impact them later. Hans didn't envy their positions. If the EAC managed to repel the Alliance, those who had expressed loyalty to the boy Dwyer would be rewarded. But if the Alliance won through, their words would be remembered and would come back to bite them. Carla Orr might forgive her son his transgressions, but she would not forgive the people who continued to support him knowing she was still alive. Everything hung on the outcome of the impending attack. "We will break for refreshments," Morgan announced. It was a good decision. The meeting was going nowhere. Master Hierophant Newman had been protesting against every proposal made by the military representative, General Lang. Newman appeared to be one of those relentlessly negative people who only offered problems, not solutions. Lang had arrived this morning, no doubt summoned by Morgan in the name of the Dwyer. The council official responsible for the defence of the BI had disappeared 2 days ago. The people Hans had sat between on the day of the propaganda drop had remained, and he was sitting between them again. The heavy-jowled man had turned out to be the keeper of the Dwyer's purse, Mr. Richter, and the nervous woman was Miss Strong. He didn't know her title, but from the comments she made, she appeared to be responsible for transportation within the BI. It was no wonder she was in a perpetual state of anxiety. Her role was essentially impossible. She was supposed to dismantle the previous electrically powered transportation system and replace it with something that worked just as well but didn't require electricity. Hans excused himself from both of them and went to the side table where servants had placed drinks and snacks. Perrin was loading his plate with small sugary cakes. "I haven't had a chance to speak to you personally yet, Mayor Fry," said Morgan, pouring herself some wine from a carafe. "I am honoured to have your attention, ma'am. I confess I argued against your inclusion in the High Council at first. Someone of your rank wouldn't normally have any input into the decisions of the EAC. I understand that, and I am grateful you changed your mind. It was only when the seneschal mentioned that you'd gone from complete obscurity and barely a few coins to your name to Mayor of Abertawe within a few months that I became interested in you. The seneschal is one of Perrin's favourites too. She spoils him rotten, and he holds her opinion highly. But, getting back to your history, it is quite remarkable, especially in Crusader society, where having the right friends counts for so much. Were you truly without contacts when you arrived earlier this year?
I was, but people were very kind and helped me out. It only seemed fair that I did what I could to repay that kindness and support my city in whatever ways possible.
Hans had a feeling she wasn't remarking on his fast journey to a political position because she admired it, but rather because she was suspicious of it. She'd wanted to see him face to face and get the measure of him. Well, after hearing your input today, I believe I made the right decision. You've offered many wise and sensible suggestions, even though the Master Hierophant may not think so. She hadn't lowered her voice to prevent the man in question from hearing her. He turned pink and stepped away from the buffet.
"Thank you, ma'am," said Hans. "I think we would all agree the Dwyer is in a difficult position. Many will believe the Alliance's message, and when the assault begins, as it surely must soon, they will feel conflicted. So he could be fighting a battle within the BI as well as on its borders. The message must have been hard for the boy emotionally too, so soon after losing his mother."
There was no chance of Perrin overhearing his words. The boy had returned to the meeting table and was busy stuffing his mouth with cake. Without even the tiniest glimmer of empathy in her eyes, Morgan took a sip of wine before murmuring, "Oh, it is, it is."
"There's really no chance of any truth to the Alliance's assertion?"
Hans gently probed.
"Absolutely not. I saw her die with my own eyes."
He was usually good at telling whether people were lying, but with this woman he had no inkling. "The Alliance troops fired on her as soon as they saw her," she went on. "Perrin and I were lucky to escape."
"It was fortunate for the EAC that you did."
"It was. The people need their Dwyer."
"And such a young Dwyer needs an advisor."
Morgan smirked and looked him searchingly in the eyes. He had the sensation she was boring into his soul. Did she suspect he might have ties with the Alliance? She certainly appeared to distrust him. For the moment, however, she was tolerating him, and that was all he needed.
"And this mention of a consort," he said. "An ancient king and rightful ruler. It's strange no one seems to know what that's about."
"It's time to reconvene the meeting," she said, leaving him at the side table. Hans quickly added a few items to his plate, poured a glass of water, and returned to his seat. He had no clue whether Carla Orr was dead or alive. The Alliance could be spreading a lie in order to destabilize its enemy, or Morgan could be mistaken. Perhaps the Dwyer had been shot but not killed. If the BA were telling an untruth, it was a new tactic for them. It was also possible Morgan was lying, though he couldn't think why. It would be cruel to mislead the boy. On the other hand, he didn't appear to be grief-stricken. Was it a struggle for power? "Dwyer," said Lang earnestly as Hans sat down, "before we try to pick up from where we left off, can I speak freely?" After a quick glance at Morgan, Perrin replied, "You may. I'm the only person sitting at this table with any kind of military experience, and I'm telling you we do not have time for this prolonged decision-making process. The Alliance could be on our doorstep tomorrow. They could be on their way as I speak. I'm going to be frank. Our Army, Navy, Air Force and Space Fleet are in a state of distraction and bewilderment. The fake announcement they heard about the former Dwyer has unsettled all of them deeply. They need guidance, they need orders, and they need them now."
She paused and her expression twisted as if she were trying to figure out a way to put what she wanted to say politely. She sighed in exasperation and seemed to give up. I've listened to enough bullshit today to last me a lifetime. Concerns about expenditure when our lives are at risk. Hogwash about omens not being in our favour. Who cares what the omens say? Are we going to fight for our way of life, for what we believe in or not? She turned to Perrin. Dwyer, I beg you, leave the defence of your realm to the people who know what they're doing. Trust us. Give us your permission to work without your direct approval or oversight. I know it's a big ask, but we've run out of time already. If we wait any longer to develop a coherent strategy, we'll lose. I guarantee it. Before the boy could answer, the door to the chamber opened. I beg your pardon, Dwyer, but there's someone to see Mayor Fry, and she says it can't wait.
Who is it? Asked Hans.
I'm sorry, sir. I did ask, but she wouldn't give her name. Said she must speak to you personally. You may leave, said Perrin. Hans didn't want to leave. The meeting was finally getting somewhere. He wanted to hear the Dwyer's answer to the General's proposal, and perhaps have a say in it too. But everyone was looking at him, waiting for him to go so they could continue. He stood up, irritated, and stalked out of the door.
When did this person arrive?
He asked the servant as he followed the woman down the stairs. Just a few minutes ago. Drove up to the front entrance. I told her you were in a very important meeting and shouldn't be disturbed, but she said you would want to see her. I believe there's someone else with her too. They'd reached the entrance hall. One of the doors was open, but there was no sign of the mystery visitor. Racking his brains as to who it could be, he stepped out into the bright sunshine. The only people who knew where he was were... Esme Webber stood waiting next to a coach. As he appeared, she grinned broadly and a little maniacally. Mayor, I'm sorry to drag you away from your meeting, but...
Esme!
He was mustering all his powers of self-restraint, but he couldn't keep the note of frustration and anger out of his voice.
I told you your presence here is inappropriate. I'm in the middle of a very important discussion on the fate of the EAC. I do not have time for this. Please return to Abertawe, and I will see you when I get back.
He turned, not wanting to waste another second on the stupid woman, when she said, Please, Mayor Fry, wait and see who I've brought with me. I know you don't have any use for me, but what about your seer? He turned around.
What?
Esme was opening the coach door. Inside, drooping against her seat and looking totally out of it, was Taylan Ellis. Chapter 33. Taylan blinked blearily. The last thing she remembered was sitting at Esme Webber's dining table. She'd accepted the Crusaders' invitation to stay at her house for a few nights while waiting for Fry to return. Maybe that hadn't been wise, but she was heartily sick of sleeping on the floors of houses whose previous occupants were either dead or refugees. Now she appeared to be somewhere else entirely. Where was she? She straightened her back and sat up, putting a hand to her head as her movement caused it to throb. Her throat felt dry and sore, as if she had a cold or had eaten or drunk something. Fry? What was he doing here? He looked as surprised as she was. She was inside a coach in front of a castle. How had she come here? Esme's beaming face appeared. You've woken up. Perfect. We're here. You slept the whole way. Can you believe it? There was something weird about her expression. Taylan read desperation and fear, but of a juvenile kind, like a child who had been caught doing something really bad. Where's here? Asked Taylan, her mind foggy. "The Dweer's castle, of course." Esme turned to Fry with a nervous giggle. "I guess she's still half asleep. Should I help you take her inside?" She rose onto tiptoes to peer over the mare's shoulder and into the castle entrance. Fry gently pushed Esme aside and leaned into the coach. He seemed to sense something was up. Something was up. The castle had to be a day or more from Abertawe by the Crusaders' outdated methods of transportation. How come she didn't remember any of the journey? Nor did she recall any conversation with Esme discussing the visit.
"You look like you've been drugged,"
Fry murmured softly.
"Is that possible?"
That was it. The bitch must have slipped something into her drink. "Very possible," she whispered.
"I don't want to cause a scene," he said, "so don't say anything. Let me get you to a room."
He took her elbow and supported her as she climbed down from the coach.
"Esme," he said, "it was thoughtful of you to find my seer and bring her here, but misguided. She's clearly unwell and should never have travelled so far."
"Really?" asked Esme innocently. "She seemed fine before we set out. Then she fell asleep and—" She moved closer. Fry stepped between them, pushing Taylan behind him.
"I'm sure the Dweer has staff who can take care of her," he said. "Leave her with me. You can return to Abertawe."
"Oh, but—" Esme sounded wistful. "Can't I come in?" Taylan couldn't see her, but she imagined the woman looking with desire at the castle. Finding where she was hiding out, persuading her to reconsider working for Fry, offering her somewhere to stay, it had all been a ruse with this end. Esme wanted to be close to the Dweer and his home. She wanted to be involved. She wanted to feel important.
"I must insist you leave now," said Fry. "Go home, Esme, or better still, find somewhere safe to hide. Gather supplies and take Sebastian with you. Dark days are coming."
He put an arm around Taylan and guided her toward the entrance. As they stepped into the hall, she caught a glimpse of Esme watching her, disconsolate and forlorn, before the servant shut the door. Fry sent him away, telling him he would see to the visitor.
"You can wait in my room until the meeting I'm attending is over," he said when the servant had gone. "As you've regained consciousness, you should be okay. Stupid woman. I doubt she regularly drugs people. I hope she doesn't. She could easily have given you too much and killed you. Can you walk? Come with me."
Her legs felt rubbery, so he offered her his arm to lean on as he escorted her through the castle. It wasn't until they reached his room the danger of the situation hit her. A painful fact leapt to the front of her rapidly clearing mind. She was in the new Dweer's castle, where the woman Arthur had called Morgan Le Fay lived. The same Morgan Le Fay who had conjured phantasms of her kids and probably knew who she was and what she looked like. Fry was ushering her into his room when she blurted, "I can't stay. I have to get out of here."
"You can't. It's too late. Esme's gone. Why do you want to leave?"
She was about to answer, but he continued,
"Whatever the problem is, I don't have time to hear it. I must get back to the meeting. Remain here. It's perfectly safe for now. Everyone's too busy to bother with a fortune-teller's arrival. If you pull the rope next to the bed, a servant will come and attend to your needs. I'll be back later, though probably not until this evening."
With that, he was gone. Shit. She sat down on one of the velvet-covered chairs. She still felt woozy. Whatever Esme had given her, it must have been powerful to knock her out for so long. She didn't even know what day it was. If she did ignore Fry's instructions and tried to leave, she probably wouldn't get far. She needed to rest. She relaxed into the chair and closed her eyes. What had Esme been thinking? Had she really wanted an excuse to go to the Dwyer's castle so badly as to drug someone who was almost a stranger? She was unhinged. All Crusaders were to an extent, but her more than most. Taylan began to take notice of her surroundings. Dark wooden panelling on the walls, a four-poster bed with curtains, candlesticks, a woven rug on the floor. It was like she was in a history drama. Her sore throat nagged at her. What was it Fry had said about servants? The rope beside his bed. It was deep red and silken, feeling wonderfully soft and smooth in her hand. She tugged it. Assuming there was a bell at the other end, it had to be too far away for her to hear it. She sat on the plump bed and waited. The servant took about half a minute to arrive, panting. Taylan felt a bit bad. The poor girl must have run all the way. Then Taylan remembered her vow of silence. Damn. Oh, what the hell. War was coming to the BI. Who was going to remember the silent fortune-teller speaking, or her funny accent? Like a servant would care anyway. "Could I get a drink?" she asked. "Some juice or something?" "We have apple juice. Grape, apple is fine. And I need something to eat," she added, realizing she was absolutely starving. It wasn't surprising. She hadn't eaten for at least a day. "Would cheese sandwiches be acceptable, Mum? Only the cook—" "I'd love a cheese sandwich. 2 or 3, in fact." "Very good, Mum." The girl began to close the door. "Wait," said Taylan. "What were you about to say? Something about the cook?" "The cook left yesterday, and the seneschal hasn't found a replacement yet, so we can only offer guests plain fare." "Do you know why the cook left? Wouldn't she have to give notice?" The servant's cheeks turned crimson. "I really can't say, Mum. I'll get your refreshments." It had to be the Alliance's message. Taylan wondered how many more of the boy Dwyer's staff had abandoned their posts, believing him to be a usurper. The Crusaders' attachment to their Dwyer wasn't rational or intellectual. It was emotional. They hadn't voted for her based on an assessment of her manifesto. They loved her, worshipped her. They were reacting to the news she might be alive in exactly the way the Alliance must have hoped. The EAC was beginning to crumble from within. The servant must have been wary of having to answer more difficult questions because, when she returned with Taylan's food and drink, she put the tray on the hall floor and knocked. By the time Taylan opened the door, all she saw of her was the back of her dress and hat as she went downstairs. Taylan quickly drained the glass of juice and munched her sandwiches. While she'd been waiting, she'd come to a realization. Yes, she was in the Dwyer's castle and dangerously close to Morgan Le Fay, who posed a serious threat. But she was also in the seat of operations within the EAC. What was more, all the bigwigs were ensconced in an important meeting, and the castle was probably only half-staffed. If there was a place and time she might be able to discover where her kids had been taken, it was here and now. Chewing her last bite of sandwich, she slipped out. Chapter 34. "Major Wright, it's good to see you again." His mouth dropped open. Brigadier Colburn's simple platitude spoken by anyone else might not have been meaningful, but coming from her the words were a very warm welcome indeed. In all the years she'd been his CO, he didn't recall her ever being so friendly. He snapped his mouth shut. "It's good to see you too, Brigadier." Despite the bad note they'd parted on, it was good to see her. The curmudgeonly older woman had a special place in his affections. He understood her. She put doing her duty above all else, and he admired that, though lately he wasn't sure he felt the same. She nodded.
This way, Major. The Irish climate was a far cry from what he'd become used to off the coast of Australia during the days the Resolute had operated on the ocean's surface. The cool cloudiness that constantly threatened rain brought back memories of the last time he'd been here, when he'd been on his way back to the Gallant with Taylan after locating her in the BI. There had been another time too, the Alliance's second attempt on the life of the Dwyer. Taylan had snuck away and disappeared into the darkness, and he'd run after her through a downpour, racing along streets turned into streams. He'd found out about her kids and promised her a discharge. Where was she now? Brigadier Colburn was leading him upstairs in the commandeered hotel. She still hadn't told him why he'd been ordered to bring the Resolute to Ireland. It had to be something very hush-hush if she wouldn't tell him about it, even among their own people. "How was Oceania?" she asked over her shoulder, stepping onto the landing. "Hot. We uncovered a child trafficking." She'd stopped at a door and put a finger to her lips as she opened it. Inside was a bog-standard hotel room containing some extraordinary individuals. "Right," said Lieutenant General Carroll. "I think you've met everyone?" "Yes, sir." The only time he'd seen Carla Orr close up, she'd been unconscious, but he'd recognised her instantly, though her hair was short now. She sat at a dressing table with her back to everyone, her petulant expression reflected in the mirror. Arthur and Merlin were, of course, extremely familiar. They stood together, Arthur resting his hands on the hilt of his massive sword, which stood on the floor in front of him. The fact he had it with him might not be significant. The massive weapon rarely left his side. But Wright had a feeling that an important part of the Alliance's next plan entailed the King killing someone. It wasn't to be the former Dwyer Orr, clearly, but if not her, then who? "Major Wright," said Merlin. "It seems we're forced to work together again." "Is that a problem?" Wright asked. Carroll's eyebrows shot up, and he and Colburn shared a look. "Not a problem at all, TJ," Merlin replied smoothly. "At least, not on my side." Wright's jaw muscle twitched. Arthur hadn't met his gaze. Something appeared to be bothering him. "Our guests require transportation to the Britannic Isles," Carroll explained. "We need to sneak them into the country, and this time a fishing boat won't do. The Alliance is about to launch an attack, and even in the spots where there's no fighting, the coastal defences will be on high alert. Anything coming across the sea from Ireland will be tracked and targeted. I imagine you can see where I'm going with this. The Resolute has the highest stealth capability of the entire fleet. Smart man. It was actually Colburn here who had the idea. She was familiar with the boat you'd been assigned to, and she suggested her. So if you're looking for someone to blame for roping you into this..." Carroll laughed uncomfortably. "You must know your command inside out by now, so naturally you're part of the deal. However, if you aren't sure you're up to it, in light of your recent, medical crisis, I'm confident we can find another officer to take your place." "Sir!" Wright spluttered. It was all he could say. How dare the man stand there and insult him, and not only that, in front of others too? "I'm confident the Major will do an excellent job," said Colburn, "as he always does." Silently grateful for her support, he asked, "When do we leave?" "You have a couple of days yet," replied Carroll. "We're about to do another propaganda drop. Confuse the Crusaders' already befuddled minds. The attack will begin soon after. Until then, you're confined to this hotel. Your crew will be informed that you'll be returning to your boat shortly and to make ready to depart. We won't tell them any more than that. Loose lips, etc. I think that's all, if you would excuse me, everyone." He left. "Propaganda drop?
Wright asked Colburn. Carla Orr turned in her seat and said bitterly, "They've been telling my people I'm still alive and I'm coming back to rule them again, sowing discord." He felt like replying, "Isn't that a good thing?" But her sour face put him off speaking to her. He looked at the brigadier. "That's the gist of it," said Colburn. "From the reports we've received from the resistance, the first drop had the desired effect, so we're repeating the exercise." She paused and then added, "It would be better for us to speak in private." "I would like to speak to you today too, Major," said Arthur. "Oh, yes," Orr said acidly. "I forgot. They're also telling my Crusaders that he's my husband." The look of sad dismay on the king's face was almost comical. "It looks like we'll have plenty of time to talk later, Arthur," said Wright. Colburn took him to a small room with a single bed and minimal furniture. "You can order uniform items and anything else you might need via the interface on the desk," she said. "But the net is closed. You won't be able to contact anyone externally until your mission is over." "I understand, ma'am. The Lieutenant General didn't elaborate on what happens after I get the 3 passengers to the BI. Do I just hand them over to someone else?" "It hasn't been decided yet. I would say you probably will. When we gain control, the plan is to transport Arthur and Orr around the country and hold victory parades. Crusaders love spectacles, and we aim to give them one. If we can get the majority of them to accept Arthur and Orr as their new rulers, our battle will be truly won and without much bloodshed. It's a better alternative than dealing with insurgency for the next few decades. We can manage the repatriation of our displaced citizens peaceably and without too much backlash from the people who stole their homes." "It seems like a good plan. But do you really think Carla Orr will go along with it? She had a face like a smacked ass. Can we trust her?" Colburn smiled wryly. "You spotted the flaw. No, we can't trust her. But it will be easier to manage one megalomaniacal narcissist than millions of rebellious Crusaders." "I'm not so sure about that." Chapter 35. Taylan had a feeling she might have visited this castle as a tourist attraction years ago when she was a kid. She wasn't positive. These ancient buildings looked mostly the same on the inside. Whether it had been this castle or another one, walking along the corridors felt very different now. There were no chattering visitors, no kids being told not to touch things or run, no friendly guides to explain the history behind all the artifacts. Everywhere she went was still and quiet. Where were the servants? Didn't they have any jobs to do in the main areas? Were they all in the basement, or had most of them left, like the cook? It smelled different now too, musty, and the scent of burned candles hung in the air. In some of the corridors, the window shutters hadn't been opened, but the sun shone through gaps and cracks in the old wood, crossing the dusty atmosphere with shafts of light. As she continued to explore the building, treading softly on the carpet runners, her sense of déjà vu increased. She had been here before, with Mam and Dad. She must have been 8 or 9, and it would be 15 years until the boating accident that took their lives. There'd been bickering that day, the old habit. Mam hadn't wanted to come, saying it would be boring. Then, as they toured the place, she'd rejected all of Dad's attempts to interest her in anything. "Taylan," he'd said, "you're not bored, are you?" She'd said she wasn't, just to please him. But really, the only thing she'd found interesting was the library. All those old books lining the shelves. Visitors weren't allowed to touch them, but you could read the titles on the spines, though some were so faded they were illegible. She'd been fascinated by the place. Crusty leather armchairs and a heavy polished wooden desk stood behind rope barriers. When the guide had explained that when the castle had been built, no one used interfaces and everyone got their information from books, she'd been amazed. If the castle had any kind of data storage, even if it was only paper files, it would be in the library. She cast her mind back. The library had been on the ground floor in a corner of the building. She peeked through a gap between two shutters that didn't meet and saw she was looking out over the gardens at the rear. She couldn't remember which corner the library inhabited, but there were only 4. She ran lightly to the end of the corridor and down the steps. On the ground floor, she heard footsteps approaching. She halted, frozen, at the bottom. Her headscarf hung loose around her neck. She pulled it up and over her head and began to climb the stairs backward. The footsteps receded. She went on. A door stood ajar, revealing ranks of books. She listened outside for a minute, straining to hear sounds of breathing or slight movement, but there was nothing. She stuck her head in cautiously. The room was almost exactly as she remembered it. No changes appeared to have been made in the intervening decades, except one. There was a handheld interface on the desk, and its screen was lit. The door hinges creaked as she pushed it open. She winced and looked behind her, but no one seemed to have heard. The interface displayed a long list of messages. Justice Wagner of Trafunwi, and read, "Dear, forgive my direct message to you. I'm sure you must be very busy. But the people of Trafunwi need clarification and assurance. Do you plan on making a statement to refute the claim that your mother still lives? It would help to quell the disturbances and unease among the local population." The second message was anonymous. It said, "Parent Orr, if you've been lying to us, you'll pay. Your mother was a wonderful woman, loved by all. If you've done something to get her out of the way so you can take her place before your rightful time, you'll be punished. Don't forget it." "Well, hello," said a soft, smooth voice. "And who might you be?" The dark-haired woman, Carla Orr's strange companion, stood in the doorway. Morgan Le Fay. How had she arrived so silently? Taylan ducked her head, thankful she'd pulled her scarf over her face a few minutes ago. "Sorry," she muttered, her heart starting up a tattoo. "I got lost." She went to the door and tried to edge past Morgan, but Morgan put out an arm to bar her way. "What are you doing here?" I was delivering some, eggs, and I couldn't find anyone to give them to, and when Eggs, Taylan contemplated making a run for it. But though the castle was half-staffed, there were bound to be some guards hanging about. She would never make it. She had to play her only remaining card. "Actually, that isn't true. I'm here with Mayor Fry. I wasn't sure if I was allowed to wander about, but I was curious. I've never been somewhere like this before. I hope I didn't do anything wrong or get the mayor in trouble. He doesn't know what I've done, but he can confirm I'm with him." She hated to drop Fry in it, but she couldn't see any alternative. Plus, she was sure he could talk his way out of a high-security prison if he needed to. Hopefully he could do the same for her. Morgan roughly pushed down her scarf. "I know you," she exclaimed. Taylan tried to run, but Morgan seized her arm in a surprisingly powerful grip and then shoved her into the room before slamming the door shut. The woman's gaze turned momentarily blank, then hard, as she glared at Taylan. "You're here to assassinate the Dweir." "What? No, I'm just here to... Morgan was stalking toward her. Taylan had a good 20 centimetres on her, but there was something about the petite figure that was terrifying, something unearthly. Taylan backed up until the desk separated them. She was reminded of, "Don't move," the woman commanded. She thrust a long-nailed finger in her direction. "Stay right where you are." For some reason, this triggered Taylan to break and run. She bolted around the opposite side of the desk. Morgan made a grab for her, but Taylan bowled her over. She reached the door, wrenched it open, and collided with a guard. There were 3 of them. How had Morgan summoned them? While Taylan was recovering her balance, the second guard got her in a headlock, and the third grasped one of her wrists. "Get her down!" yelled the man she'd bumped into. The pressure on her neck increased. She twisted toward her captor to open her airway and then sharply kicked backward at the third guard. A yelp came from behind and her wrist was released. With her free hand, she reached for the face of the man who held her, ready to rake it or jab his fingers in her eyes. He dropped her like a hot coal. She lifted her head, just in time to meet the swinging fist of the first guard. She knew no more. Chapter 36. The villa in Old France was well set up to view the forthcoming battle for control of the Britannic Isles. A generator supplied electricity, and the home system was connected to AP satellites that could view the conflict in detail. Lorcan's military had their orders to support the Alliance offensive. Though his army was small, his ships and airplanes had bulked up the BA's infrastructure. It was in space his support would be most valuable, he estimated. His starships would prevent the EACs from interfering in what was happening on the surface. It wasn't beyond Crusader mentality to target areas populated by their own citizens with pulse bolts from the skies if it looked like the EAC was going to lose. They were bloody-minded like that. Lorcan had spent the time since arriving from Antarctica rereading favourite books, listening to music and cooking. He'd also peeked into files on his home system that he hadn't been able to bring himself to open for years. Images and vids of Grace and the kids, pictures his children had drawn, performances they'd given at school, recordings of holidays. Many times, when he'd finished watching, he'd found his face wet. The sadness was inevitable, but it was bearable. In some ways, he almost didn't mind. It reminded him he was alive, and he had years of treasured memories he could access at any time, even in his lowest moments. The villa had a swimming pool and sauna. In the mornings, he would sweat in the humid heat, cool down in the plunge pool, and then swim for half an hour or so before making himself breakfast. He didn't see anyone. The household staff performed their duties in the early hours of the morning while he was asleep, as he'd instructed. He didn't want to be disturbed. Or he thought he didn't. By the end of the 3rd day of solitude and reflection, he'd begun to feel a little lonely. So when a packet arrived from Iolani, he was pleased rather than irritated, as he usually was. He opened it. The scientist's round, cheerful face appeared on the interface. "Lorcan," she said, smiling, "I know you're going to be obsessing about what everyone's doing while you're away, so I thought I'd tell you. It's been one big party all day, every day. No one's done any work. Darwin and Banks have taken over your quarters and—" A hand he recognised as Camilla's pushed Iolani's shoulder. She chuckled. "Only kidding. We've all been working very hard. Anders made an interesting discovery he wanted to share with you, but he's decided to wait until you get back. Oh, and Shao reported the pig he revived the other day is doing well and showing no ill effects from its years in cryo. What else? Kakoa had a new idea for a habitat on the Balor. She wants to create a theme park with rides, hot dog stands and the rest. She was saying it might be possible to turn off the A-grav to a small area so the colonists can fly around. What do you think? Sounds like fun, right? Anyway, I hope you're doing okay down there. I know you aren't close to the conflict zone, but warfare is unpredictable. Maybe have the shuttle on standby in case things get hairy? She glanced around and then leaned closer to the screen. In case you're still in any doubt, I think you're doing the right thing. Helping the Alliance now could be exactly what's needed to put an end to this damned war. I hope so, anyway. That's it, Lorcan. Take it easy, and I'll see you when you get back. The recording ended. He watched the still screen, unseeing, for a few moments, before reaching out to close it. He was touched she'd taken the time to send him a message, but that was Iolani all over. She was strong in her emotions, whether they were negative or positive, quick to anger and, fortunately for him, warm-hearted enough to forgive the worst behaviour, providing the perpetrator's remorse was genuine. His was, and she knew it. He checked the time. If the Alliance stuck to its initial plan, the attack would begin tomorrow. He needed to arrange his interface setup so he could watch several feeds at once and follow the progression of the battle. He got to work. Chapter 37. The Resolute's crew had been running another Shang-Chi tournament while Wright had been absent. It was obvious from the way they all poured out of the mess at the last second, despite receiving advance notice of his arrival. Abacha had won the previous tournament in a final match with Kroll. It had been a tense game, though the outcome had been predictable. Abacha had printed himself a faux gold medal inscribed Best Shang-Chi Player in the Royal Marines. Others had pointed out he hadn't played every Royal Marine, but he waved them away. Since then, the game had been everyone's favourite pastime. They were all a little obsessed, in Wright's opinion. When he boarded with Orr, Arthur and Merlin, he caught a glimpse of Abacha hastily removing his medal under Colburn's glare. The Brigadier said a final farewell at the Irish port. She wouldn't be coming along for the trip to the BI. Wright would be solely responsible for the VIPs getting to where they were supposed to go, which was a small, remote harbour on the West BI coast. Their final destination might be changed, however. After the Alliance had taken control, there would be danger spots and incidental conflict outbreaks while mopping up took place. Wright settled Carla Orr in his own cabin. It was a wrench to give up his personal space, and he was forced to endure her complaints of cat odour while he coaxed Boots out from under his bunk, but he thought it was a better option than subjecting everyone aboard to her presence. "I hope I don't have to live on this miserable ship for long," she grumbled. "Boot," he said softly between his teeth. "What?" "Nothing. You can comm the galley from the interface if you need anything, though you might have to wait a bit for a response. We operate with a skeleton crew. Everyone has 2 or 3 jobs. I think you have everything else you might need. The head and shower are through there." The head? The toilet. The woman had spent time on starships. How could she not know that? Ugh! She curled her lip, as if pretending she never used one. "Right, I think that's it. Wait, how will I find out what's happening in the battle?" "I'll keep you updated if I hear anything relevant." "What if the BA lose?" she asked, her dark eyes widening. "Lieutenant General Carroll didn't discuss that with you?" "No." "I don't think it's likely. We wouldn't commit to an attack unless the odds were in our favour, but if things go badly, I guess I'll be told to bring you back to Ireland." "Where I'll wither away in solitude," she murmured, not looking at him. He didn't feel an iota of sympathy. Even if she hadn't been notorious for all the atrocities she'd committed, His short experience of her in the hotel had shown her to be a truly terrible person. She was arrogant beyond belief and utterly lacking in any consideration for other human beings. He'd been reminded of the ancient Egyptian kings and queens who had believed themselves to be gods. Carla Orr would have held herself as more important than any of them. Just sharing space with her made him want to commit murder, and, despite his profession, he didn't consider himself a particularly violent man. He was holding Boots, and the cat began to struggle to be put down. "I'll leave you to settle in," he said, and made his escape. While he'd been dealing with Orr, Ford had been setting up Arthur and Merlin in the two-bunk officer's cabin he shared with Jeong. Wright caught up with him as he was closing the door on his way out. "Are they okay?" he asked. "Yeah," replied Ford, looking starstruck. "What a pair! I never in all my life imagined I'd get to meet two of the most famous figures in the history of the BI. You've heard of them?" Wright was mildly surprised. He didn't think Australians would know much about the mythology of the Britannic Isles. "Oh yeah, I loved all that stuff when I was a kid. King Arthur, Guinevere, Lancelot, Sir Galahad, Gawain and the Green Knight, the whole shebang. I lapped it up. And now here I am, meeting them face to face." Wright wondered if Ford would be so enamoured of Arthur if he knew what the man was capable of when he was in berserker mode. "Enjoy it while you can. I expect we won't have them aboard more than 3 or 4 days. You think the battle will be over that soon?" "If not sooner. From what I understand, we're throwing everything we have into it. We have Orr and Arthur's agreement to participate in the plan, as well as the support of the Antarctic project. None of those things are guaranteed forever. The Alliance is going to strike hard and fast. We might not get this chance again." "What happens after we drop them off? Straight back to Oz?" "No, I'm to accompany them to their first stop. The Resolute is to wait for me out at sea." Ford pulled a face. "Shame. I miss home already. The Northern Hemisphere sucks." Wright laughed. "What difference does it make when you're on a boat?" "Makes a hell of a difference. There, I know it's sunny and hot up top. Here, I know it doesn't matter whether it's day or night, summer or winter, it's pissing down." "It doesn't rain all the time." "No, I'll grant you that, but it feels like it does." A batcher appeared at the end of the passageway. "Major, is it okay if Quoll and I continue our match now? We were both off duty when you arrived." "Go ahead." Wright was thinking he would join them, but at that moment Arthur came out of the officer's cabin. He closed the door carefully before quietly saying, "Could I speak to you, TJ?" Ford gave him a nod and walked away. "Sure." Wright recalled the king had said he wanted to talk to him before, but hadn't managed to for whatever reason. Where to take him? The Shang-Chi game was going on in the mess, and his own cabin was occupied. The control room was staffed at all times. "This way," he said. The 4-bunk room allocated to Abacha and other crew members was empty and tidy, though it smelled of sweaty socks. Arthur had left his sword behind, for which Wright was grateful. The hefty ancient weapon was intimidating, and Arthur seemed capable of using it on anyone when in a certain state of mind. Wright recalled the cut on Taylan's neck after their encounter at the launch ceremony. They sat on opposite bunks. "I would like to ask your opinion about something," said Arthur. "I consider you a friend. I hope and believe you will be honest with me." "I am your friend, Arthur." Wright had misgivings about things the king had done, but he also found it hard to blame him for them. "I'll try to be as honest as I can. I couldn't speak to you before because Merlin stays by my side almost constantly now. I wanted to talk to you without him present." Was he finally seeing through his alien companion?
He won't leave you alone? Wright asked. Why do you think that is? I am not sure, but I don't believe it's for my benefit. I think he may fear losing control of me.
Alleluia.
I think you might be right about that, Wright replied. TJ, this plan the Alliance has for me, to pretend to be the Dweer's consort and win the support of the Crusaders. Do you think it's a good plan? Will they buy it? I don't know. I don't understand Crusaders very well, but I think it's a good way to take back the Isles without a long, bloody war.
The great man's brow knitted. Was this what was bothering him?
I am concerned because the scheme is built upon a lie, said Arthur. I am not the Dweer's consort. I would never consent to such a thing. She is beautiful, but she is an odious person. Even if she were not, my heart lies with another and always will. Is it right to trick these Crusaders in order to win their trust? That would seem morally wrong. How can a plot succeed if its foundation is corrupt? I fear we are doomed to fail, and taking part would blacken my soul. Merlin doesn't agree. He says if the outcome is good, what we do to achieve it doesn't matter.
The wrinkles on the king's forehead deepened.
He didn't used to be like this. Before, he understood the importance of righteousness. But now, he seems to have forgotten.
Wright guessed that expediency was the answer to Merlin's apparently differing attitudes. When Arthur had ruled, everyone had been deeply religious. Now few people were, unless you counted the Crusaders' fanatical beliefs. Merlin had moved with the times, but was butting up against the old king's Dark Ages thinking.
I'm sorry, Arthur. I don't think I can help you. All I can tell you is that if we win back the BI, we will have righted a wrong. Dweer Orr's campaigns have killed and displaced millions over the years. The people of the BI deserve to return to their homeland and rebuild. I want to help them. Whether you want to be a part of that is up to you.
Chapter 38. Mayor Fry's head hit the wall of the cell with a crack that made Taylan wince. The guard slammed the door shut and locked it. When Fry sat up, blood began running through his hair and over his ear. She took off her scarf and pressed it to the wound. She felt like shit. If she hadn't mentioned the man's name, Morgan might not have made the link between the two of them. Only one servant had witnessed Esme's arrival with her in the coach, and servants were usually ignored. She should have said she'd sneaked into the castle by herself. Fry could have maintained his cover, and Morgan would have been none the wiser. The mayor had turned pale green and looked like he might vomit. "Just keep still for a while," said Taylan. "You'll feel better soon."
"I can do it," he said testily,
and moved her hand away from the scarf, replacing it with his own. He also moved himself away, shifting on his backside into the corner of the cell. "I'm sorry," said Taylan. "Sorry for getting you into trouble too."
"I told you to stay in my room."
He seemed too angry to even look at her.
"Why were you wandering around the castle? Why didn't you wait for me?"
"I was trying to see if I could find out any information about my kids," she protested. She didn't think she should bear all the blame for their predicament. "If you'd done as you promised, I wouldn't have been forced to—"
"I was working on it," he barked. "You aren't the only one who needs help. My role here concerns the entire BA, not just you."
She clenched her jaw. She was so sick of being accused of selfishness. "And it isn't only my kids who have gone missing. If I do find mine, I'll probably find out what happened to all the others too.
Who's looking for the children, huh? As far as I know, no one. You politicians and the military only care about governments and who has control. You don't give a shit about the people. You'd sacrifice us all as long as you can be in power."
"That isn't true," he replied, his tone softening. "With a just government, the people benefit. We are trying to achieve a just government. Would you prefer to live under a Dwyer or the Alliance?"
"I wouldn't give a shit who I was living under as long as my kids were safe."
"That's a very narrow view."
"Yeah, well, I don't care what you think about my view." He rolled his eyes and then grimaced in pain and pressed the material tighter to his head. Taylan crawled over to him. "Let me take a look." He allowed her to move the wadded-up scarf away. She gently parted his hair and peered at his scalp. The lighting in the cell was bad. The only light came through a barred window in the door, but she could see a 3-centimetre cut, blood welling in it. The blood was already beginning to coagulate. "I don't think it's serious," she said, taking the pad from him and pressing it to his head again.
"You seem to be hurt too."
He'd spotted her blackening eye from the punch she'd received. "I've had worse."
"I don't understand what we're even doing here," he muttered. "Imprisoning us just because you were caught snooping seems an overreaction."
"Oh, you don't know. Of course not."
"What is it I don't know?"
"Morgan thinks I'm here to kill Perrin."
"Why would she think that?"
"Because I tried to kill his mother."
"You did what?"
"It's a bit of a long story, but it isn't like we have anything else to do. I told you I used to be a Marine, right?" She explained how she'd shot Carla Orr while the Alliance was hunting her in Jamaica, and that the former Dwyer had discovered her name through torturing a mission mate. Then she had to explain about the assassination attempt at the launch ceremony, though she left out a lot of details. She thought about also telling him of the attack on the Belladonna as, despite saying he was working for the BA, he didn't seem to know, but she decided against it. That would entail telling him about Arthur and Merlin too, and she was too anxious and stressed to go into all that. "So you see," she concluded, "when Morgan saw me, she recognized me. I'm not sure how she got my appearance as well as my name from Wilson, but she did, and she knows what my kids look like too. Because I tried to kill Carla Orr, she thinks I must be here to kill Perrin." Fry had listened patiently and carefully while she'd talked.
"Your concern over your children makes even more sense now. I assume you think Morgan is looking for them too?"
"Yes, I do." He leaned the back of his head against the stone wall. Taylan removed the scarf and watched his wound for a short time. "I think it stopped bleeding."
"We're in worse trouble than I thought," said Fry. "Damn, I thought Morgan was only suspicious of me, and when she discovered you in the library, her suspicions were confirmed. But things are more serious than that."
He climbed to his feet and walked to the window in the door. "I don't think there's anyone else down here but us," said Taylan. He stood silently with his back to her, not answering. Minutes passed. His chest began to heave as if he were panting after physical exertion. She wondered if he was crying and trying to hide it. When he eventually turned round, his face was pale and sweaty, but his eyes were dry. He was scared of dying, she guessed. So was she. She didn't know how they were going to get out of their predicament. He crossed the cell again and sat down, putting his face in his hands. What to say to him? She had no words of comfort.
"Forgive me," he said in a strangled tone. "I was in a similar situation once before. The memories are hard to forget."
"You've been in prison?" His head moved in a slight nod.
She scooted on her bottom to his side and put an arm over his broad shoulders. It was hard to imagine how the head of Sis could have ended up incarcerated, but now was not the time to find out. They sat motionless as the silence pressed in. Then, after a while, Hans straightened his back and lifted his head. He fished in the top pocket of his jacket and pulled out a silver necklace between 2 fingers. "I was in Jamaica before I came here," he said quietly, looking at the jewellery. "You were in Jamaica when it fell. You didn't get out in time." "Hardly anyone in the government did." "Yeah, I forgot," remarked Taylan, wondering who the necklace belonged to. "You were lucky to survive. I heard what happened to some of the ministers." "I suppose I was lucky. I thought I was. Now I'm not so sure." The bolt on the door to the cells jolted noisily open, making them both jump. A guard's face appeared at the window. "Now, isn't that sweet?" he sneered. "They're cuddling up." "Open it, you gibbering fool!" The acid words were unmistakably Morgan's. She'd brought Perrin with her. The boy's lower lip dropped almost lewdly as he gazed at them. "This is the woman who shot your mother when she was in the Caribbean," said Morgan. "Do you remember how horribly burned she was?" "Uh-huh." "And I believe this was the person who killed your mother on the Belladonna, though if she did, she will deny it naturally." "Carla Orr is alive," said Taylan. "Perrin, your mother is alive." Morgan strode across the short distance between them and slapped her cheek so hard she tasted blood. "That's a terrible, cruel lie to tell a child," declared Morgan. "Don't pay any attention to her, Perrin. We know the truth, don't we?" He nodded, not removing his open-mouthed gaze from Taylan and Fry. "She and her friend, the mayor," Morgan said, "have come here for only one reason, and that is to murder you. They were going to sneak into your room at night and cut your throat. Do you understand?" The boy's mouth closed, and he looked at her again before nodding. "This is your first real test, Perrin dear. Your first challenge as the new Dweer. You have to think of a fitting punishment for the murderers. What do you think we should do to them?" With the triumphant look of a student called upon by the teacher to answer a question he found easy, he replied, "Execute them!" Chapter 39. The attack had begun. Alliance attack jets and bombers were taking off from bases in Ireland and aircraft carriers, ready to rain devastation on the EAC's airfields, fuel supplies, military equipment manufacturing plants, and rail and road links to the coast in the BI. Lorcan couldn't resist a small smirk as he contemplated the fact he was observing the battle from within the enemy's own territory. What would that smug bastard Perrin Orr have to say if he could see him? Lorcan hadn't forgotten the time the little shit had spent aboard the Brez, and he would never forgive Perrin's invasion of his privacy, sneaking into his suite and snooping in his personal files. He hoped the new Dweer was about to get his arse handed to him on a silver platter. The invasion should be swift and successful, considering the Alliance had Carla Orr herself as a source of intel. He assumed she had told them everything. She would want to return to her position, even if it meant sacrificing real control and power. She was drunk on the worship and adulation of her Crusaders, in love with her image in their minds. If she were not Dweer, life would have no meaning. Personally, he disagreed with the Alliance's decision to run a propaganda campaign, spilling the beans that Carla lived. The EAC was now aware the BA knew its secrets, and would have changed whatever it could accordingly. He didn't believe the discord the revelation of the Dweir's existence would sow was worth the advantage the EAC would gain. It would have been better to stage an unexpected strike and catch them unawares, but that was a strategic military decision, and he had had no input. The screen on one of his bank of interfaces lit up with a white flash. His satellite had captured a hit. A cloud billowed up from the explosion, obscuring the destruction below. Time to check in with Admiral Bujold of his space fleet. "The fighting has begun, sir," she replied in answer to his comm. "The EAC has fired on the Fearless and the Valiant. Sorry, I was about to inform you. I think they just realised the Alliance ships are perfectly positioned to defend the BI from an attack from space." "Ha!" Lorcan exclaimed. "They've been caught with their trousers down. This is even better than I thought." "Maybe. We're a long way from counting all our chickens, though." "You're going to the BA's aid?" "As ordered." "Excellent. Keep me updated." He cut the comm. Another flash from an interface screen. A missile strike. He checked the location. It was a munitions factory within the Midlands. The Alliance had penetrated deep into the interior. The early stages of the assault were progressing well. It wasn't surprising. Anyone with half a brain could have told the EAC decades ago that it was trying to do the impossible. It could not espouse a return to the technology of the Middle Ages and be a formidable military power. It was simply inconceivable. All that gobbledygook Carla Orr had spouted about an alternative, deeper layer to universal laws of physics was absurd, fantastical nonsense. If the EAC had wanted to regress human civilization to pre-industrial levels, it should have waited until it had control of the entire globe and no powers with superior tech remained. He was glad it hadn't. The outcome of the battle was inevitable, and once the Alliance had its homeland back, it would head over the Channel to Old France, and the rest of the continent would fall. The end of the war was coming. He only had to watch it play out. Chapter 40. The last game of the second Shang-Chi tournament was in full swing. Quoll had made it through to the final again and was, predictably, facing a Abacha. His medal hung from his neck as he hunched over the board. No doubt he'd worn it as an intimidation tactic, but it was unlikely to be having any effect on the taciturn Quoll, who was as expressionless as ever. She would make a great poker player, Wright mused. Every off-duty crew member was in the mess to watch. Even Arthur and Merlin had taken an interest and were in the audience. Though the atmosphere was tense, it was affable. Morale was good, mostly because Orr rarely left her cabin, reducing her opportunities to inflict her sulkiness, brooding and rancour on everyone. Wright was waiting for the order to take the Resolute to the agreed West BI harbour. According to the battle plan, the attack should have progressed to the land invasion by now. Amphibious assault craft would have landed on the beaches, troops would have arrived in dropships or been parachuted in farther inland, and the BI resistance would have risen up and attacked key installations. The fighting should be over within a day or two. Then the arrival of Dweir Orr and King Arthur would be the coup de grace. Most of the EAC military personnel would be dead or taken prisoner, and the civilian Crusaders would be persuaded to accept the new status quo by the return of their precious Dweir. It should be that simple. He hoped it was. A collective sigh sounded around the room. Quoll's general was surrounded. Abacha had won again. With the merest hint of a rueful look, Quoll reached across the table to shake his hand. "That was harder than last time," Abacha remarked. "I need to watch my back." "You'd better," said Quoll. Was that a smile on her face? Wright couldn't be sure. "Time to print another medal," a batcher announced. "Print a silver one for Kroll," someone remarked. "No," she said. "I'm not wearing stinking silver. It's gold or nothing." The banter and congratulations continued, the engineer receiving several hearty slaps to the back. The audience began to break up and the joviality quietened to general conversation. People began to wander out. "I used to play a similar game," said Arthur to Wright. "Chess?" he asked. "That's it. Do you know it?" "Yes, but I haven't played it in a long time. Merlin always used to beat me." "I'm not surprised. You were an excellent player," said Merlin. The alien hadn't made the same mistake he'd made when he first boarded the boat. Wright hadn't seen him leave Arthur alone once since the king had snuck away for a private conversation. Arthur looked harried and unhappy most of the time. A sea change had happened in their relationship. The alien's hold had become more overt and less consensual. Wright didn't know how to help or if he should. Arthur's part in the Alliance's invasion plan could be vital to its success. Many could gain their freedom if he was prepared to sacrifice his own. "I'm sure he was," said Wright. "Let me know if you fancy a game sometime. The boat's database will have it. I'm rusty, but it could be fun." "I will," Arthur replied. "Thank you." Merlin said, "And I would love to." A screech echoed through the passageways of the Resolute, unbelievably loud and almost inhuman. It seemed to have come from aft. Wright ran in that direction. The boat's soundproofing was state-of-the-art, but even so it might not prevent the escape of a noise like that. If an EAC ship detected them, they could be in serious trouble. Several crew members joined him as he ran. Boots appeared and raced past them, heading forward. There was no sign of the source of the noise until they reached the propulsion compartment. It was Carla Orr, sitting on the deck with her knees drawn up, screaming her head off. Kroll was there too. A kitchen knife lay in a corner. "She was going to kill the cat," yelled Kroll. "Pipe down," Wright commanded. "Sorry, sir." He grabbed Orr's shoulders. "Shut up! Shut up now!" But she carried on caterwauling like a banshee. He got behind her and clamped a hand over her face. This reduced the volume of her screams somewhat, but she grabbed his hand and dug her nails in. Ford had followed him into the compartment. With the lieutenant's help, he managed to get Orr down, where he could put more weight behind his hand on her face and Ford could grab her arms. Still, she wouldn't stop. Wright shifted his hand so it covered her nose. He leaned down to hiss in her ear. "If you don't shut the fuck up, I'll suffocate you and tell everyone it was an accident." Despite the noise she was making, she must have heard, because her screeching abruptly ceased. He waited a few seconds until Orr's eyes began to widen in panic before lifting his hand. The imprints of his fingers were deep and red on her cheeks. "Should I let her up, Major?" Ford asked. "No." "That woman hit me!" Orr exclaimed, her gaze roving until it alighted on Kroll. "That bitch dared to strike me. I demand her immediate execution." "If you think I'm going to execute our engineer," said Wright, "you've got another think coming." "Kroll?" "I caught her with boots," she said. "I'd come to do a maintenance check. She closed the hatch and she was in here with the cat and that knife. She was going to kill him. I punched her, and that's when she started screaming." Scratches on Orr's arms confirmed the engineer's story. In Taylan's words, the woman really was a grade A bitch. "The cat stinks," spat Orr. "Keeping an animal on a ship is disgusting. I was doing you all a service, ridding the vessel of it." "There's only one animal we would all benefit from not having around," said Wright, "and it isn't the cat." "Kroll, your behaviour is reprehensible,"
Ford remarked. Sorry, sir. Orr smirked. Ford continued, You should have hit her harder. Orr growled and struggled, but the lieutenant's grip on her was firm. You're all vile. When I'm in power again, I'll have you hunted down and murdered. I'm going to remember your names, all of them. After a few moments' mental debate, Wright decided on the only sensible course of action. He couldn't allow her the freedom of the boat anymore. Boots wasn't safe from her, and, in her current belligerent state, the same probably applied to everyone. Nor was she safe from them, after threatening the life of the most beloved illegal pet in the Royal Marines. Ford, help me carry our VIP to my cabin. I'm going to lock her in. No, she protested. No, I will not be locked up like a common criminal. I refuse. Ignoring her, Wright said, I'll grab her legs. Got it, said Ford, beginning to adjust his hold on her arms. Major Wright? Lieutenant General Carroll was calling him. Wait a minute, Ford. Yes, sir. You're to proceed to your destination immediately. Wilco. Is everything all right aboard the boat? No problems with your passengers? We had a little hiccup, but everything's under control now. Good. See you on home turf soon. Chapter 41. Hanging seemed a cruel and spiteful choice as a method of execution, but Perrin Orr was clearly that kind of kid. Morgan and Perrin walked to Taylan's left in the procession to the tree, and she could see his eyes shining with anticipation. Morgan appeared pleased too, from the smug smile on her face. Taylan wasn't sure how she felt. She didn't dare think about her children, and she couldn't contemplate Fry's death due to her dragging him into her problems. It was all too much. Focusing on what she could do to avoid death right up until the moment it claimed her was her best option, though nothing was springing to mind right now. The tree selected as the make-do gallows stood alone in the open space in front of the castle. 2 nooses were swinging gently from one of its lower branches, and 2 stools stood below them. The nearest cover was 50 metres from the tree. 50 metres of lawn to cross to get to the forest. Unless both the guards were blind, they would shoot her and Fry long before they reached it, assuming they could outrun them. Fry didn't look in the best shape. He was kind of chubby, and they both had their hands tied behind their backs, which wouldn't make things any easier. "Tell me, Taylan Ellis," said Morgan, "did you find your children?" "What?" "It's a simple question. I'm sure you would remember something like that. Did you or didn't you? I confess I'm rather hoping you didn't." "Why?" "Because that means they're either already dead or we still have them, in which case I'll find them one day and kill them. It will be a pleasure to put an end to your line." "What the fuck are you talking about, you nasty witch?" Taylan was deeply confused. She'd thought Morgan had created hollows of her kids, and Carla Orr had threatened to kill them in order to make her give herself up. Now the EAC had her, why would they still be in danger? "Ah," said Morgan, "you don't know." "Know what?" "Merlin didn't tell you," she said in an undertone. "I wonder if Arthur guessed, but if he had, I'm sure he would have mentioned it. He and Lancelot were so close." "What have Merlin and Arthur got to do with me? I haven't seen either of them in months." "Never mind. It doesn't matter now. It's going to bring me great satisfaction to finally accomplish something I spent many years attempting." Morgan was obviously off her rocker, so Taylan decided to try to appeal to the kid, though her gut told her it was pointless. "Hey, Perrin, I wasn't lying back there when I said your mum's alive." His eyes flicked toward her, but he didn't slow his pace. "I was one of the team that boarded the Belladonna.
I admit I was sent there to assassinate the Dwyer. We found her unconscious, and Arthur was going to kill her, but I stopped him. It was hard. He's pretty much unstoppable once he gets going, but I managed it. I guess it must be hard to believe. Maybe Morgan doesn't really believe it. She must have taken it for granted we would kill your mum when we found her, and that's why she left her behind. Because she wanted her dead, and you under her control. "Stop speaking," said Perrin. "It's true. I protected your mother from Arthur. You shot my mother." "That's true too. I did. See? I admit it. That's how you know I'm telling you the truth. When I say she—" "Stop speaking now! Guard, make her stop!" The rifle butt to her head dazed her and made her fall, but didn't knock her out. They were nearly at the tree. "Get up," Morgan ordered. "All right," said Taylan on her knees. "All right. If you have to hang me, hang me. Put an end to my line or whatever stupid bullshit it is you've cooked up in your fevered mind. But let Fry go. He had no idea who I was when I asked to be his seer. He's completely innocent. He's just an ordinary Crusader who's been accidentally caught up in this." "Another lie," said Morgan. "I'm not sure who he is, but he's certainly no ordinary Crusader. As neither of you is going to reveal any facts relating to him, it's simpler and quicker to execute him alongside you." "Sorry," Taylan murmured to Fry as she got to her feet. "Don't blame yourself," he replied equally quietly. "I thought it might come to this sooner or later. I tried. That's all I can say. I tried my best." Another few steps brought them to the tree. "One at a time, or both at once, madam?" asked a guard. "What do you think, Perrin? We could make one of them watch the other die before facing the same fate themselves." "I want to do them together," he replied. She rubbed the top of his head affectionately. "That is the kinder choice. You are a merciful Dwyer." She turned to the guard. "You heard what your master said." The guard ordered Fry to climb onto the stool. The soon-to-be former mayor complied. Taylan felt sick. Her intention to only think about how to escape wasn't panning out so well. Her skin was clammy and slick with sweat. The world seemed to recede and sounds grew muffled. She vaguely heard the guard tell her to step onto the stool. But her feet wouldn't move, her legs were frozen, and her heart threatened to thump its way through her breastbone. It was hopeless to try to save herself, but she couldn't go meekly to her death. She would not. The guard repeated his order. She recalled Arthur scything through the crowd at the launch ceremony, a force of nature, unstoppable. She would be Arthur. With a bellow of fury, she swung her leg up high and kicked the man in the head, knocking him to the ground. When the second guard lifted his pulse rifle to shoot her, she bent in half and flew at him, aiming the top of her head at his stomach like a battering ram. As she hit him, the air left his lungs in a whoosh. "Run!" she yelled at Fry. If she couldn't save herself, maybe she could save him. The two guards were on the ground, one groggy from her kick, the other trying to get his breath. She kicked the groggy one in the head again and knocked him out cold. The wounded one's rifle had fallen from his hands. She kicked it far from his reach. Morgan ran for it. Damn! She hadn't factored in the alien bitch. She'd thought she would run away with the kid. Morgan reached the rifle. Taylan glanced at Fry. He was halfway to the forest. He might make it. She sped toward the alien. If she was going to die, better to be shot face on than in the back. Morgan had picked the weapon up. She aimed it at Taylan, and as she did so, her eyes turned black. Taylan halted in shock. No one else had seen it, but Merlin's eyes had been the same when he'd arrived at the Fearless. After also witnessing Morgan dissolve into a black cloud, there could be no uncertainty in Taylan's mind. The two creatures were the same alien species. What were they doing here on Earth? What did they want? "Drop it, or I'll shoot him," said a voice. Morgan's abyss-like eyes grew wide before reverting to ordinary whites with dark irises. It was the guard who had been winded. He'd picked up his unconscious partner's rifle and was pointing it at Perrin. "You make us forget, don't you?" the guard went on. "When we're around you, you make us forget we want to kill you. But you can't make me forget to kill him, and I will if you don't let her go. I believe her. Carla Orr lives, and you've been telling us a bunch of lies." Morgan was smiling. "You're right. I can't make you forget to kill him, but I don't need to. It's impossible for you to kill him. Go ahead and try." While the standoff between the guard and the alien had been taking place, Taylan had been slowly backing away. It was a long shot, but if they argued long enough, she might even get as far as the cover of the trees. Morgan was grinning, sadistic enjoyment radiating from her face. Perrin looked worried, as if, unsurprisingly, he didn't want her to risk his life to prove a point. "Okay," said the guard nervously. "Okay, I will. Everyone hates the evil brat." His finger twitched on the trigger. At the same moment, a gigantic explosion ripped through the air. Taylan was lifted and blown meters across the lawn. The tree was torn from its roots, but she didn't hear it. She couldn't hear a thing. The blast had turned her deaf instantly. A loud whistle started up in her ears. Chunks of masonry were hitting the ground around her. The castle had been hit by a bomb or a missile. Not wasting time on finding out what had happened to the others, she turned onto her front, staggered to her feet, and ran. Chapter 42. Lorcan stretched and yawned. Observing the battle over the last couple of days had been engaging and harrowing. He'd barely slept and was ready for his bed, but things were not over yet. His satellites couldn't capture the nuances of the action, but the images told him the gist of what was going on. The Britannic Isles had taken a massive battering as the Alliance was forced to destroy its homeland's infrastructure to prevent the EAC from mounting an effective defence. Airports, roads, bridges and railways had been reduced to rubble. The attacking troops who had arrived via the Irish Sea had faced the toughest fight. It had been as Lorcan feared. The propaganda campaign had given the Crusaders notice that an invasion attempt was imminent, and there was no difficulty in guessing where it would come from. The EAC had concentrated its forces up and down the west coast. Bombing and strafing key areas along the coastline had helped to mitigate the strength of opposition the Alliance soldiers faced, but it had not eradicated it. The sheer numbers of bodies on the beaches made them easily visible, even from space. He wasn't often moved by the suffering of others, he had to admit, but the sight had disturbed him deeply. The only consolation was the hope this would be the last time humanity would be so self-destructive. But he had no confidence in that. Perhaps his colonists would be able to learn from the history of their ancestors and not repeat the same mistakes. The project applicants were screened and excluded for propensity to violence, but he believed that, at some level, everyone was capable of it. Whatever checks he put in place, maybe it was inevitable that humankind would carry its warlike nature with it to the stars. His own forces had taken a battering too in supporting the Alliance. In space, he'd lost one starship and another was out of action. But the combined effort had achieved its aims. The EAC space fleet had been rendered impotent. It had not had any impact on the surface battle, and, according to Bujold, 3 of its ships were crippled. The Alliance was in the process of boarding and seizing them. His own fleet would take no part in that. His crews were not trained to do it, and he had no interest in dealing with prisoners or repairing damaged vessels. Casualties among his surface forces were greater than in space. He had suffered losses similar to the BA's own. Had it all been worth it? He would probably never know. His primary reason for helping the Alliance had been to provide a failsafe. If the project failed and the colonists made their way home, he did not want them to return to a world run by Crusaders. That would not be an Earth worth returning to, yet he anticipated never finding out. The battle seemed won, but the real test would be the warmth of the welcome Carla Orr received on her return. She was the key that would unlock the door to a peaceful future for everyone. The Crusaders possessed the kind of manic zeal that would perpetuate civil strife for generations. Terrorism, insurrection, suicide bombings, riots and uprisings would be the order of the day if the EAC cultists believed they were being controlled by the Alliance and not Orr. Lorcan checked the time. If everything had gone to plan, the Dwyer would be disembarking her vessel in an hour or so, along with Arthur and Merlin. An Alliance heli would pick them up and fly them with a small entourage to their first stop, Cardiff, a city in West BI. The preparations for a victory parade would already be underway. When the Dwyer's resumption of power had been celebrated there, she would fly to another city and another. More importantly, the news of her return would be spread by word of mouth. Knowing the Crusaders' mindset, tales of her magnificence would grow in the telling, until her image was once more built up to the fantastical heights she'd once achieved by herself. He rubbed his eyes. The satellite feeds had mostly gone quiet. It was early morning in the BI. The large-scale fighting had died down and there was not much to observe. If the Alliance's technical engineers had begun to repair and reconnect the net, it might be possible to access a street-level view of the parade. But until then, he probably wouldn't miss much if he stepped away from his screens for a while. He could catch a few hours' sleep before the next significant event. He stood up. His time zone was 2 hours ahead of the BI's. The sunlight was stronger here, blazing in through his villa windows. He'd been awake most of the night. Yes, a nap would be very welcome. "Uatalman, something terrible's happened." It was Bujold speaking to him directly via his implant. She was only permitted to do that in an emergency. "There's been an explosion on the Brez." "What?" "One of my off-duty officers just commed me. He didn't know your direct—" "What's happened? What did he say?" "Maybe it's better if you talk to him directly yourself?" "Yes, patch him through." 2 seconds of silence followed. The damned lag. Then a man's voice burst into his head. "It happened 5 minutes ago, sir. I was in my cabin and I felt a massive shock run through the ship. Alarms are going off all over the place. The emergency seals have activated and no one can leave this section. We've been combing the other areas, but it's hard to tell what's going on." "Where was it? Where was the explosion?" Another 2 seconds of lag. The delay was beyond frustrating. "As far as I can tell, it was in the control centre." Lorcan sat down. Kakoa, Jura, Stedman, his entire management team. "Have you heard if there are any survivors?" "No, I'm sorry. Crisis teams are working to prevent any further damage. A wide area has depressurized and lost its agrav, so it must be very unstable. Honestly, I'm cut off here.
I didn't know if anyone had managed to get the word out about what's happened. That's why I contacted the Admiral."
A notification flashed up on all his interface screens. "Urgent, urgent, urgent, urgent."
"Thank you."
He didn't know the man's name.
"Someone has finally seen fit to inform me directly."
After closing his implant connection, he turned his attention to one screen. Opening the comm, he saw Kakoa, dirty-faced and blood running from a cut on her head. Relief hit him like a wave.
"Thank God you're all right."
But she spoke at the same time as him, and their words mixed.
"Someone blew up the control center, sir."
When she'd finished, he said,
"You speak first. Tell me what happened. Was it an attack?"
It was possible an EAC ship had slipped away from the others in high Earth orbit to get revenge on the Alliance's ally. She paused, waiting for his reply, and then nodded.
"We don't think it was an attack. There's nothing in firing range. Something exploded in the control center. I'd gone to the refectory for a snack, or I would have been—"
She paused again, appearing to struggle to master her emotions.
"I would have been there when it happened. It's gone, sir. The whole room is just gone. Blown into space. They're all...
She drew in a deep breath.
"Who was there, Kakoa? Who was in the room? What's happening now?"
"The crisis teams are working on preventing any further depressurization. The emergency seals worked, but the explosion fired debris through bulkheads. There were holes everywhere. We're evacuating from this section soon, they tell us."
"Kakoa, who have we lost?"
Her eyes filled with tears.
"We were in the middle of a day shift. The place was full of people, all the usual staff, and...
She swallowed. Iolani had come in to talk about something. She was still there when I left. I haven't seen her since." Chapter 43. The sky was a pale, watery blue when Wright stepped from the Resolute onto the quay in West Britannic, and the sun was shining weakly as it breasted the horizon. Winter was coming. He hadn't been planet-side during a northern hemisphere winter in... He'd forgotten how long. Colburn and Carroll were already here and waiting. As he walked toward them, Colburn actually smiled. He almost halted in surprise.
"You'll have time to get that knee fixed now, Major," she said.
He hadn't realized it, but he must have been limping. Now he thought about it, the joint was hurting him a little.
"We really won?" he asked. "Hard to believe, isn't it?"
Carroll was smiling too.
"It's all over, bar the mopping up, though what the future holds depends on those two."
Orr and Arthur were walking down the gangplank. Orr walked in front of the king, her nose in the air, her fingertips touching the rope gingerly as if she thought it was dirty. Arthur was dressed in his chainmail and carrying his helmet under his arm. Merlin appeared and followed Arthur.
"Those three, I think you mean," said Wright.
Here he would part company with the crew of the Resolute. Marines were waiting to be the VIP's escort to Cardiff. His boat would return to Oceania under Ford's temporary command, and he would fly out later to rejoin her. He was already looking forward to it. He liked working with the lieutenant, Abacha, and the rest of the crew, and the relaxed command suited his growing disenchantment with military life. There was a chance he might be able to get involved in the follow-up on the child trafficking ring he'd exposed. But for now, his earlier involvement in the Arthur saga meant the higher-ups thought it would be a good idea to accompany him across the country for the parades. Or perhaps Arthur had asked that he come along. He didn't really know. His lieutenant had appeared behind Merlin. He saluted the officers on the quay, and Wright thought he saw him give the barest of winks before disappearing into the bridge.
"The heli's waiting," said Colburn. The military-style aircraft sat on the empty dock. Like all military vehicles, it was plain and bare, and it might even be blood-stained from carrying injured and dying troops. Or would complain, but then she complained about everything. "No time like the present," Carol said. The majority of the ride to Cardiff passed in silence. It was hard to hear anyone over the noise of the rotor blades anyway. Arthur looked amazed and terrified. He'd probably never flown before. Merlin looked like he was finding everything very amusing. Awe scowled the entire journey. Wright marvelled at her ability to hold her face in the same expression for so long. When Colburn leaned toward her and bellowed, "You still remember your speech, don't you?" the Dwyer turned her head away and ignored her. The Brigadier gave Wright a look. What would they do if Orr didn't do as she was told? They would be surrounded by thousands of Crusaders, encouraged into the streets to welcome back their Dwyer. If she rallied them against the Marines accompanying her, they would attack. Pulse rifles could not defend against a mass of human bodies driven by crazed zealotry. He rubbed his knee. Colburn turned to him. "You haven't heard the news about Talman's ship, have you? There was an explosion. About 30 people died." "No kidding." "They haven't figured out if it was an accident or deliberate. We're sending a team of investigators out there to help find out." "What do you think it was?" Colburn shrugged. "There's no point in speculating. The ship's personnel are evacuating to other vessels while the investigation takes place, to be on the safe side." "Any word from Taylan?" "Nothing yet. He was here on Earth when it happened. He's on his way back now." Wright caught a glimpse of an expression flitting across Carla Orr's face. Was it a smirk? He couldn't be sure. Was the EAC responsible for the explosion, or was she only experiencing schadenfreude? The crowds had already begun to gather when they touched down. The resistance activists had done their jobs well. They'd been putting up posters and spreading the word that the Dwyer would be arriving today to claim her victory, won for her with the help of the Alliance. She was about to return and resume her rightful place, and she would arrest the woman who had fooled her son with lies. They were to prepare for a huge celebration, beginning with a parade where they would see their beloved Dwyer again. Curious Crusaders watched from afar as the heli passengers disembarked. Alliance troops stood in a ring guarding the helipad. "We've prepared a suite where you may refresh yourselves and wait until it's time for the parade to begin," said Carol. "It's only a short walk from here." Wright wondered what the onlookers thought of what they saw. A giant of a man more than a head taller than everyone else, with flowing red golden hair and beard, wearing mail and carrying a gigantic sword. His grey-headed lean companion and a gaunt woman in an ill-fitting dress and short, dark hair. "Dwyer?" someone called out. "Dwyer! Welcome home!" She didn't respond. At the suite, Colburn tried to make Orr repeat her speech, but she refused. She also refused to eat or drink anything. She looked awful. In the days she'd spent aboard the Resolute, she'd gone downhill physically. Arthur agreed to rehearse his speech, and Wright heard it for the first time. What a sight he was in his armour. His appearance would have a big impact on the crowd. His words were so characteristic of him, Wright guessed the old king had written them himself, and the Alliance had given its approval. He spoke about his years of kingship in the old Britannic Isles and the people he'd ruled over. What an honour and privilege it had been to lead them. He explained how sorrowful he'd been to learn the BI had fallen after millennia of nationhood,
but that he understood the Crusaders had become accustomed to their new home. He hoped that peace and harmony would prevail now the fighting was over, and he looked forward to sharing authority with their Dwyer over a new BI, populated by shared cultures and ways of thinking. It was a good speech, but Wright sensed Arthur's heart wasn't in it. He wondered what Taylan would have to say about it if she were here. It didn't seem to have much to do with her idea of the myth of Arthur's return. He thought the king was supposed to vanquish the BI's enemies, not accept the EAC into some kind of warm, fuzzy coalition. But of course that wasn't the plan. Once things had calmed down, the Dwyer was supposed to begin encouraging her followers to return to the continent and eventually their homeland. At the same time, compulsory public education would be established all across Or's realm. The cultists would be free to practice their customs, providing they were legal, but their children would be taught science, technology, and critical thinking. The intention was clear: a return to rationality and the continued progress of human civilization. Would it work? Wright didn't know. All he knew was he had to get through this day, and that his knee hurt. Carla hated everyone and everything. She almost wished the Alliance had left her in her mental prison, planning every last detail of her victory celebrations. Anything other than this fiasco, this lie, this humiliation. It might have been better to die under Arthur's sword than become a non-entity, nothing but a mouthpiece for the Alliance. They'd promised her the adulation of her people, but that was not her deepest need and desire. She wanted control. She wanted her followers to think the same way she did, to believe in the same things. She was being forced to go against all that, and she couldn't stomach it. She was also cold. No one had brought her any suitable clothing to wear. On that odious ship, they'd told her she was free to print whatever she wanted. As if she, the Dwyer, would ever do anything so lowly. The fools had no concept of how to treat someone of her rank. And she'd actually been struck and manhandled. It beggared belief. Her sacred body had been assaulted, and no one would be punished for it. If this was how her life was to be from now on, she wasn't sure she wanted to live it. "It's time," Colburn announced. "Get ready to leave, everyone." The people in the room began to stand and stretch. Arthur picked up his sword and scabbard and fastened it around his waist. His mail clinked quietly as he moved. Carla's stomach turned at the thought he was supposed to be her consort. But she had to give the Alliance credit for the idea. The concept would appeal deeply to her people, especially when they saw him in his armour. Standing next to him she would look unimpressive, which was probably the intention. "Doesn't anyone have anything warm for me to wear?" she blurted, vexed beyond imagining by her cretinous companions. "If you're cold, you should have said something earlier," Colburn replied. "There's a blanket here on the sofa," said Major Wright, picking it up and handing it to her. "If that'll help." She snatched it and put it around her shoulders. What a sight I must look. "Let's go," said Colburn. An open-backed truck for the parade was waiting outside. The horrible Major helped her climb up onto it. Arthur and Merlin joined her, along with Wright and several armed soldiers. Colburn sat in the front with the driver, while the other officer, Carroll, went somewhere else. More soldiers were to walk alongside and to the front and back of the truck to keep back the crowd. The area around the hotel had been cleared of people, but the next street was thronged. According to Colburn, the parade would proceed down the capital's main streets to the central plaza, where she and Arthur would give their speeches. The process would take about an hour in total. Then they would fly to the next city to repeat it this afternoon. At the sound of the surging crowd, her heart beat faster and blood began to flow into her cold extremities. Some of the old feelings returned: gratification, joy, delight. She would be loved once more. She would be adored. A shout went out. "She's coming!" Cheers erupted. But as the onlookers caught sight of her and Arthur, their yells died away. Their happy faces turned amazed, startled, and curious. Murmuring started up. She could guess what they were saying. That must be the consort the leaflets told us about. He looks strange, doesn't he? Is that a sword he's wearing? She raised her arms, eager to get the attention away from Arthur. "I am home," she cried. "I am back. Thank you for waiting for me, my people." But they didn't respond. The same occurred wherever the truck travelled. Ahead of them, the crowd cheered and yelled. Then, as soon as the people caught sight of her and Arthur, quiet confusion fell. They left behind streets of silent, gawping spectators. Word must have gone ahead of them, because by the time they reached the plaza, the cheering had stopped. Instead, a soft, expectant buzz greeted them. The truck moved slowly between the temporary railings erected to keep the crowd back until it reached the corner of the open space, where it stopped. It was time for her to give her speech. Yet even before she spoke, she knew the plan had begun to go terribly wrong. Chapter 44. It was stupid and kinda risky, but Taylan hadn't been able to resist attending the celebration of the return of Carla Orr. Fry had come along too, but not because he was overwhelmed with curiosity like her. He was here because he was drawn to the political stuff. In the days since they'd escaped from the castle, he'd explained at length about his ambition to convert the Alliance to a republic. He'd bored her out of her mind, in fact. It was like that with obsessive people when they got on their hobby horse. Squeezed into the crowd in the plaza, she was having second thoughts. She wasn't worried she might be recognised. All gazes were on the road, where the vehicle carrying the Dwyer and Arthur would approach. And if someone did recognise her, so what? The Alliance had won. She shouldn't be in any more danger. But she could barely move, and she'd quickly been reminded of how, at times like these, Crusaders would go wild. They were hard to be around at the best of times due to their weird beliefs and ignorance, but when they were off their faces on booze and drugs, they could be unbearable. As soon as Orr had given her speech, she would leave. Fry could stay if he wanted, and she would meet up with him later. She was curious to see Arthur too. The posters had said the Dwyer's consort would be with her, a once famous king of the Britannic Isles who had returned from the dead. She'd snorted through her nose with laughter when she'd read it. She, more than most people, knew the bit about his resurrection was true, but she'd laughed at the idea of him and Carla Orr hooking up. Arthur would be mortified at the idea, and she guessed Orr would be outraged. It was all a ruse to trick the Crusaders into accepting the new regime, and it might well work. The crowd was growing quieter, and she didn't know why. She could see right down the street, and there was no sign of the truck. Even if there were, she would expect the noise to increase, not go down. "What's happening?" she asked Fry, who was crammed against her. "Can you see anything?" He was half a head taller than her and might have a better view.
"No, but I heard someone say something concerning. There seems to be a debate going on."
When she started to pay attention to what people were quietly saying, she heard it too. Then the truck appeared, and the voices were quelled almost to silence. The whispers continued, but she couldn't make them out. Was it a respectful hush? She didn't think so. Marines were walking ahead of the truck and to each side. She suddenly thought of Wright and wondered what he was doing now. She hoped he hadn't been injured or killed in the battle. The truck pulled in front of her, and then it passed and she could see into the back. There was Arthur. He was dressed in his armour as he had been at the launch ceremony. That seemed an odd decision, given what he'd done there. And Merlin was with him too, standing a little behind and to one side. Right! What was he doing there? He must have become caught up in the business with Arthur again. At the front of all the figures stood a frail-looking woman with short, dark hair, wearing a knee-length dress and a blanket over her shoulders. That was Carla Orr. The whispers she had heard before the truck appeared made sense. The vehicle had reached the corner of the plaza. It stopped. Silence fell. Someone coughed. Orr's expression was hard to read. What was she waiting for? She lifted her arms and drew in a breath, but before she could speak, a shout came from the audience.
"You're not the Dwyer?"
She hesitated, arms in the air. She seemed to deflate a little, but then she inhaled another breath.
"You're not our Dwyer! You're an imposter! What have you done with our Dwyer?"
"She's dead!" another voice cried out.
"She really is dead! The Alliance lied!" "I am Carla Orr," the woman thundered. "I am your Dwyer." "It makes sense," Fry whispered in Taylan's ear. "Look at her. The ones who have seen her in real life are used to seeing her in all her regalia, and the ones who haven't don't have any vids or photos to go by. They have an image of what she should look like, and Orr isn't matching it. This is going to mean trouble."
A figure climbed out of the front of the truck. Colburn. She said something to the Marines who had formed a line around the back of the vehicle and then beckoned Wright over. He leaned down to speak to her. Meanwhile, the crowd's angry protest continued. More of them were shouting, and there was additional pressure as people at the back pushed forward to get their voices heard. The barriers began to scrape over the pavement. Wright said something to Arthur. The king's head shook slightly as if he was disagreeing. Wright spoke to him again, and he gave a reluctant nod. He stepped in front of the Dwyer. Stillness descended once more. The intense interest in what this armoured man with his ancient weapon had to say was almost palpable.
"Crusaders, if you do not wish to hear what your Dwyer has to say—"
"That's not our Dwyer," came faintly from the crowd.
"Perhaps you will listen to me."
This will do it, thought Taylan. There was something mesmerising about Arthur's speeches. You couldn't help listening and being moved by him. Maybe it was a power Merlin had given him, like he'd given him his imperviousness to harm. The Crusaders seemed prepared to hear him out. Of course they were. He looked like he'd stepped out of a fairy tale. She had to admit she had felt the same awe and fascination once. That was before she had learned more about the ancient king. Fry muttered, "Is that really?"
"Yes, it is," she hissed.
"How can it be? That's impossible." "It is him. It would take too long to explain. You'll have to take my word for it."
"Remarkable. Well, I'm very interested to hear what he has to say."
He was to be disappointed. At that moment, another voice in the crowd rang out, louder and more powerful than any other.
"That is not Dwyer Carla Orr. You have been deceived."
Taylan knew that voice. She swivelled her head to the right. Morgan Le Fay was marching down the street, her hand on Perrin's shoulder.
"This is the true Dwyer, Carla Orr's son. His mother died, murdered by the Alliance. That woman is a fake."
The calm Arthur had created broke. Hollers and yells rang out, shouting support for Perrin, while others argued they were wrong, that the real Dwyer stood on the truck. Colburn pointed at Morgan and mouthed a command Taylan couldn't hear over the noise. 6 Marines ran out from the rest, heading for Morgan and Perrin. People surged forward, the barriers broke, and the onlookers who had been standing at them toppled to the ground. The horde burst into the empty space, trampling those beneath them. The remaining Marines forced the people back with their guns, creating a narrow but open corridor. "We need to get out of here," Taylan exclaimed, bracing against the buffeting.
"No," Fry protested. "No, we need to stay."
"We'll be killed, you idiot. The Marines will start firing, and we look like Crusaders."
"Then let's get to the back and watch. We should be safe there."
Taylan wasn't convinced, but she did want to see what happened. She pushed against the flow until they reached the edge of the plaza. People had formed a wall around Morgan and Perrin, protecting them from the advancing Marines. They were ordered to move out of the way. When they didn't comply, a round of shots was fired over their heads. Still, they didn't move. The Marine officer gave them a last warning. A second later, they fired. The Crusaders facing them crumpled and fell, but more took their places. Taylan glanced up to see what was happening on the truck. The back of it was now empty. Orr, Arthur, Wright, Merlin and the others were running up the steps of the government building. When she looked back to see what was happening in the street, Morgan and Perrin had been seized. Crusaders threatened to attack, but the mean end of a muzzle in their faces soon silenced them. The Marines dragged the 2 captives along the protected corridor and up the building steps. When they disappeared into it, the remaining Marines broke formation and also ran for the steps.
"We have to get in there," said Fry.
"No, we don't." But somehow Taylan knew that was where they were going. Chapter 45.
"I tell you I am Hans Jonter, former head of the Alliance Secret Intelligence Service. I demand you let me and my companion in."
The man's voice was so loud it thundered down the corridor. And it did sound familiar, though the likelihood of it actually belonging to Jonter was slim. Wright remembered him from Jamaica. He couldn't be here in the BI. He went in the direction of the voice. It would only take a second to deny the claim. He found 2 Marines were guarding a side door. When one of them noticed him approaching, she said, "It's just a Crusader spinning a story, sir." Of course it was. An odd story, to be sure, but then Crusaders were an odd people.
"I understand," Wright replied. "I just want to check for myself."
The other Marine, who was blocking the entrance, moved to the side. Wright locked gazes with the man standing on the step. Shit! It really is him.
"Mr. Jonter," he spluttered. "You!" Jonter yelled. "I remember you. You're the officer I asked to pass on my message. The officer who didn't pass on my message. Do you have any idea of the problems you caused me? You nearly got me."
Wright wasn't listening to him anymore. He'd seen who was with him. She didn't look surprised at the sight of him. She must have known he was here.
"Taylan," he breathed.
Then, snapping out of his shock, he said to the Marines,
"I know both these people. They can come in."
"About time," said Jonter, stepping through the doorway. Taylan followed. The Marines returned to guard duty outside, where Crusaders gawped and jostled each other, trying to get a better look at the people being allowed into the government building. For the moment, the crowds were too confused and disorganized to be a real threat, but the situation was volatile. Enough of the EAC military remained at large to mount an attack and retrieve their dweer, whichever one they thought was genuine. Colburn had commed for backup to ensure a safe passage out for everyone, including their two new prisoners, Morgan and the Kid. What a state of affairs! The Crusaders hadn't recognised Carla Orr. It had been a stupid mistake. They should have dressed her up in her costume. Arthur might have brought the crowd around, but the appearance of Perrin had put the kibosh on that.
"Where is your commander?"
Jonter demanded.
"The highest-ranking officer here is Brigadier Colburn," he replied. "She's through there."
Jonter stomped off in the direction he'd indicated, which left Wright and Taylan alone in the corridor.
"What the hell are you wearing?" he asked.
She was dressed in a weird Crusader get-up, an embroidered skirt torn up one side, frilly blouse, long sleeveless jacket, and a flowery scarf. "You don't like it?"
She laughed.
"How's Boots?"
He's fine. He had a little trouble, but he's okay now. And so is Abacha. Nothing bad has happened to him either."
"Abacha? Are you back on the Valiant?"
"No,
He looked around for somewhere private to talk. Spotting a door, he walked over and opened it. The room had once been storage for cleaning equipment, but only a few items remained.
"In here."
When they were inside, he closed the door. Her eyebrows lifted. "This is cosy."
"Taylan," he said,
stepping closer to her.
"I have something to tell you."
"You have? What? Is it something about Arthur? He looked completely miserable up there on that truck. Has Merlin been digging his claws in even more than usual?"
No, it's..."
As he looked into her grey eyes, he had the sensation he was falling into them. She gazed back, unblinking. For several moments, neither spoke. Slowly, he leaned in. She tilted up her chin, closed her eyes, and then they were kissing. A shock of recognition hit him. It was her. He hadn't known he'd been looking for her, but he'd found her. That one person, not perfect, but the right one for him. She was in his arms, and his heart was hammering so hard he was sure she must feel it.
"Major!"
Colburn! She must have opened the door and he didn't hear it. Taylan drew away, and he turned to see the Brigadier, furious, glaring at him.
"In the entrance foyer, now!"
She slammed the door.
"Damn!" he exclaimed.
"What's the matter?" Taylan asked. "I'm not a Marine anymore, remember? So you weren't caught what's-it? Kissing a civilian isn't a military crime, surely."
"Yes, it is, if you're on duty, but it isn't only that. Colburn once just about accused me of giving you a discharge because we had a thing going on, and now she'll think she was right all along."
"She thought that? Well, who cares? She's just a twisted, uptight bitch."
"You don't understand."
How could he explain to her? She'd never really understood the military. She'd never understood the need to be able to trust and rely on your fellows, to know they were being straight with you, that you were all following the same rules. She would never get how it bothered him that the Brigadier thought he'd lied, that he'd let her down.
"I have to go," he said, "but the reason I brought you in here was I wanted to tell you I think I might have found where your children were taken." You have? Where? Tell me. Her eyes were round with excitement and joy. Are they okay? Did you see them?
Taylan, he said gently, I don't know what they look like, but I think they might have been taken to Australia. In as few words as possible, he told her what he and Abacha had seen in far north Queensland. As he spoke, her face turned stony. The Australian authorities are searching for them right now, he continued. All the children. The smuggling operation has been going on for a while. It has to be somewhere remote, they think, and the area they're searching is sparsely populated, so... He took in her expression. What's wrong? I thought you'd be happy.
You mean, she said between her teeth, you mean you had a chance to find out where the Crusaders were taking the kids and you didn't follow up? You left them there?
We couldn't go any farther. It was impossible.
How could you? How could you come so close and then just abandon them? How? Her chest was heaving and tears were filling her eyes. My poor kids! Somewhere out there in the wilderness. I'll never find them now. She put her hands to her face and her shoulders shook.
It isn't like that. It didn't happen how you think it did. And the Australians will find them. They're bound to, and soon, I promise.
But she was inconsolable.
Taylan, I'm sorry, but I have to go. Stay here, and I'll be back as soon as I can. Then we'll talk, and I'll explain.
The shame that had hit him when Colburn had caught them kissing was nothing compared to the wretchedness he felt when he left Taylan crying. Chapter 46. Carla Orr was having another tantrum.
I insist you bring my son out to me now, or the deal is off. I won't do another thing for the Alliance, and every chance I get, I'll encourage my people to rise up and take back the Britannic Isles.
You won't get many chances, Colburn commented dryly.
If you don't do as we say, you won't live long after your trial.
Orr whirled to face her.
Shut up! Your opinion is irrelevant. I demand to speak to your Prime Minister face to face, and I'm not moving from this spot until I do.
In the entrance lobby, as well as Colburn and Orr, were Jonta, Merlin, Arthur, and a handful of Marines. Wright guessed Morgan and Perrin had been locked in a room somewhere else in the building.
I wasn't aware you'd done anything for the Alliance yet, said Merlin smoothly. As I recall, you didn't give your speech. Your people didn't believe it was you. I would say you aren't in any position to be dictating terms and conditions. You're nobody.
She clenched her hands into fists and spat, white with rage.
I am not nobody. Bring me my son.
Merlin's words were the most Wright had heard him say in public since he'd re-encountered the alien. Your son, though a child, Colburn said, is a prisoner, and he will remain in captivity until his role in the EAC is investigated.
I would have thought his role was obvious, said Merlin. He acted as the Dwyer. Therefore, he is responsible for all the actions of the EAC since he took over the role.
Wright wondered why he was sticking his oar in. He seemed to be enjoying himself, winding Orr up unnecessarily. Colburn shot an angry glance in Merlin's direction. Was he responsible for Orr's furious state? Had he been winding her up in this manner for a while?
He's just a boy, Orr protested. He was stolen from me by Morgan, and she's been using him ever since.
Arthur, who had been standing with his head down while the argument was going on, looked up and said, Perhaps we should reunite the mother with her child. Morgan Le Fay is deceitful and manipulative. She is the instigator of evil in this world. That's right, Orr exclaimed. She's been behind everything I've done. It was her who gave me the ideas for the EAC. It's been her teachings I followed. And when I released her, she took over. Then she pushed me aside because I wouldn't allow her to control me. That was when she put me in a coma. And now she's using my son. Neither he nor I is responsible for... She faltered to a stop. Oh, please, said Merlin. Which is it to be? Are you the Dwyer, leader of your people, or are you not? You're going to blame everything you've done on someone who was trapped within the earth for thousands of years? You, Orr yelled. It was you who put her there. You are the enemy she fears. Then you must be able to destroy her. Why would I do that? He asked sardonically. I am not judge or executioner here. According to Merlin, she's indestructible. It was the first time Wright had spoken since arriving in the room. Orr's words had reminded him of the time when the alien had commented it would be easier to kill a rock than Morgan. Then he can lock her away somewhere again, said Orr. Preferably forever. Nor am I a jailer. But you were once, so you can be again. Orr paused and swallowed before addressing Colburn. That's the solution, isn't it? I agreed to share power with the Alliance over the Britannic Isles. My son is returned to me, and Morgan is imprisoned somewhere she can't turn into a vapour and escape. She can take the blame for everything that's happened. She is to blame. You wouldn't have to use deep, sealed underground chambers like Merlin did. You could put her into an airtight container at the bottom of an ocean where she could never be found. Colburn's expression betrayed her horror at the punishment Orr was suggesting, but she only said, All decisions regarding what is to be done with Perrin Orr and Morgan will be made at a later date. For now, we will await reinforcements to facilitate our transfer to a safe holding point. Right, I want to speak to you. He followed her to a corner of the hall. Major, she said in a low tone, I'm finding it hard to come up with the words to express how disappointed I am in you. There was a time I deeply respected you as a fellow officer and would have happily trusted you with my life, but I'm sad to say that's no longer the case. He was about to interject when she went on, To believe I was actually remorseful about your assignment to the Resolute. I regretted the repercussions of your mental health assessment and arranged a batcher's transfer to your boat so you would have a familiar face around. Then I recommended the Resolute for the mission to bring Carla Orr to the BI. And that disgusting scene in a broom cupboard is how you repay me. My feelings for Taylan Ellis are not disgusting. He paused before adding, Brigadier. Then he went on, I know how it must look, but I can assure you, it doesn't matter now. We have more important matters at hand than your dalliances. He was so angry he wanted to storm off, taking Taylan with him and desert. It was only by the greatest effort of self-control he didn't. Which important matters, ma'am? Jonted joined them. If I might say something? Go ahead, said Colburn. Legally, you have to allow Carla Orr to see her son. He's a minor, and he's allowed a visit by a parent or guardian. If you keep them apart until, presumably, one or both of them are put on trial, it will be bad for the Alliance, image-wise. The world's media can do a lot with a mother and child story. Do we care? Colburn asked. You should, Jonta replied. Appearances count for a lot politically. If the BA is to reassert its dominance across the globe, it needs to appear fair and just.
I see what you mean, said Colburn. And Arthur thinks they should be together too. He's been looking like someone stole his puppy for days. I think he's on the verge of abandoning the alliance entirely. Wright had to concede she was correct. The life seemed to have gone out of the king. He wasn't sure exactly what the problem was, except it had something to do with feeling the grip of Merlin's control over him. But it was clear he didn't care much about the affairs of this new world he'd found himself in. If he did decide to go off on his own, there wasn't anything anyone could do to stop him. He asked, "So you want to follow his suggestion just to keep him feeling involved?" "I do. But I need you to be on your toes, right? After everything that's gone on in Or's relationship with her son, things could go wrong quickly." "You don't think she might try to kill him?" "I have no idea what she might do. The woman's a powder keg." Wright thought about Or's attempt to kill Boots. Colburn's fears were justified. No one could guess what Or might do, even to her own son. "I understand, Brigadier." She returned to the centre of the hall. "Mr. Jonter, the Major and I are in agreement with Arthur. We will allow Perrin to be with his mother." She ordered 2 Marines to fetch the boy, and Wright walked over to Or. A tense silence stretched out as they waited. Wright was worried about Taylan. He hoped she wouldn't leave. The boy's light, quick footsteps sounded from the corridor, accompanied by the heavy tread of the 2 Marines. When he entered the hall, he raced across it into his mother's arms. "You're alive, Mummy! You really are alive!" "I am. Morgan lied to you, darling. She's a big liar who wanted to take you away from me." As they hugged, Perrin continued, "I did a great thing, Mummy. Do you want to hear about it?" "Of course I do. What did you do?" "I blew up Talman's ship." "You what?" Or glanced nervously around her. "Tell me about it later." But the boy continued, "You remember the plans I memorized when I visited it? Well, I told Morgan about them and—" "Not now, Perrin. Later." "She arranged for someone to—" "Stop talking." She grabbed his shoulders and shook them. "It was a good plan," Perrin protested. "And it worked." "Be silent!" She slapped his cheek. "Now that's no way to speak to a child," admonished Morgan, strolling into the room. "What's she doing here?" Colburn thundered. She jabbed a finger at a Marine. "You, take her back to her room." Morgan laughed. "As if any of your men or women could make me do anything against my will. I was only waiting for an opportune moment to join you all." The Marine strode over to her, but when he was a couple of meters away, he halted before turning to Colburn and asking in a confused tone, "What was my order, ma'am?" "Take that woman to her room." "Yes, ma'am, Sorry, could you repeat that?" "They can't touch her," said Carla. "They can't do anything to her. I've tried. She scrambles their minds as soon as they come near. Only he can hurt her." She pointed at Arthur. "Kill her," she ordered. "Kill her! That's what you're here to do." "Not at all," said Merlin. "He's here to kill you." Or flinched. "But he hasn't tried." "Not yet," the alien replied, malevolence lacing his voice. "No one is going to kill anyone," said Colburn firmly. "But why is he here to kill me?" Or asked. "Why? It doesn't make any sense. Why should he come back from the dead to murder someone living thousands of years in the future from his time?" "It's because you took the Britannic Isles," said Arthur. "But I do not wish to kill you, Carla Orr. I do not wish to kill anyone. I am feeling old and tired,
and I have done enough killing in my life." Or didn't seem to be listening to him. Her head was bent and her brows knitted, as if she were trying to figure something out. She looked at Morgan. "I am of your line. That's what you said. Your blood runs in my veins." "Then you're part alien," said a new voice. Taylan stepped into the room. Her eyes were red with crying, and she looked utterly ridiculous in her Crusader gear, but Wright's heart leapt at the sight of her. "Morgan's the same kind of alien as Merlin," she continued. "And if you're descended from Morgan, you must be part alien."
Taylan Ellis," said Orr. "You're the other one who can hurt me."
Her gaze travelled from Taylan to Arthur.
"There's something strange happening here."
"You're right." Merlin's expression was full of delight.
"The patterns are converging. There will finally be an outcome, Morgan. Hopefully not the one you think." She scowled at him. "If these two can hurt me," Orr said to her, "and Merlin can hurt you, who else can hurt you?"
Morgan's scowl faded and began to turn into something like fear. "It's obvious," said Taylan.
"Yes, it is,"
Orr announced triumphantly.
"This isn't fair," Morgan shouted at Merlin. "You broke the rules. You told her." "I did nothing of the kind," he replied.
Orr snatched Wright's beamer from its holster, aimed and fired at Morgan. The shot went wide. Before Wright could stop her, she fired again. This time she scored a hit, but Morgan had already begun to dissolve into black mist. The pulse round passed through her, and though she grimaced in pain, there was no blood or sign of damage.
"Merlin, you cheated," said Morgan, her voice growing faint. "I'm taking this to the adjudicator, and I'm making a formal complaint."
The alien only smiled smugly. What had been Morgan Le Fay was now only a vapour, rapidly fading from sight.
"What just happened?" Jonta asked. "It was a game," said Arthur grimly. "They were playing a game with us."
He faced Merlin.
"All the murdering I did, all the sin I committed, it was a diversion for you. We are an amusement."
"Now then, my old friend," Merlin replied, reaching out to touch the man's arm.
"You had a good life, a charmed life, some might say. You were a great king, worshipped and adored by many, and you set a great example. Your name was remembered over millennia, an inspiration to those who love valor and honor. How many of us died and suffered to give you pleasure?" asked Arthur.
Things about Merlin that had puzzled and annoyed Wright were suddenly making sense.
"What happened to the Fearless?" he asked. "Was that you?"
"Not directly," Merlin replied. "That was my handicap at the beginning of this round."
"Imposed by who?" asked Taylan. "I'm not going to explain the whole game to you. That would be tiresome. This round is over, and I must be going. I'll be back at some point." He smirked. "No!" Arthur yelled. "You cannot go unpunished. If Carla Orr could hurt Morgan, that means—"
He drew his sword from his scabbard. Merlin backed away. The edges of him were beginning to dissolve.
"Stop!"
Arthur whirled his blade in a wide arc.
"Someone stop him!"
Merlin cried. He screamed, but his scream was cut short when Excalibur sliced through his neck. A fountain of blood erupted from it, and his head hit the floor with a dull thud.
His unseeing eyes glazed over and his tongue lolled while his body gave a convulsive twitch. But the vaporizing process continued. Within 2 or 3 seconds, every part of him had dissolved to nothingness, even his spilled blood. Chapter 47. Taylan watched the heli land in the plaza. The Crusaders had cleared out of the way pretty quickly when it began to descend. When it was down and its rotors began to slow, Marines poured out of it. "For the last time, come with us," said Wright. He looked so upset, she felt really bad. "I can't. I'm sorry. I just can't. Even if Colburn would let me, which she won't." The Brigadier was watching them from inside the building as Taylan and Wright stood in the doorway. "I can bring her around," said Wright. "I have to explain to you what happened in Australia." "You've already explained, and I understand." He'd told her how he and Abacha had been forced to turn back because they had no water. She did understand, kind of. She sighed. "It's like, I understand here," she touched her head, "but not here." She pointed at her heart. "I get it," he said. "I only thought if you heard the details." "Don't worry, I don't blame you." He didn't look convinced. "And now I know the country they were taken to," she went on, "I might be able to find them." "I might see you there. I'm going to ask permission to join the search." She looked at him sadly. He could have said he would resign and join her, but the military would always come first with Major Wright. "Do you honestly think you'll get it?" "I don't see why not. I was the one who uncovered the trafficking. It would make sense for me to be involved." "What about Merlin and Morgan and the rest of the aliens out there playing with our lives? None of the world powers will tolerate this situation we're in. Not the Antarctic project for sure. Talman has to factor hostile extraterrestrials into his plan now. And the Alliance and EAC will want to prevent us from becoming part of another game." "I suppose so," said Wright. "But what does that have to do with me?" "Time to move out, Major," said Colburn, approaching them. Marines were escorting Carla Orr and her son out of the hall. "I'll be there in a moment," he replied. Colburn glared at them as she passed by. Taylan felt like poking her tongue out. When the Brigadier was out of earshot, she said, "They're going to ask you to be part of the team who finds out who these aliens are. Arthur, too, as he's one of the few people who can hurt them." He grimaced. "Yes, you could be right. But what about you? You've also been caught up in this thing from the beginning. The Alliance will ask you, too." "They can ask, but I'm not a Marine, remember? There's no way I'm going to stop looking for my kids." "No, but you're part of the pattern, as Merlin would say, and so are others." "Excuse me, please," said Hans Jonter. They moved out of his way, but before he left, he said, "It was good knowing you, Taylan Ellis. I don't think I've ever thanked you for saving my life." "You're welcome," she replied, "though, to be fair, I don't think your life would have been in danger if it hadn't been for my big mouth." "There is that." Jonter smiled. "Nevertheless, thank you. Perhaps our paths will cross again one day." "Maybe, Joseph Fry." Jonter walked out. "Joseph Fry?" Wright asked. "No, don't tell me. I have to go now." Everyone who would travel on the heli had boarded. "Major!" Colburn bellowed. "Yes, you'd better," Taylan said, "or you're going to be in trouble." "I'm already in trouble. And you know what? I don't care." She chuckled. "There's hope for you yet." "Come here." He gently pulled her inside the building out of sight of the heli.
"You're sure you don't blame me for turning back in the desert?"
"No, it just makes me sad." He looked relieved.
"I don't want you to be sad."
"I know." She pulled him close. They kissed.
"Major!"
Colburn's strained tones floated through the open door. The end. This has been The Resolute, Star Legend Book 4, written and narrated by J.J. Green. Taylan and Wright's story continues in The Dauntless, Star Legend Book 5. For more J.J. Green books, visit jjgreenauthor.com.